My girlfriend, in order to cure the hidden illness that has troubled me for 8 years, actually accompanied a 800-pound boss to exercise for 7 days. I wasn't angry at all, but instead, I was overjoyed. I even danced for them at the company. All because the betrayed me awakened the reverse rebate system. As long as a woman spends money on me, I can get a 10,000 times cashback. To verify if the system is truly effective, I asked a female colleague from the company to buy a pack of cigarettes for me. As I took the pack of cigarettes with both hands, a heavenly sound echoed in my mind. Triggered a cashback, $22 from Chen Kir's expenses. Sincerity Index 76. 56%, reverse cashback 7,656 times, received $168,432. I held my breath and opened my phone, and sure enough, the money had been deposited. Even when I was at my lowest, she was willing to spend money on me. I've noted this favor, and I will definitely repay it 100-fold in the future. In order to get rich quickly and buy a mansion, I fired my boss and specifically looked for women, using them as tools to make money. So I arrived at the densely populated subway station, and quickly selected a target. She was a young girl in her 20s, good-looking, wearing a white floral dress, and carrying a small handbag. She seemed to be in good economic condition. I walked to the self-service ticket machine and lined up. After she bought her ticket, I took the initiative and spoke to the beautiful girl. "Could you please help me buy a ticket? My phone won't turn on." Phone Ling Ling was about to enter the station when she was startled. Seeing my anxious look, she hesitated. Seeing her hesitation, I quickly spoke up. "I'll go from here to the square road. The ticket costs $3. Can you help me out? I'll be here tomorrow. If I meet you again, I'll definitely repay you." Phone Ling Ling felt that I didn't seem to be pretending, and since I was just asking for help to buy a ticket, she let her guard down. "No need to trouble yourself. You choose the ticket first, and I'll help you pay." I was overjoyed and quickly clicked the screen, choosing the ticket. She also willingly helped me scan the payment code. Ding! Triggered a critical hit. A $3 consumption rebate from Phone Ling Ling, Sincerity Index 45. 68%, reverse critical hit 4,568 times, received $13,704. I didn't expect to succeed the first time, and it was over $10,000, higher than my 2 months' salary. I wiped the sweat from my forehead. Luckily, I used to work in sales before, otherwise, how could I have such thick skin? To avoid suspicion, I didn't check my phone right away. Holding the purchased subway ticket, I went straight down to the subway after reaching Square Road. Then I entered the station again, as usual, and the plot unfolded once more. In just a few hours, my account had an additional $90,000. But I was not satisfied because the sincerity index of these unfamiliar women was not high, so the critical hit multiplier was very low. To make big money, on one hand, you need to increase the amount of consumption, and on the other hand, the other party needs to be sincere to raise the critical hit multiplier. So I came up with a plan to specifically cultivate women's sincerity towards me. Now that I have some money, it's time to learn to enjoy life. Without a second thought, I rushed into the phone shop and bought a brand new phone for $8,888 to reward myself after a hard afternoon. Then I threw away my old phone and prepared to go eat a bowl of plain noodles to replenish my energy. While I was eating with my head down, I noticed the noodle shop owner staring at me intently. I looked up and found a delicate face. "You're Lin Chen," a clear voice rang out. At these words, I was instantly stunned, wondering if she was an acquaintance, so I stared at her carefully. The shop owner looked to be in her 20s, with a smooth forehead and a few beads of sweat, and an impeccable figure, looking somewhat familiar. The next moment I remembered, "You're the class monitor." Lu Xiaoyu pursed her lips and smiled. "Class monitor? That was so many years ago. Just call me Xiaoyu." I hastily wiped my mouth and stood up. "Huh? I was used to calling you that back then. It's been 5 or 6 years since we last met, and you haven't changed a bit." The Lu Xiaoyu before me was my class monitor and also the school beauty back in high school. She was the goddess of countless people back then. I once secretly admired her, but my grades were poor, and my family's situation wasn't good. I didn't even have the courage to confess back then. Next, the two of them chatted aimlessly, even reminiscing about funny stories from their school days, and it took almost an hour to finish the bowl of noodles. "Xiaoyu, how much is this bowl of Yangchun noodles?" I asked casually. "What's with the money? I'll treat you to a bowl of noodles." "It's on me." Lu Xiaoyu got up and started clearing the tableware. "No, you're running a business here. If everyone were like me, you'd be out of business in no time." I shook my head and took out my phone to pay with a scan. Lu Xiaoyu put down the tableware and grabbed my hand. "It's just a bowl of noodles. If you pay, it's like looking down on me." Feeling the warmth of the other person's hands, I trembled inside. "What if I come to eat here every day from now on? Can you take care of me forever? Am I afraid you won't come? As long as you come, I'll take care of you." Seeing that he wouldn't let go, I had to put away my phone and listen to the critical hit notification. An $18 rebate from Lu Xiaoyu, with a sincerity index of 90. 56, a reverse critical hit of 9,056 times, and a total of $163,008 received. Please check carefully. Another $160,000. I was stunned on the spot, especially with that 56% sincerity index. It seems that making big money has to come from acquaintances. After saying goodbye to Lu Xiaoyu, I began to plan my fortune again. Although I made another $160,000 from the meal just now, I only have a little over $400,000 in total. It's not even enough for a luxury car, let alone being a real big shot. Now that I have the system, I definitely have to regain the lost face and make my ex-girlfriend young man regret it. Unconsciously, I found myself at a bubble tea shop. At a glance, I noticed a cute girl sitting alone in the corner. The girl was wearing a white cartoon t-shirt with a cute little white rabbit printed on it, which bounced with her every breath, looking adorable. As I approached, I heard the girl muttering to herself, "On my marksman, on my marksman." How could he be so aggressive in broad daylight? When I got closer, I realized she was playing King of Glory, and it was a life or death moment. I didn't want to disturb her. Suddenly, there was a bang, and the crystal at the high ground exploded. The game was over. Damn it, the rubbish team made me lose again, the girl said, looking upset as she tapped her phone on the table. "Excuse me, miss," I said, seeing that she had finished venting. The girl, named by Lele, was taken aback, as if she had seen a ghost. "My phone is dead. Could you please help me scan a power bank? Once my phone is charged, I'll transfer the money to you," she asked. Lele frowned and replied, "Just wait a moment." She then walked over with a $1 power bank. I quickly took it and said, "Thank you. I'll transfer the money to you once I'm charged. It's just a few dollars." Lele waved her hand and continued to sit down to play the game. Triggered a critical hit, a $6 rebate from White Lele, sincerity index 88%, reverse critical hit 5,288 times, received $31,728. I didn't expect the girl in front of me to still have a sincerity index of 88%. I was overjoyed. It seems my looks have amazed her. So I sat down and turned on the air conditioning for a while, then I leaned over to watch her play the game. I also play a few games in my free time, so I'm no stranger to King of Glory. White Lele just glanced at me, but didn't say anything, probably because she realized her phone was still charging. Seeing White Lele's little character about to be ambushed by Lanling Wang, I solemnly said, "It's only been 5 minutes, and you've died 12 times. Shall I help you play?" White Lele said disdainfully, "If you win, you treat me to a bubble tea. If you lose, I'll treat you to 10 cups. Seeing my full confidence, White Lele readily agreed. "Okay, you asked for it." Without a word, I took the phone and controlled the little character to emerge from the fountain, then quietly farmed for 4 minutes, followed by a pentakill, and pushed down the crystal directly. We won. White Lele looked at the results in astonishment, mouth wide open. I'm a bit thirsty. Can you buy me a bubble tea? Just a reminder. What's the rush? I won't renege. What do you want to drink? I glanced at the menu on the table. What I drink doesn't matter, of course, it's the expensive one. Give me a cup of aged coffee. A large one, please. Before long, Lele came over with a cup of aged coffee. Ding! Triggered a critical hit, an $18 consumption rebate from Lele, sincerity index 66%, reverse critical hit 6,666 times, received $119,988, earned nearly $120,000 from a cup of coffee. I was overjoyed, getting closer to the goal of a Ferrari. At this moment, Lele looked at my phone that was charging. "Do you want to play a game together?" "Sure, let's add a green bubble first. I'll transfer the money to you." "No need, we agreed earlier that it's my treat." After the friend verification, I was also generous and sent the other person a $200 red packet directly. "You're treating for the coffee, but I still have to pay for the power bank." Seeing me insist on paying, Lele didn't think much and directly opened the red packet. "Oh my, $200, uncle, are you trying to hit on me?" As soon as these words were spoken, I almost spat out the coffee I had just drunk. Although I've had thoughts like this myself, I didn't show them at all just now. Hey, $200 can get a girl? That's too cheap. Besides, I'm not that old. It's just $200. I also like playing King of Glory. Let's play games together in the future. You can gift me a skin. As soon as I said that, Lele immediately became alert again. "Uncle, I'm still a kid. You shouldn't have any ideas." I was speechless. This little girl is quite guarded. "My name is Lin Chen. Can you stop calling me uncle and call me Bin-Ji instead? Are we still going to play the game?" "Of course, why not play?" Just logged into the game, added as a friend, and saw Lele wave her hand, giving me a skin for Zhang Fei. Triggered a critical hit, received a $48.08 rebate from Lele, journey index 96, reverse critical hit 6,096 times, received $296,176. 8. Please check and receive. Wow, the game hasn't even started and I already got nearly 300,000 from a critical hit. This is much more efficient than taking advantage of the subway. So we chatted while playing the game. "Xiaobai, do you play games every day without going to work?" "Who said I don't have to work? My job is related to games." "You're not a game anchor, are you?" "Not really, I'm a cosplayer, specializing in portraying heroes from King of Glory." I play games every day to experience the characters, so she's a second Yuan beauty. If this girl were to cosplay my Shiranui, it would be perfect. I must make her do it for me when I have the chance. After 10 minutes, the game finally ended. I was about to exit the game when suddenly I felt a figure appear beside me. I looked up and it turned out to be a woman, although her complexion didn't look too good. Lele, why are you playing games again? Lele heard the voice and quickly looked up, joyfully shouting, Cindy, you've come at the perfect time. Let's play together. Cindy glanced at me, dressed like a Hong Kong literary youth, and immediately showed a look of disdain. I didn't really mind, and said, Xiaobai, your friend is here. How about we don't play today? Come on, uncle. Let me tell you, Cindy is a game anchor, and she's really good at playing PUBG. Uncle, you're not bad at playing games either, Cindy. Lele introduced the two of us to each other. Good at PUBG, I couldn't help but show an interesting expression, thinking to myself that I might have the chance to see for myself. Cindy is at least 1.7 meters tall, wearing white jeans and having long, straight, and beautiful legs. He looks quite eye-catching. At this moment, he was also holding a few bags of snacks in his hand. Seeing that I was still lingering there, his face immediately turned dark. Lele, I brought some grilled skewers for you. Do you want to eat them? Of course, I want to eat. I'm a little hungry. Lele didn't hesitate and also casually called me uncle, inviting me to eat together. Thank you. Seeing another chance to make money, I naturally didn't hold back, and even ate more, finishing about 2/3 of a bag of grilled skewers. Seeing me eat like this, Cindy looked down on me even more. If it weren't for Lele being there, she might have kicked me out earlier. Ding triggered a critical hit, receiving a $22 rebate from Cindy, with a sincerity index of 156%, a reverse critical hit of 1,560 times, and a total amount of $34,320. Wow, this sincerity index is really low. My eyes lit up, suddenly came up with an idea, and wanted to test the other person. Uncle, you can really eat, you've taken all the food. Lele looked resentful. Lin Chen cleared his throat, Xine, right? Thank you for the barbecue. I heard from Xiaobai that you are a game anchor. How about I give you a reward? Hearing the salesman calling herself Xine, Xine felt uncomfortable, and coldly said, no need. How can that be? I never eat for free. Since there's not much, I'll give you the most expensive gift. Lin Chen insisted. Uncle, are you kidding? I remember the biggest gift in Douya cost 6,666 yuan. Lele exclaimed, looking at Lin Chen with a clear meaning, you're in trouble. It doesn't matter, it's just a few thousand, not even enough for one meal for me. Lin Chen shrugged. Xine felt even more disgusted by the man in front of her. Not only did he eat for free, but he also pretended to be a big shot here. Alright. Since you said that, give me the highest gift. She immediately took out her phone and logged into her own live broadcast account. Having been live for almost a year, although she had received quite a few gifts, the most expensive one was only 666 yuan. She had never encountered a real local tyrant. Xine, the uncle was just joking, let's forget about it. Lele quickly persuaded. I didn't force him, he said he wanted to reward me himself. Xine had already decided to embarrass the other party. Without stopping her actions, she had already started the live broadcast. Lin Chen glanced at the live broadcast number, and without further ado, he logged into the account and quickly found the live broadcast room with the ID whose little sister. Then he opened the reward interface, and as Lele had said, the highest gift was the Royal Salute, which cost 6,666 yuan each. Lin Chen used to occasionally watch live broadcasts, but he never spent a penny on them. Fortunately, the payment was very convenient, so he directly rewarded 2 Royal Salutes. Xine had been waiting for this man to back down, but she didn't expect him to actually reward her, and he even rewarded 2 Royal Salutes at once. Seeing the barrage prompt in the live broadcast room, she was dumbfounded. Uncle, you really rewarded it? Wait, why are there 2 Royal Salutes? Lele exclaimed. Oops, my hand slipped and accidentally clicked twice. Xine, why don't you quickly refund the money to him? This is over 10,000 yuan. No need, it's just over 10,000 yuan. The barbecue just now was delicious, and I haven't had enough. Lin Chen hinted. Xine reacted quickly, Lele, then I'll go buy some more barbecue for you guys. With that, she turned and left, as if afraid that someone would ask her to refund the money. After Xine left, Lele looked at Lin Chen in amazement, Uncle, are you very rich? Lin Chen glanced at Xiaobai, it's okay, a few million a month. Lele was immediately stunned. Although she wasn't short of money, she only had over 10,000 yuan a month. This was the first time she had encountered a real local tyrant in real life. Soon, Zhuo Xin bought the barbecue back and handed it over with a smile. "Brother, how should I address you?" "My name is Lin Chen, you can call me Brother Chen." "Brother Chen, these are all for you. If it's not enough, I'll go buy more." Zhuo Xin naturally knew the difference between light and heavy. It was just some barbecue, costing at most a few dozen yuan, but the other party had just rewarded over 10,000 yuan without batting an eye. Moreover, someone who could spend such a large sum of money online must not be short of money. If she could establish a good relationship with the other party, she might receive more rewards in the future. Lin Chen also didn't hold back and directly started spending. Ding! Triggered a critical hit, receiving a rebate of 88 yuan from Zhuo Xianyi's consumption, with a sincerity index of 21.46, and a reverse critical hit of 2,146 times. Received 188,848 yuan, please check carefully. The woman's smile is quite sweet, but there is no sincerity in her heart. She is indeed a schemer. Lin Chen doesn't mind, as he has already gained over 200,000 yuan from her. Next, they added each other on WeChat. To avoid making mistakes, Lin Chen directly changed her nickname to Schemer and changed Bai Leilei's nickname to Little White Rabbit. After that, the three of them didn't play games, but sat and chatted while eating. Finally, to show off his wealth, Lin Chen rewarded her with 2 royal fireworks. If this had been Bai Leilei, she would definitely have thought his motives were impure, but Shuo accepted it without any qualms, calling him Brother Chen very affectionately. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to gain benefits. He kept asking for this and that, and Shuo busily served him, constantly showing her hospitality. However, the sincerity index of this schemer has never been high. In one afternoon, Lin Chen gained over 600,000 yuan from her before calling it quits. As night fell, the three of them went their separate ways. After eating all afternoon, Lin Chen wasn't hungry, so he didn't bother with dinner. When he returned home, he immediately checked his account balance on his phone. "Dear customer, the balance of your account ending in 5678 is 1,486,855.66 yuan. Industrial and Commercial Bank. After carefully counting twice to confirm that he hadn't made a mistake, Lin Chen felt like he was dreaming. In just one day, he had earned over 1,000,000 yuan, which was simply too exaggerated. Looking at the time, it was only 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Chen first transferred 50,000 yuan to his family and then called them. "Dad, I just made a big deal recently and received a bonus. You and Mom should enjoy yourselves at home, don't be frugal, and I will earn even more money in the future." Lin Chen's hometown is in the countryside, and he is an only child. His parents are farmers, just like parents all over the world, who are reluctant to spend money and save up to marry off their sons. With a monthly salary of just a few thousand yuan in the past, and with regular expenses, Lin Chen had never sent money home before. Now that he had money, he not only wanted to enjoy it himself but also wanted his parents to enjoy it with him. His parents chatted on the phone for over 10 minutes, every sentence filled with concern. Lin Chen patiently listened and finally promised to bring back a dozen daughters-in-law for the old couple before hanging up the phone. In the future, as he became wealthier, he would buy several large houses and bring his parents to the bustling city to see the world. He would repay those who were sincerely good to him 100-fold. Lying in bed, lost in thought, he couldn't sleep and it was already past midnight when Lin Chen suddenly had an idea. He picked up his phone and posted on his moments. "Today is my birthday, I wonder if anyone will give me a red envelope as a blessing?" Pitiful, to avoid revealing too much, he set the permissions in advance to block his family and relatives. "I wonder if anyone will send me a red envelope when I wake up tomorrow morning." After a while of wandering thoughts, he fell into a deep sleep without knowing when. That night, Lin Chen dreamt of several people. There was the breathtaking Cheng Karen, the gentle and kind class monitor Lu Xiaoyu, the lovely little white rabbit, and even the tall and leggy schemer. He dreamt until dawn, leaving him exhausted. When he woke up, his back and legs were sore. "Ah, give me a cup of forgetfulness, so I can forget about sagging for a night." Early in the morning, Lin Chen got up, washed his underwear, and freshened up before picking up his phone. "Right, let's see how many people have sent me red envelopes." As soon as he opened his phone, the messages kept coming in. Ding! Triggered a critical hit, 66 yuan cashback from Cheng Karen, sincerity index 58.77, reverse critical hit 5,877 times. Received 387,882 yuan, please check carefully. Indeed. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had just opened the red envelope sent by Chang Kur, triggering an expected critical hit and confirming his suspicions. Seeing over 30 red dots on his phone, Lin Chen immediately became excited. He first collected all the red envelopes from his male compatriots, most of which contained tens or a few yuan. There weren't many left with messages. Ding! Critical hit triggered, 88 yuan consumption rebate from Juicini, sincerity index 15.63, reverse critical hit 1,563 times. Received 137,544 yuan, please check carefully. Truly worthy of being a beauty, with only a sincerity index of over 15, Lin Chen sneered in his heart, regarding this woman as a tool. In the future, he would just take advantage of her, not form a deep relationship. Next, he continued to collect red envelopes. Ding! Critical hit triggered, 188 yuan consumption rebate from Bai Lele, sincerity index 66.66, reverse critical hit 6,666 times. Received 1,253,208 yuan, please check carefully. Damn! It's a jackpot! A single red envelope directly hit over 1.2 million, truly worthy of 666. Lin Chen forcibly suppressed his excitement and opened the next red envelope. Ding! Critical hit triggered, 188.8 yuan consumption rebate from Lu Xiaoyu, sincerity index 91.23, reverse critical hit 9,123 times. Received 1,715,124 yuan, please check carefully. Another over 1.7 million. And the sincerity index reached 91.23%, the highest index Lin Chen had encountered so far. It seems that Lu Captain is truly my goddess. Lin Chen was ecstatic, but he quickly calmed down. There were still a few red envelopes left, sporadically hitting over 400,000. Glancing at his account balance, it had skyrocketed by nearly 5 million in just one night. Xiaoyu still has the highest critical hit, while Biao Biao has the lowest. Xiaobai and Cheng Kor are also good, they can be cultivated long-term. Lin Chen carefully analyzed the critical hit records. He would treat different people differently in the future. For tool-like people like Biao Biao, he could just send a few gifts as usual, every little bit helps. But when facing Lu Xiaoyu, he couldn't just throw money at her. If he gave her a large sum of money at once, aside from whether she would accept it, the sincerity index might also decrease. He could often play games with Xiaobai, as a way to relax and take advantage of her long-term. As for Cheng Kor, Lin Chen had already planned to give her an opportunity later, as a way to repay her. After all, she was the first woman to trigger a reverse critical hit after the system was activated. Just like young man, who ran off with an Audi Q7, he would buy an even more expensive car today. After all, he wasn't short of money now. Thinking of this, Lin Chen quickly put on his clothes, went downstairs, and hailed a taxi straight to the Jinhua Audi 4S store. Half an hour later, the car arrived at its destination. Those who used to look down on me, I will make you regret it. Lin Chen stood at the entrance, looking at this familiar place, silently vowing in his heart. Coincidentally, as soon as he entered, he met young man at the entrance of the showroom. This woman who had given him a lesson yesterday. Lin Chen, why are you here again? Yang Man frowned, looking disgusted. Please don't bother me again. Nonsense. I'm here to buy a car, it's none of your business. Since he had seen through the other party's true colors, Lin Chen was also unreserved and directly scolded her. Yang Man, furious, immediately shouted, "Security, where's the security?" She yelled at the top of her lungs, immediately attracting attention. Two security guards quickly arrived, glaring at Lin Chen. What's going on? This rascal has already resigned, but still comes to harass me every day. Hurry up and get rid of him. Yang Man pointed and gestured, acting high and mighty. The two security guards were also old employees and immediately recognized Lin Chen. Moreover, they had heard about his being dumped and could judge the situation. Buddy, I advise you to give up. You can't cause trouble here, one of the security guards advised. The two did not directly take action, and their words were polite. Lin Chen did not trouble the two security guards, explaining, "Don't listen to this crazy woman's nonsense. I came to buy a car. Besides, with her looks, would I harass her?" The two security guards were a bit confused and, looking at Yang Man's well-endowed figure, were momentarily speechless. Speaking of which, this woman indeed had some capital, otherwise, that surname Wan, the local boss, wouldn't have spent money to keep her. Hearing Lin Chen's foul language, Yang Man was instantly fuming. Who are you calling a crazy woman? Isn't it obvious? Lin Chen shrugged, not even looking at her, and kept talking to the two security guards. I came here to buy a car, but this woman keeps pestering me. What kind of service attitude is this? Are you two idiots? This poor guy is buying a car, and you're not getting rid of him? Yang Man completely lost it, not only cursing at Lin Chen but also at the two security guards. The two security guards were also unlucky, but for the sake of their jobs, they dared not talk back and began persuading Lin Chen, buddy, you better leave quickly. If things escalate, it won't be good for anyone. Although they were security guards, they also knew that the cars here were not cheap and, of course, didn't believe Lin Chen could afford them. I really came to buy a car. If you listen to this woman and drive away a customer, can you bear the consequences? Lin Chen remained unfazed. Nowadays, the customer is like a god. As long as they have money, no one dares to drive them away. As expected, the two security guards, upon hearing him, dared not act rashly. Seeing that the security guards were ineffective, Yang Man began to threaten, Lin Chen, I warn you. If you keep bothering me, I'll call the police. Then please go ahead and report. If you don't know the phone number, I can tell you. The angrier she got, the more satisfied Lin Chen felt. Yang Man was so angry that she couldn't speak. She knew she was in the wrong, and if things really escalated, she wouldn't have a good outcome. Alright, if there's nothing else, please move aside and don't delay my car purchase. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to waste any more words with this woman. It would be more satisfying to see her face when he drove away in his new car. Thinking of this, he lifted his foot and walked towards the showroom. Good. Today, I want to see what car you can afford. Yang Man coldly snorted and followed him. Look, isn't that Lin Chen? Why is he here? Didn't he resign just yesterday? Did he regret it so soon? And there's Yang Man. This is going to be interesting. It was still early, and the store had just opened for business. Apart from the sales staff, there were hardly any customers in the showroom. This group of people watched as Lin Chen and Yang Man walked in, eagerly anticipating the drama. Lin Chen smirked, scanning the crowd and taking in their reactions. After working with them for so long, he had finally seen through the true faces of these people yesterday. Except for Cheng Kuer, there was no one here worth his sincere treatment. Soon, he spotted Cheng Kuer standing alone in a corner of the showroom. Lin Chen strode over and, pretending not to recognize her, said, Hello, beautiful lady. I want to buy a car. Cheng Kuer was stunned, her eyes filled with confusion. When she saw Lin Chen just now, she also thought that the other party had changed his mind and wanted to come back to work. She never expected this guy to suddenly come out with such a sentence. Not only was Cheng Kuer stunned, but when others heard Lin Chen's words, they were also stunned. Oomph. Still pretending, let's see how long you can keep pretending. Yang Man coldly snorted, not lowering her voice at all, as if deliberately letting everyone hear her words. Everyone looked at each other, speculating in their hearts. Could it be that Lin Chen was stimulated and deliberately borrowed money to come and act rich? You know, the cheapest car sold in this store costs over 200,000, which is not something an ordinary person can afford. Chen Kuer frowned and looked at Lin Chen, asking, What car do you want to buy? Beauty, I heard that the Audi Q7 is good, why don't you introduce it to me? Lin Chen pretended not to understand. As soon as they heard the word Q7, everyone understood. He was here to show off. Sure enough, Young Man's face had turned livid with anger. Oomph. A poor ghost like you will never be able to afford it in this lifetime. She didn't say this for her own sake, so her voice was particularly loud. Lin Chen remained unfazed, looking at Cheng Kuer and smiling, Beauty, why don't you introduce it to me quickly? Cheng Kuer frowned, not wanting to get involved in this mess. She also didn't think Lin Chen could afford a Q7, and he had been working here for over 2 years, so he was familiar with all the cars and didn't need an introduction at all. However, as a qualified salesperson, Cheng Kuer could only take him to the Audi Q7 in the showroom and start introducing it. The price of this Q7 is 690,000. Only 690,000, so cheap, is there anything more expensive? Lin Chen asked, frowning. What are you pretending for? If you can't even appreciate the Q7, why don't you have the guts to buy the R8 that costs over 2 million? Yang Man mocked again. Over 2 million, that's about right, then I'll buy an R8. Lin Chen nodded. He had never planned to buy a Q7. Just thinking about that boss Wang and Yang man made him feel cheap. Besides, he had enough money now, and for the first car of his life, he definitely wanted to buy a more expensive one. As he kept talking, everyone thought Lin Chen was going crazy. If it was a Q7 worth tens of thousands, he might be able to come up with the money and then find a way to return it after showing off. But for a car worth over 2 million, even if it was a down payment, it would still be tens of thousands. If Lin Chen really had that much money, how could young man run away with a local boss? Bah! If you can afford the R8, I'll eat this car. Young man felt that Lin Chen was deliberately humiliating her and immediately flew into a rage in public. Alas, the staff here have really low quality, always trying to deceive and take advantage of others. Lin Chen shook his head and took out a bank card from his pocket. Beauty, please bring the contract, I'll buy that R8, and by the way, I'll pay in full. Chen Kor looked at the bank card he handed over, clearly a little dazed. What does this mean? Beauty, don't just stand there, hurry up. Lin Chen urged again. Chen Kor finally came to her senses, looking at Lin Chen in disbelief, as if she was meeting him for the first time. The next scene made everyone's eyes fall to the ground. Lin Chen indeed brought the contract, swiped the card directly, and didn't even haggle over the price. An Audi R8, paid in full, cost a total of 2.28 million. The key was that he swiped the card and the transaction was successful. Until the payment was completed, Chen Kor seemed to be in a dream, as the whole process was almost carried out by Lin Chen with her. There happened to be a car in the store, and when Lin Chen held the car keys in his hand, everyone woke up as if from a dream. This guy, how can he be so rich? Yang Man had long since disappeared, and when she saw Lin Chen successfully swiping his card, she was dumbfounded. After coming to her senses, she left the exhibition hall immediately. If she stayed, she would be a complete joke. A handsome guy who can afford an R8 doesn't want her, but instead wants to be the third party to a short, fat guy who drives a Q7. Isn't that a joke? Are you very rich? Chen Kor suddenly asked Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked around and saw that Yang Man had disappeared, but others were still paying attention, so he deliberately raised his voice, saying, Actually, I am really rich. I won't pretend anymore, I'm coming clean. Seeing his exaggerated expression, Chen Kor couldn't help but burst into laughter. So beautiful. This smile was like melting ice and blooming flowers, and for a moment, Lin Chen was mesmerized. Seeing his reaction, Chen Kor immediately regained her composure and said, Sir, your procedures have been completed. Lin Chen came to his senses and subconsciously wiped the corner of his mouth. It wasn't that he was greedy for beauty, but he had never seen such a beautiful smile before. Just thinking about it made his heart burn. Kor, thank you for the cigarettes yesterday. How about I treat you to a meal? Chen Kor glanced at him, very suspicious of his motives. However, considering that Lin Chen had just bought an R8, her commission alone would be worth tens of thousands. Alright, if anyone's treating, it's me treating you to a meal. Okay. Your treat. Lin Chen didn't mind, and readily agreed. Chen Kor looked at the time and said, It's only just past 10, should I leave later? It's okay, just consider it as accompanying a client. Lin Chen hinted at something. Previously, Young Man had skipped work for the afternoon under the pretext of accompanying a client. But when that Mr. Wang bought a Q7, no one said anything. This time, buying a car was also a way to repay Chen Kor a favor. Now that the car was bought, Lin Chen didn't want to stay here. As for women like Young Man, she wasn't worth his attention at all. Alright, wait a moment, I'll go change into a different outfit. Chen Kor nodded and didn't say much. Soon, Chen Kor, dressed in casual clothes, returned. In full view of the public, Lin Chen drove away from the 4S store in an Audi R8 with a beautiful woman. Lin Chen, this new car doesn't have much fuel, remember to refuel first. Inside the car, Chen Kor reminded him. Don't worry, when it comes to buying cars, I'm much more familiar than you. Although Lin Chen had bought an Audi for over 2 years, this was his first time driving an Audi, and it was the most expensive R8. Listening to the wonderful roar of the engine and feeling the surging power when accelerating, he was feeling ecstatic. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Kor secretly observed Lin Chen, and for some reason, she felt that this man had suddenly become mysterious. After leaving the gas station, they turned a corner and happened to come across another gas station. Hello, welcome. The gas station attendant's smile became particularly sweet when he saw the Audi R8. 95 #, fill it up for me. Yes, sir. While the attendant was refueling, Lin Chen suddenly had an idea and said with a smile, "Kor, why don't you fill it up for me, and then I'll take you out for a big meal later." "No need, I'll treat you later." Chen Kor shook her head, got out of the car, and prepared to pay. Normally, when buying a luxury car worth over 2 million, the 4S store would definitely help fill up the tank when delivering the car. However, Lin Chen had just driven off after paying, and there wasn't much fuel in the car. Seeing that she had already gotten out of the car, Lin Chen didn't rush to show his gentlemanly manners. Soon, the tank was filled. Hello, a total of 575 yuan. The fuel tank capacity of this Audi R8 is more than 70 liters, and it's not cheap to fill it up at once. Ding! Trigger critical hit, 575 yuan consumption rebate from Chungkor, sincerity index 51.68%, reverse critical hit 5,168 times. Received amount 2,971,600 yuan, please check carefully. Damn! Over 2.97 million. Lin Chen almost bit off his tongue. Filling up the tank once, he earned back the money for this R8 and still had extra. Shall we go? After Chung Kor got in the car, she looked at Lin Chen, who was in a daze, feeling a bit strange. Oh. The car started, and Lin Chen gradually came back to his senses. Where do you want to go? Chen Kor asked. I heard that there's a new seafood buffet at the Global Plaza, shall we go there to eat? It's a bit far. It's okay, I'll take you back to work after we finish eating. Seeing this, Chung Kor didn't say much. In the car, the atmosphere was a bit silent, and Lin Chen tried to find some topics to talk about, but every time he opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. At this moment, he realized that although he had been colleagues with Chen Kor for a few months, he didn't know her at all. Damn! Although I have some money now, why do I feel more like a loser than before? Lin Chen remembered his expression earlier and wanted to slap himself a few times. Especially now, he found himself having thoughts when he saw a beautiful woman, which was really embarrassing. While driving, he sneaked a glance and saw Chung Kor leaning on the seat, looking at the scenery outside, lost in thought. How about I play a song? Sure. Lin Chen was speechless. This woman was beautiful, but she spoke too little, always expressionless and cold. If he hadn't accidentally seen her smile just now, he wouldn't have been so infatuated as to ask her out for dinner. He casually turned on the car's music, and the slow prelude began to play. The world in the rearview mirror is getting farther and farther away. As you turn your back, your profile is still beautiful. I chase after you with my eyes, and I hear your tears. A classic song, Northbound, Lin Chen hummed along. While waiting at the traffic light, he inadvertently glanced and found a tear streak on Chung Kor's delicate profile. Are you crying? Lin Chen was shocked. It's nothing, a grain of sand blew into my eye. Chen Kor casually wiped the tear streak from her face. The two of them were clearly sitting in the car, and the windows weren't even open, so where did the sand come from? Lin Chen was speechless. This woman really took him for a fool, not even bothering to come up with a decent excuse for lying. If you don't want to go for dinner, I can take you back. It's none of your business. Lin Chen felt a bit annoyed, not knowing whether to keep driving or turn back. Just then, the green light had already come on, and the car behind them honked, so he had no choice but to continue driving forward. Forget it, I won't mind because you're a beautiful woman. Lin Chen thought to himself. And later, the other party would treat him to dinner, and he would receive another few million. By the time the car arrived at the Global Plaza, it was already past 11 o'clock. The two got out of the car and headed straight for the newly opened seafood buffet. Hello, welcome. After entering, under the guidance of the receptionist, Chung Kor took the initiative to scan and pay. Almost all buffets require payment in advance, and this place was no exception. Lin Chen first chose a window seat and then went to get food. The prices here were not cheap, 688 yuan per person, which ordinary people really couldn't afford. At least, the previous Lin Chen had never been to such a high-end place. However, now that he had a system, he wouldn't be saving money anymore, and naturally, he would have to enjoy himself. The first thing that caught his eye was a lobster mountain. These were all Boston lobsters, with many different flavors, such as steamed and five-spice, and various ways of eating them. There were also queen crabs, large oysters, and various grilled meat dim sum, almost all of which Lin Chen had never eaten before, and some he had never even seen before, and couldn't even name. He didn't hesitate and went back and forth several times, filling several large plates. Ding! triggered a critical hit, receiving a 688 yuan rebate from Chung Cure, with a sincerity index of 45.36, and a reverse critical hit of 4,536 times. Received 3,120,768 yuan, please check carefully. Ha! Wait, why is it only over 3 million? Soon, Lin Chen discovered the problem. This time, the consumption amount was as high as 688 yuan, higher than any previous time, but the multiplier had decreased significantly. What's going on? Chung Cure's sincerity index seems to be decreasing all the way, getting lower and lower. Lin Chen quickly recalled in his mind. The first time he triggered a critical hit was because the other party gave him a pack of cigarettes, and at that time, the sincerity index was over 70%. Next was a birthday red envelope, also close to 60%, and just now when refueling, it was barely over 50, and now it's only over 40. Originally, Lin Chen wanted to cultivate her for the long term, but at the current rate of decline, she would soon have no value. Although he had already reaped over 6 million from Chung Cure so far, and even a single transaction had over 3 million, which was the highest. But considering long-term benefits, it was still necessary for him to have a deeper understanding of Chung Cure. No, I have to figure out a way to understand what's going on with this woman, otherwise, I'll be at a big loss. Lin Chen was thinking about the matter in his mind, and accidentally bumped into the person next to him, almost dropping the tray in his hand. Sorry. He quickly apologized, but when he looked up and saw the other person's face clearly, he was stunned. The person in front of him was a middle-aged man, with a big belly, 160 centimeters tall, 160 kilograms in weight. Although he was only in his 30s, he already had a face full of vicissitudes. This person was none other than Wang Laoban, who had ordered an Audi Q7 from Young Man, and sure enough, Lin Chen saw Young Man not far away. The other party also noticed him at this moment, glared fiercely, but didn't come over. It's a small world, I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. A slight smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. Hey, isn't this Mr. Wang? Wang Xing was stunned, but soon recognized Lin Chen, and a smug expression appeared on his face. Ha, it's you, I heard you have some relationship with Xiaoman, but don't worry, I won't mind. But, I hope you won't bother her again in the future, you two are not people of the same world. Mr. Wang, you got it wrong, I don't have any relationship with her, but you're right, we really are not people of the same world. Lin Chen looked at this rustic boss with a hint of disdain on his face. He had thought before that now that he had money, he would definitely make that woman's face hurt. But now that he saw Wang Laoban's demeanor, he felt somewhat indifferent. Such a person was not worth his attention at all. Seeing that the other party did not get angry, Wang Xing was also a little surprised, and the pleasure in his heart faded a bit. Kid, you know what's good for you. Then I wish Mr. Wang 100 years of happiness and early birth of a noble son. Lin Chen politely smiled at the other party, then turned and walked away with the tray. Just as he left, Yang Man immediately ran over. Brother Wang, what did that kid just say? Xiaoman, don't worry, I warned him just now, he won't bother you again in the future. By the way, did he come to look for you today? Wang Xingfa looked smug. Yang Man's face looked a bit ugly, he went to the store again today. Damn, this kid is so ignorant, I'll go teach him a lesson later. He even bought a full payment for an Audi R8. Wang Xingfa looked like a rooster being strangled, his old face turning red. An Audi R8 costs over 2 million, and it's a full payment. Although he has made some money himself and has a small fortune, he would feel a bit distressed even buying a Q7. Especially thinking that he was just showing off in front of the other party earlier, Wang Xingfa felt his face burning. Why didn't you say so earlier? What's there to say about this kind of thing? Yang Man was also a bit angry. If she had known that Lin Chen was so wealthy, she would have taken the initiative long ago. Now, not only did she lose face, but she also missed the chance to be with a wealthy man. Brother Wang, I am sincere to you, now everyone is talking behind my back, you have to support me. Yang Man could only cling to Wang Xingfa now and act coquettishly. Wang Xingfa frowned. Xiaoman, what do you want? You said you would buy me an A4 before, how about changing it to an A6, otherwise, others will look down on you. Fine. A6 it is, after dinner, I'll take you to buy it. Thinking about the scene where he was embarrassed just now, Wang Xingfa gritted his teeth and agreed. On the other side, when Lin Chen came back with a tray, Chung Cure was already sitting in her seat. Cure, I don't know what you like to eat, so I just picked some random dishes, you eat first, if it's not enough, I'll go get more later. Lin Chen sat down and didn't mention what he saw with Yang Man just now. However, he didn't mention it, but Chung Cure spoke up, I just saw that Mr. Wang and Yang Man. Lin Chen was stunned. She saw you too? Chen Kur shook her head. I didn't greet her. That's good, stay away from that kind of woman, it's better for you. Lin Chen said as he started to deal with the lobster and king crab in front of him. He had never eaten these before. Chen Kur seemed less interested in the delicious food in front of her, but more curious about his attitude. Weren't you nice to her before? Can we not talk about her, and besides, she's not as good looking as you? Lin Chen didn't want to ruin his mood because of that woman. Chen Kur nodded and didn't mention young man again. Faced with the temptation of food, Lin Chen also forgot to ask about the decrease in sincerity index. After all, there are so many women in the world, and there are plenty of beauties. After a hearty meal, finishing off several large plates of seafood, Lin Chen was almost full, so he got a fruit platter and waited to digest slowly. Lin Chen, are you very wealthy? Chen Kur, with a straw in her mouth, suddenly asked. Lin Chen was a little puzzled by what this woman meant, but still nodded, I guess. How much? Chen Kur asked again. Anyway, I can't spend it all in this lifetime. Lin Chen lazily leaned back in his seat, admiring the beauty in front of him without reservation. In the past, he wouldn't dare to do this, but now that he had money in his pocket, he had the confidence. Chen Kur seemed a little uncomfortable with this aggressive gaze and furrowed her brows. Am I pretty? Lin Chen nodded, telling the truth, you're quite pretty. If you smile more and not be so cold, you'll be even prettier. Chen Kur didn't expect him to be so shameless. Since you're so wealthy, why not support me? Lin Chen was caught off guard by her sudden words. Kur, are you kidding? Chen Kur shook her head, lifting her snow-white neck. I'm not kidding. In fact, I'm just like those women like Yang Man, but my price is higher. Lin Chen suddenly became interested. We're all adults now. You're after my money, and I'm after your beauty. As long as the price is right, there's nothing we can't discuss. Tell me, what price do you want? First, buy me a house in the city center of no less than 120 square meters, with the property deed in my name. Then, a car worth no less than 500,000, and finally, a monthly living allowance of 100,000, paid in advance for 3 years. Damn! That price is really not low. Not to mention, according to the housing prices in Jiangcheng, a house in the city center would cost at least 5 to 6 million, plus the advance payment for 3 years of living expenses, totaling at least tens of millions. The car is a small matter, but this woman's demand for advance payment is a bit unreasonable. You have to know, Mr. Wang only promised to buy Yang Man an A4 and she was won over. Even if Chen Kur is beautiful, her demands are not something an ordinary rich person can agree to. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he spoke, even if I can afford this price, what can I get in return? Whoever agrees to my conditions, I will wholeheartedly treat them well. They can ask me to do anything, and I won't ask about any private matters, Chen Kur said lightly. This is a price for loyalty. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and tentatively made a request. Can you smile first? Chen Kur was taken aback. Although Lin Chen hadn't agreed yet, she knew the other party had the financial means to satisfy any of her requests. So, the next moment, she gave a slight smile, stunningly beautiful. Lin Chen was momentarily entranced. Such a beautiful woman, it would be a sin for her to fall into someone else's hands. Anyway, he didn't have any lofty ideals. Being a greedy and lustful commoner was fine. All right. I agree. I'll go look at houses in the next few days, and I'll let you know when I have results. He admitted that he was a little tempted. It's just 10 million, and he already has it now, and he'll only get richer in the future. Thank you, I will also keep my promise. Chen Kur nodded and once again revealed a beautiful smile. Lin Chen rubbed his chest and couldn't help but exclaim. Since becoming wealthy, he found that his resistance to beautiful women seemed to be weakening. Have you eaten? If you have, let's go. Yes, let's go. The two of them got up immediately and prepared to leave the buffet restaurant. Lin Chen looked at the beauty beside him, wanting to reach out and embrace her, but he was afraid it would be too abrupt. After all, he hadn't fulfilled his promise yet. The perceptive Chen Kur noticed his small movements and, with a smile, took the initiative to reach out and hold Lin Chen's hand. Seeing her so considerate, Lin Chen felt at ease. However, although she said she would be wholehearted, whether it was true or not, he still needed to test it. After leaving the restaurant, Lin Chen took her directly to a shopping mall, casually making an excuse. Kur, I'll give you a chance now. You can buy me a gift with your own money. I want to see if we have any chemistry. Chen Kur didn't know what he was up to, but she nodded, okay. Next, Lin Chen gave up the initiative and followed behind her, casually strolling around. This global plaza is a comprehensive shopping mall, with various business projects besides dining, including some luxury brands. Actually, what they buy doesn't matter. Lin Chen just wants to see how sincere she is. As they strolled around, Chung Kor saw that Lin Chen didn't express any opinions and could only pick out items herself. Soon, she walked into a Helen Keller eyewear store and personally picked out a pair of sunglasses. Seeing that Lin Chen still had no reaction, she went straight to pay for the purchase. Ding! Triggered a critical hit, a 1,399 yuan rebate from Chung Kor, sincerity index 82.36, reverse critical hit 8,236 times. Received amount 11,522,164 yuan, please check carefully. Damn! Over 10 million. Lin Chen remained expressionless, but his heart was in turmoil. More importantly, Chung Kor's sincerity index this time reached over 82 points. It seems that, as she said, she truly treats others with single-minded devotion. I don't have that much money now, so I can only afford this. I don't know if you like it or not. Chung Kor handed over the pair of sunglasses. I like it, I really like it. Lin Chen couldn't contain his excitement and hugged her tightly. Chung Kor didn't know why he suddenly became so excited, but she didn't resist and instead reached out to embrace Lin Chen. After a long time, Lin Chen finally calmed down and, looking at the beauty in front of him, couldn't help but curiously ask, Kor, why do you trust me so much? He had only verbally agreed just now, without even spending a penny, yet the other party spent over 1,000 yuan to buy him a gift, and the sincerity index also reached over 80. You see, Chung Kor is still in her probation period, with a monthly salary plus commission totaling only 3 to 4,000 yuan. Buying this pair of sunglasses would probably empty her wallet. Chung Kor blinked and smiled faintly, because I know you are a good person. Since Lin Chen agreed, she was no longer so cold, and her smile became more frequent. Hearing this answer, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Thankful that he had been poor for over 20 years, so he could be a good person. Let's go, it's my turn to buy you a gift. With the previous 6 million plus the recent large sum, Lin Chen had gained over 18 million from Chung Kor. Since the other party was sincere, he couldn't be stingy. Next, Lin Chen took her to shop around the mall. Whatever clothes, shoes, or bags Chung Kor thought looked good, he bought them all. Until the bags in their hands were too numerous to carry, they finally finished shopping. Spending over 800,000 in one go, Lin Chen didn't feel a pang of heartache, but truly experienced the feeling of spending money like water. It must be said, it felt damn good. Aben, why are you so good to me? After a shopping trip, Chung Kor's address to him changed from Lin Chen to Aben. Shopping wasn't part of her previous requests, and now all these expenses were willingly borne by Lin Chen. Kor, remember, I will repay 100-fold to anyone who is good to me sincerely. Chung Kor pondered, thinking to herself, it seems that Yang Man, that woman, really completely misjudged the situation. Let's go, I'll take you back first, and then I'll go to the store to order a car for you. Lin Chen wished he could devour this woman immediately and took Chung Kor home. Jinhua 4S store. When Wang Xingyan appeared again and directly bought an S6 for Yang Man, and even counted it towards her performance, it immediately drew envy from everyone. This guy Wang is really rich. He just bought a Q7, and now he's bought an S6. This surname Wang is really rich. He just bought a Q7, and now he's bought an S6. This time, Yang Man has really hooked a big fish. Look at how pleased she looks. What's there to be pleased about? She's just being a mistress, shameless. Alright, stop being sour. What's wrong with being a mistress? As long as there are rich people willing to spend money on her, some people want to be mistresses, but others don't even look at them. Who cares about the Wang family? Don't forget, Lin Chen paid in full for an R8 this morning. Maybe Chung Kor is the real winner. That's not necessarily true. Even if Lin Chen has money, he may not be willing to spend it on Chung Kor. The employees in the 4S store whispered to each other when no one was around, but Young Man paid no attention to their words. Nowadays, reputation is just a facade, only real money matters. Working hard for a lifetime might not even afford an S6, but now, it's easily within reach, with thousands of pocket money every month. And with her own means, maybe she could even elevate her status and become the envy of everyone as a wealthy wife. Yang Man was dreaming when suddenly there was a commotion in the showroom. She turned and saw the person she disliked. Look, Lin Chen is back. What's going on? Chung Kor is holding hands with him. Could they have gotten together so quickly? No need to doubt it. Lin Chen is so rich, it seems Chen Ke is not simple either. LV bags, and Chanel. They bought so many things. Seeing the couple in their shopping bags full of luxury items, the salespeople in the 4S store felt sour. Ke, which car do you like? Lin Chen ignored the others and asked Chen Ke after helping her put away the things they bought. Just buy an A5. Chen Ke smiled lightly, her requirements for a car were not high. A 5? Lin Chen frowned. The car would cost around 500,000, which he felt was too cheap and not worthy of Chen Ke. How about an A7 instead? No need to waste money, it's just a means of transportation. Chen Ke smiled faintly, feeling that Lin Chen was genuinely willing to spend money on her. Even if she was being supported, meeting someone who genuinely cared for her was also a kind of luck. As they were talking, a figure approached them. Chen Ji, what's going on here? Wang Feng glanced at Chen Ke and winked at Lin Chen. Although this guy's surname was also Wang, he was not a big shot and not so materialistic. After the incident with Yang Man, he was the only one who stood up for Lin Chen. Mind your own business, kid. Lin Chen scolded with a smile. Wang Feng was not angry, he just smirked and moved closer. Chen Ji, let me tell you, that short and stout Wang guy came again, and he ordered an S6 for Yang Man, but it's on installment payment, not as extravagant as your gesture. Lin Chen raised his voice, Ke, let's make a deal. I'll buy you a top-of-the-line A8 to drive for now, and then we'll get you a sports car later. Men, of course, cared about their image, and he was no exception. The car his woman drove reflected his status. He had planned to buy Chen Ke an A7, but now he upgraded to an A8. Others were already paying attention to the situation and heard Lin Chen's words clearly. On the other side of the showroom, the smile on Yang Man's face disappeared. The S6 she had just ordered was no longer appealing, and even seemed a bit embarrassing. A top-of-the-line A8 cost over 2 million, while her S6 was only 50,000, not in the same league at all. It's too expensive. I don't need to compare with others. Chen Ke shook her head, rejecting Lin Chen's proposal. She had already stated her conditions and didn't need to spend more money. Ke, I've said it before, as long as someone treats me sincerely, I will repay them 100-fold. Don't worry, just an A8 car, I can still afford it. Lin Chen felt even more satisfied when he heard her refusal. Compared to Yang Man, the woman in front of him, Chen Ke, was not only beautiful but also kind-hearted, like night and day. Although she said she didn't need it, he had no intention of saving money. Moreover, he had just earned over 18 million today, so spending a little more now would increase Chen Ke's sincerity index in the future. If I say I'll buy it, I'll buy it. Seeing this, Chen Ke had to get up and fetch the contract. Although others were envious, they also knew that Lin Chen wouldn't give such a big deal to anyone else, so they didn't try to get involved. Next, they signed the contract and made the payment with a credit card. The whole process took only a few minutes. After spending over 2 million, Chen Ke finally got the key to the A8. When Yang Man saw Lin Chen swiping his card, she completely collapsed, and without caring about work, she fled amidst the gloating looks of others. Chen Ge, have a drink of water. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out. Lin Chen looked up and was somewhat surprised. Yan Zi, why aren't you with the clients? Wu Yan smiled awkwardly, but still shamelessly stayed. Chen Ge, it's the off-season recently, and there aren't as many clients in our store. Lin Chen looked at her with interest. When he had just resigned yesterday, he had asked her to buy cigarettes, but she had refused under the pretext of accompanying clients. Unexpectedly, she was now shamelessly approaching him. However, since someone had come to take advantage of him, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. He casually took the drink from Wu Yan's hand, took a sip, and then put it down. Ding! Critical hit triggered, for yuan consumption rebate from Wu Yan, sincerity index 23.56%, reverse critical hit 2,356 times. Received 9,424 yuan, please check carefully. Only 23% sincerity index, on the same level as a mistress. Lin Chen immediately understood that she was targeting his financial strength, and she didn't even have a hint of remorse. However, although Wu Yan was good at dressing up, her foundation was too poor, she was just average looking, and she wasn't sincere, so he wouldn't spend money on her. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't say anything harsh, Wu Yan also breathed a sigh of relief and kept flattering him, making it seem like she was very familiar with Lin Chen. However, she didn't know that in Lin Chen's mind, she had already been passed over. The reason he didn't drive her away was that Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with these people, and considering that Chen Ke was still working here, he didn't want to make things too difficult for the others. Chen Ge, have a smoke. Seeing that Wu Yan had successfully struck up a conversation, Lu Weiwei, who was wearing black stockings, also approached and handed over an unopened pack of cigarettes. The sales staff here, even if they didn't smoke, would always have a pack ready to provide better service to smoking clients. Yesterday, before Lin Chen left, he had asked her for a cigarette, but Lu Weiwei had declined, saying she had to make a call to a client. Now that she had seen his financial power, she was actively trying to please him. Although he didn't think much of these two, Lin Chen didn't refuse such a good opportunity to take advantage of them and casually accepted the pack. Ding! Critical hit triggered, 45 yuan consumption rebate from Lu Weiwei, sincerity index 18.65, reverse critical hit 1,865 times. Received 83,925 yuan, please check carefully. This pack of cigarettes cost 45 yuan, and it seemed that Lu Weiwei was a bit reluctant, hence her sincerity index was only 18%, even lower than Wu Yan's. Lin Chen was completely speechless. These women all had smiles on their faces, but they were not sincere at all. If it weren't for the system, he might have been fooled by them. What is said about time revealing true feelings should actually be about wealth revealing true feelings. With a few sycophantic flies around him, Lin Chen couldn't sit still. Core, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I'll call you when everything is settled. Shen Core nodded lightly to indicate her understanding. Before leaving, Lin Chen transferred another 1 million directly to her. He didn't care at all about the 10,000 monthly living expenses. As long as this woman was sincerely following him, he wouldn't let her lack money to spend. After leaving the 4S store, Lin Chen drove straight back to his residence. In order to make it convenient for work, he had rented a single apartment nearby for 800 yuan a month. There was a lively market downstairs from the apartment, making it very convenient for shopping. Before yesterday, he used to ride shared bikes to and from work, but now driving only took him a dozen minutes. However, when he arrived at his residence, Lin Chen found it a bit troublesome to park. Looking at the chaotic market with cars parked haphazardly, he suddenly felt a bit distressed. If his car, worth over 2 million, was scratched by someone, it would be very troublesome to repair. It seems that I should buy a house for myself as well. After all, he would also have to buy a house for Chen Core in the future, so if he saw one he liked, he might as well buy one for himself. After circling the market twice, he finally found a place to park. When he returned to his room, Lin Chen took a hasty shower, changed into a loose casual t-shirt, and lay on the bed with his phone. Glancing at his account balance, there was still over 17 million, more than enough to buy 2 houses. Lin Chen laughed foolishly holding his phone for a while. Next, I have to continue making money. At the thought of making money, the figure of Lu Xiaoyu appeared in his mind. With a sincerity index of over 90%, the effect of swiping money was even more terrifying. However, after thinking of Lu Xiaoyu, what Lin Chen cared about was no longer just making money. After all, anyone could swipe money, but Lu Xiaoyu was the only one in the world. Looking at his phone, it was only 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Chen immediately went out, this time without driving, and directly called a Didi to Lu Xiaoyu's small restaurant. Half an hour later, the car stopped 50 meters away from the small restaurant, and Lin Chen got out of the car early and walked over step by step. Xiaoyu, I'm here to mooch a meal again. At this moment, the restaurant was empty, with only Lu Xiaoyu busy inside. Oh, Lin Chen, just sit for a while, I'll be done with what I'm doing and come over. Lu Xiaoyu greeted him and continued to be busy in the kitchen. It's okay, you just keep busy. Lin Chen looked around the restaurant and then approached the kitchen door, watching Lu Xiaoyu busy preparing the vegetables. At this moment, she was bending over, cutting potato strips on the cutting board. With each movement of her hand, the potatoes were cut into evenly thick strips, showing her skill. Today, Lu Xiaoyu was wearing a black and white striped short-sleeved shirt, with one button on the collar undone at some point. Lin Chen, standing at 1.8 meters tall, could see a glimpse of pure white. As she cut the vegetables, her large bosom kept trembling, making people dizzy. Guest, please sit, I'll be done in a moment. Lu Xiaoyu raised her head and noticed that Lin Chen's gaze was a bit off, so she lowered her head and her pretty face blushed. However, she was too busy at the moment to free up her hands. Ahem. Well, I've been sitting all day today, so I'll stand for a while. Lin Chen coughed lightly and continued to stand in place, watching Lu Xiaoyu cut the vegetables. Feeling the scorching gaze from him, Lu Xiaoyu could only lower her head. Seeing that the beautiful scenery was blocked, Lin Chen could only turn around somewhat regretfully. Xiaoyu, I'll have that bottle of beer first. In the corner of the small restaurant, there was a refrigerator with various beverages and beer inside. Just now, feeling thirsty, he immediately took a bottle of snow beer from the refrigerator. Guest, help yourself to whatever you want to drink. By the way, do you want to eat something later? Lu Xiaoyu's voice came, and the sound of chopping stopped. It seemed that all the vegetables had been cut. I don't mind, you can arrange it. Lin Chen replied, picked up the bottle opener from the refrigerator, opened the beer directly, and took a big gulp, feeling instantly refreshed. I made fresh beef dumplings today. Shall I cook a bowl for you? Sure, I'll leave it to you. Lin Chen found a table to sit down, drinking beer while watching the busy figure in the kitchen, his mind suddenly filled with thoughts. Although Chang Kor was very beautiful, Lu Xiaoyu was more charming. If he had to choose a wife between the two, Lin Chen would lean towards the latter. Only kids make choices. Of course, I want both. Lin Chen began to ponder the possibility of this matter. In Lu Xiaoyu's eyes, he was still just an ordinary person, and she was not a materialistic woman, so when Lin Chen came over this time, he didn't even drive. Before getting a clear attitude from the other party, he was not prepared to reveal his financial strength. Lost in thought, Lu Xiaoyu had already walked out with a big bowl. Guest, see if it suits your taste. Lin Chen glanced and found that the buttons on the other party's collar were already fastened, which made him slightly puzzled. Lu Xiaoyu clearly saw the look and expression on his face just now, and her pretty face blushed again. Not bad, Xiaoyu, your cooking skills are amazing. Lin Chen picked up a dumpling, took a bite, and immediately praised it. You always say nice things. Lu Xiaoyu smiled and pursed her lips. By the way, I also made a cold dish for you, I'll be right back. With that, she turned and walked towards the kitchen. Lin Chen watched her swaying figure and smiled knowingly. This meal, the other party definitely didn't intend to charge for it. This woman was really gentle and kind. If he could marry her, it would definitely be a blessing. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu came out again with a plate of cold cucumber salad. Xiaoyu, don't be busy, you should also sit down. Okay, I'll take a break too. I guess there will be customers coming later. The two chatted casually, and Lin Chen occasionally made jokes, making the other party laugh heartily. As they were chatting, a resentful voice suddenly came from behind. What are you chatting about? Why are you so happy? Lin Chen turned his head and saw a 17 or 18-year-old girl, who was indeed youthful and beautiful, but at the moment, she was staring at the two with a gloomy expression and a hint of hostility in her eyes. Although a little puzzled, he thought the other party was a customer coming to eat at the restaurant, so he didn't think much of it. Lu Xiaoyu's smile faded. Nan is back, you should sit down, I'll go serve your meal. Sister-in-law, how can you flirt with other men like this? Is this fair to my brother? Is this fair to our Wang family? Wang Jianan was full of anger and spoke without mercy. Sister-in-law? Wang family? It was as if thunder had struck Lin Chen's ears, and the chopsticks in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Lu Xiaoyu was suddenly embarrassed and explained in a low voice, Nan, this is my high school classmate, also our fellow villager. What fellow villager? Do you really think I'm blind? You almost sat on his lap just now. Wang Jianan pushed Lu Xiaoyu away and ran into the kitchen in anger. Lu Xiaoyu stumbled as she was tripped by a chair, and she was about to fall backwards. Lin Chen quickly reached out and supported her. Holding the soft waist of the other party with both hands, Lin Chen was too preoccupied to feel anything, and asked incredulously, Xiaoyu, what's going on? Lu Xiaoyu felt his hot hands and immediately stood up, taking a step back. Binzi, this is my younger sister. She likes to act like a child usually, don't take it to heart, she said. Seeing the other party admit it, Lin Chen felt a hint of bitterness. He had wanted to slowly get in touch with Lu Xiaoyu before further developing their relationship, but now he found out that she was already married. Since his last name wasn't Chao, he was destined to have no connection with her. This was simply fate playing tricks on him. When did you get married? Why didn't you inform me? Lin Chen tried to act nonchalant, but his expression was still somewhat unnatural. Lu Xiaoyu thought he was feeling uncomfortable because of what Wang Jianan had said and immediately explained, it's all in the past. At that time, we couldn't contact each other. Binzi, don't take it to heart. Lin Chen nodded, it's okay, I've just finished eating. I'll leave first, you go and persuade your younger sister. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the half bowl of dumplings left, bit her lip, and nodded. You should come often when you're free. Okay. Lin Chen took out his phone to pay, but Lu Xiaoyu repeatedly stopped him. Helpless, he had to turn and leave. Ding! Triggered a critical hit, 32 yuan consumption rebate from Lu Xiaoyu, sincerity index 91.43, reverse critical hit 9,143 times. Received 292,576 yuan, please check carefully. Lin Chen walked out of the small restaurant in a daze, showing no interest in the 290,000 yuan reward he had received. Watching Lin Chen walk away, a hint of loss flashed in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes, and she sighed lightly. She had a feeling that Lin Chen might never come here again. Shaking her head, she turned and walked towards the kitchen. Nan, the young man just now is called Lin Chen. He's my high school classmate and also our fellow villager. I happened to run into him yesterday, so I came to take care of the business. Wang Jianan didn't believe her at all. Humph. Fellow villager? I think it's an old flame. You just got married to my brother, and he had an accident. Now, it's only been 2 years, and you're already in a hurry to find a new partner? Lu Xiaoyu felt indescribably bitter. In the past 2 years, whenever a man came to the store, Wang Jianan would make a scene after seeing him. As a result, in these 2 years in Jiangcheng, none of her old classmates or friends dared to come here to eat, afraid of being misunderstood by this girl. Today, she ran into Lin Chen again, and she was afraid he wouldn't come again in the future. Nan, believe it or not, he really is my old classmate. He just came to have a meal. Anyway, you've been admitted to the music academy. After the summer vacation, we'll go to Hang City. Lin Chen couldn't remember how he got back to his place, his mind was in a daze. Today, he was in a great mood because of Chen Karen's matter, but now knowing that Lu Xiaoyu was already married made it hard for him to accept. In this world, good-looking appearances were common, but interesting souls were rare. Some people, once missed, could only be missed. For the next 2 days, he stayed at home, unable to muster any enthusiasm for anything. The matter of buying a house was also temporarily put on hold. In the afternoon, he received a text message on his phone, but he didn't see it until the evening. Little White Rabbit, Uncle, why haven't I seen you playing games these past 2 days? Lin Chen casually replied, not in the mood, don't want to play. Ding. Instant reply. Little White Rabbit, Uncle, are you heartbroken? Lin Chen, yes. I just found out that my crush is married. Little White Rabbit, that's tough. Uncle, there's a King's Glory exhibition in a few days, and there will be many celebrity players there. I'll give you an e-ticket, go and relax a bit then. Patting head, soon, she sent another screenshot of an electronic ticket. Ding. Triggered a critical hit, a 288 yuan consumption rebate from Bai Lele, with a sincerity index of 73.66% and a reverse critical hit of 7,366 times. Received amount 2,121,408 yuan, please check carefully. Lin Chen was stunned, unexpectedly triggering another critical hit of over 2 million for no reason. He was about to reply when Xiaobai Rabbit sent another text, Uncle, I'm going to live broadcast now, the live room number is XXXXXX, you can come and play if you have time. Lin Chen deleted half of the message he was about to send, thought for a moment, and directly opened the Douyu live broadcast, searching for the live room number Xiaobai Rabbit had just sent. The next moment, he saw Bai Lele dressed in a fluffy outfit, striking various poses. At a glance, he knew she was posing as Xiao Daji. The name of the live room was Little White Rabbit, with only over 10,000 online fans and not many comments in the barrage, indicating that the popularity was not that great. Soon, Lin Chen remembered that Bai Lele had mentioned she mainly participated in some performances, occasionally doing irregular live broadcasts, but each live broadcast never exceeded an hour. Looking at her cute appearance on the screen, Lin Chen's mood suddenly improved. The fact that Lu Xiaoyu was already married was unchangeable, so why should he miss out on other beautiful things? With this in mind, Lin Chen opened the reward interface and sent 10 royal salute cannons in a row. Xiaobai Rabbit had just triggered a critical hit of 2 million, so he couldn't be stingy either. Bai Lele had just finished playing Xiao Daji and was about to change clothes when she suddenly saw the special effects of the royal salute cannons exploding on the screen of the live room. Immediately, one after another cannon exploded, a total of 10 in a row. User Young Aben sent 10 royal salute cannons to the anchor Little White Rabbit. Seeing this ID, Bai Lele immediately realized that all 10 royal salute cannons were sent by Lin Chen. She didn't even have time to change clothes and directly shouted to the live room, Chingu, stop sending, I'm not competing for the rankings. Before she finished speaking, the scene of the cannon exploding appeared again in the barrage. User Young Aben sent 10 royal salute cannons to the anchor Little White Rabbit. 20 royal salute cannons in a row were sent out, and the barrage, which had been lifeless just now, suddenly became lively. Damn! This is encountering a local tyrant. Young Aubin? Chengge, I'm Sister Bai, not Little White Rabbit. Little White Rabbit, why don't you perform a handstand for Chengge? Seeing that Lin Chen not only didn't stop but sent another 10 royal salute cannons, Bai Lei became anxious and jumped around. Those little white rabbits really did jump one by one. Chengge, stop sending, I can only take half of the gifts you send, I don't have the money to refund you. Before she finished speaking, swish swish swish, another 10 royal salute cannons were sent. Bai Lei's vision darkened, and she inwardly exclaimed that it was over. In a hurry, she quickly closed the live room. As long as she went offline, others couldn't send gifts anymore. After sending 30 royal salute cannons in a row and experiencing the feeling of spending money like water again, Lin Chen's mood completely improved. No matter what emotional injury, it couldn't be cured without money. Just then, Bai Lei's call came in. Uncle, why did you send so many gifts? As soon as the video call connected, Bai Lei grinned, completely unaware that her clothes were slipping down with her movements. Lin Chen took a good look and then smiled. Xiao Bai, I'm a bit hungry, how about you treat me to some skewers? Bai Lei was stunned, then remembered that the other party had just broken up, and furrowed her brows. Uncle, isn't it a bit late now? If you give a stranger 200 yuan, they might be wary, but if you give them 2 million at once, there won't be such a problem. What's the rush? It's the perfect time. Lin Chen said with a faint smile, suddenly wanting to catch the lively little white rabbit himself. The evil rich people. Bai Lei muttered, glaring fiercely at Lin Chen through the screen. Although she usually seemed silly, she was not really stupid. She knew exactly what Lin Chen was up to. Thinking about the 20,000 gifts he had just given her, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. Uncle, there's no place near where I live to eat skewers. Bai Lei tried to find an excuse, but Lin Chen didn't fall for it at all, calmly saying, it's okay, just send me the address, and I'll come pick you up later. Watching Bai Lei's conflicted expression on the screen, Lin Chen didn't rush her, patiently waiting for her to make her own decision. Well, I'll send you the address first, then I'll hang up. After hanging up the phone, Bai Lei rubbed her head frantically, muttering to herself, Bai Lei, what are you doing? It's just 20,000, it's not like you've never seen money before. Although she wasn't short of money, her family was only middle class, and she had never encountered a tycoon like Lin Chen, who casually gave away tens of thousands of dollars. More importantly, she didn't dislike Lin Chen, and now that he had been so generous, she felt a little curious about him. A woman's downfall often begins with curiosity about a man. Bai Lei, in a state of confusion, immediately sent her location to Lin Chen and then called her best friend. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, the golden time for live streaming. Zhuo, as usual, was playing a chicken eating game when her phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, she hung up directly. But the next moment, the phone rang again. She couldn't stand the torture and had to quit the game, leave her seat, and answer the phone. Bai Lei, what's gotten into you? Don't you know I'm live streaming? Cindy, it seems like the uncle wants to pursue me, what should I do? Bai Lei pouted, completely ignoring Zhuo's outburst. Zhuo was taken aback, thinking of Lin Chen's previous lavishness, and felt a little uncomfortable. Lei, you didn't agree, did you? That guy doesn't seem like a good person. She had long forgotten about the incident where Lin Chen had given her over $10,000 in gifts. But, the uncle just gave me 30 royal salutes, I can't afford to refuse. Bai Lei was almost in tears. 30 royal salutes, that's 200,000. Is that guy really that rich? Yes, the uncle said he has a few million in pocket money every month. Bai Lei blurted out Lin Chen's background. What are you going to do? Zhuo was taken aback. As a network anchor, she had heard about many tycoons, and since he had given her so much money, she couldn't just refuse. Cindy, the uncle asked me to go out for a late-night snack, I want you to come with me. Bai Lei had never experienced anything like this before and immediately thought of her best friend. Zhuo's eyes flickered, and her mind quickly turned, no. If Bai Lei clings to that guy, what will I do in the future? Lei, wait for me, I'll be right over. Thank you, Cindy, hurry up, the uncle might come over soon. After hanging up the phone, Zhuo quit the game and started to plan. As a small anchor, she could only make a few $1,000s a month, but if she could tie down a tycoon like Lin Chen, making money would be much easier. Zhuo just wanted to say one thing to her best friend, you can't control this kind of tycoon, let me handle it. Soon, she changed into a camisole and a short skirt, and finally put on a pair of black stockings before heading out with a clatter. Following the address given by Lele, Lin Chen quickly set off in his Audi R8 worth over 2 million. After reflecting on the past 2 days, he understood one thing, which was to seize the moment. The best way to heal emotional wounds is to fight poison with poison. Tonight, he had originally planned to meet Chen Cure, but since the house matter was not settled, he didn't feel right to ask for anything directly. Unexpectedly, Lele took the initiative to come to him. Since it's all meat, might as well eat the first piece. Half an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the address Lele had given. Xiaobai, I'm here, where are you? I'm by the roadside, why haven't I seen you? Holding the phone, Lele looked around and saw another sports car approaching. She subconsciously took 2 steps back. Zuosini had a keen eye and immediately recognized the value of the sports car in front of her. Lele, look, this is an Audi R8, a luxury car worth over 2 million. Although Lele was surprised by the price of the car, she didn't dwell on it and continued to look for Lin Chen's figure. But in the next moment, the car window of the Audi R8 rolled down, revealing Lin Chen's smiling face. Xiaobai, get in the car. Lele was stunned. Uncle, is this your car? Just now Zuosini had just informed her about the price of the car, and she didn't expect it to belong to Lin Chen. What nonsense, I'm starving. Lin Chen urged again. Oh, okay. Lele nodded obediently, but after getting into the car, she was dumbfounded to find that it was a 2-seater, leaving no place for Zuosini. Uncle, what about Sister Cindy? Zuosini stood awkwardly next to the R8, feeling too embarrassed to compete with Lele for a seat in the car. Lin Chen had already seen Zuosini, but he ignored her. If he brought along a third wheel, how could he catch the little white rabbit? But now that Lele had spoken, he couldn't pretend not to have seen her. Sorry, Cindy, my car is full, why don't you figure something out yourself? Zuosini forced a smile. It's okay, Shinji, you and Lele go first, I'll take a taxi over. Lin Chen was also speechless. He didn't expect this woman to have no sense at all, she was clearly being a third wheel. Right, Cindy, you take a taxi, we'll go to the Big Beard barbecue stall first. Lele also breathed a sigh of relief. If Zuosini didn't follow, she wouldn't have the confidence. Okay, let's go first. Lin Chen waved at Zuosini, then took the little white rabbit and left. Lele helped point the way while sneakily sizing up Lin Chen, her heart pounding wildly. Lin Chen noticed her little actions, but didn't expose her. It seemed that this silly and sweet girl had no experience in love at all. He wondered how she had raised the little white rabbit. Soon, the car arrived at the Big Beard barbecue stall as Lele had mentioned. It was not yet 9 o'clock, and the vibrant nightlife was just beginning. The open-air barbecue stall was bustling with business, with almost all the tables filled. Lin Chen parked the car by the roadside and, seeing Lele still dawdling, couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaobai, we're here. If you want to go for a ride, I'll take you for a spin after dinner. Oh, okay. Lele quickly opened the car door and looked around, but she didn't see Zuosini's figure for a long time. Let's go, let's order first, Biao Biao will be here soon. Who's Biao Biao? Lele looked puzzled. Lin Chen took the lead, pulling the still startled little white rabbit to a vacant table. Stop looking, let's order first. Lele quickly handed over the menu. Uncle, I'll treat you today. Feel free to order whatever you like. Really? Lin Chen couldn't help but tease her when he saw her eager expression. Lele immediately nodded, looking sincere. Okay, I just broke up today. I want to drink baijiu later. Go get me a bottle. Lin Chen didn't hold back either. All right. Lele quickly got up. She didn't know much about baijiu, but with Lin Chen's status, he definitely wouldn't be used to cheap liquor. After asking the waiter and finding out that they didn't have Maotai or Wulianye, she immediately ran to a nearby liquor store and bought a bottle of Wulianye. When she hurried back, she found that Zuosini had already arrived, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle, I bought you a bottle of Wulianye. I don't know if you're used to it. Lin Chen looked at it and smiled. I've never had this before. I'll try it today. Lele panicked, thinking she had bought cheap liquor. She stuck out her tongue, afraid that Lin Chen wouldn't like it. Sorry, I don't know much about buying alcohol. Ding! Trigger critical hit. Lele's 1,799 yuan consumption rebate activated. Sincerity index 60.12. Reverse critical hit 6,012 times. Amount received 10,815,588 yuan, please check carefully. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Chen's hands trembled, and the bottle of Wuliangye almost fell to the ground. Another over 10 million yuan. This little white rabbit was really a gold mine. Since that was the case, he had to make a move. However, this time the sincerity index was a bit low. It seemed that she really didn't want to drink. Chen Ji, let me pour the wine for you. Zhuo Sini, who was next to them, was very perceptive. She quickly took the wine glass and filled it for Lin Chen. You guys should also pour some and have a drink with me. Beilei panicked, I can't drink. I'll get drunk after one glass. Not being able to drink was good. If she didn't get drunk, where would he have the chance? Lin Chen didn't hesitate and ignored the little white rabbit's words, saying to Zhuo Sini, fill them all up. Okay, Chen Ji, I'll bask in your glory today and have a drink with you. Zhuo Sini took the glasses of both of them and filled them up. At this moment, the skewers were also being served one after another. Lin Chen was already a bit hungry and picked up a skewer. Come, let's have some to line our stomachs, so we won't get drunk easily later. Beilei, after hearing this, also picked up a skewer and took a bite before asking, what is this? I've never had it before. She had acted too quickly, and Zhuo Sini hadn't had a chance to remind her. Lin Chen found it amusing and explained to her, this is grilled kidney. It's very nutritious. I ordered 10 skewers just now. You should eat more too. Beilei spat out the kidney in her mouth and stared at Lin Chen in disbelief. Uncle, how could you make me eat this kind of thing? Lin Chen continued to eat the skewer, his mouth full of oil. I didn't make you eat it. You were too quick. Didn't you see Sini didn't touch it? Beilei turned to look and indeed saw that Zhuo Sini hadn't moved. She gave her a resentful look and then took a few sips from her water glass. Alright, Lele, this is actually very common. It's not what you think. Zhuo Sini pretended to be magnanimous and quickly comforted her. Humph. Then why aren't you eating? Beilei wasn't really stupid. Seeing her friend smirking, she knew she had just embarrassed herself. I'm on a diet recently. I can't eat meat at night. You're still dieting? You've even lost your chest. Beilei muttered casually. It was just a joke, but Zhuo Sini heard it and felt a little unhappy when she looked at the chubby little white rabbit on the other side, comparing it to herself. Lin Chen ate while watching his two girlfriends bicker, smiling but saying nothing. Come on, let's drink to our friendship and wish it lasts forever. Beilei reluctantly took a sip, but after the spicy taste hit her throat, she refused to drink anymore. Lin Chen had never drunk this expensive wine before, and with the addition of an unwanted companion, he had to drink alone. Unconsciously, he finished the whole bottle by himself. Over an hour later. Xiaoyu, don't leave. Watching the drunken Lin Chen, who was calling out someone else's name, Beilei became angry. Sini, what should we do now? Zhuo Sini was also annoyed. She had dressed up carefully and had hoped to impress, but Lin Chen hadn't even looked at her all night. I don't know, maybe we should leave him here. He might wake up later. No, what if he encounters danger? In the end, the two women had to lift Lin Chen together and take him to a nearby Vienna hotel to book a room. The hotel receptionist, seeing two beautiful women with a drunken handsome man, was quite impressed. Fortunately, she maintained her professionalism and didn't say anything. After putting Lin Chen on the bed, Beilei was worried and stayed to watch for a while. Once she was sure he was asleep, she left with Zhuo Sini. They had gained nothing that night and had missed the live broadcast, so Zhuo Sini returned home with a belly full of anger. The next day. In a daze, Lin Chen was awakened by his phone ringing. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a strange room. He sat up abruptly, enduring the discomfort of a hangover, and once he confirmed that nothing had happened to him, he answered the call. Uncle, you're finally awake. I have something to do today, so take care of yourself. Beilei stuck out her tongue, looked at Lin Chen's pained expression, and hung up the phone once she confirmed he was okay. Ding! Triggered a critical hit from Beilei's 380 yuan expenditure, sincerity index 76.88, reverse critical hit 7,688 times. Received 2,921,440 yuan, please check carefully. Ding! Triggered a critical hit from Beilei's 288 yuan expenditure, sincerity index 80.65, reverse critical hit 8,065 times. Received 2,322,720 yuan, please check carefully. Two consecutive notification sounds rang in Lin Chen's mind. He glanced at the records and finally understood that the 380 yuan was for last night's barbecue, and the 288 yuan was for the hotel room. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. What a mess. He had woken up to an extra 5 million, and this wasn't even the result of his own initiative. He checked his phone and found a message from Josini. Chen good, do you think my outfit looks good? Below the message was a sexy black photo. Lin Chen critiqued it for 3 seconds and then replied with a message, you're too cocky. In the apartment, Josini was shopping online when she suddenly received a message. Opening it, she was surprised to see that it was from Lin Chen. You're too cocky. Josini was puzzled at first, but luckily, Chinese doesn't need to be read in order to understand its meaning. Placing the smaller characters at the end made the message easier to understand. Josini looked down at her chest, feeling resentful. After some thought, she quickly replied with a message. I heard that massaging them often makes them bigger. Is that true? Lin Chen finished freshening up and was about to leave the hotel when he noticed another message on his phone. As soon as Josini's message was opened, Lin Chen immediately became spirited. This woman, is she trying to deliver goods to the door? Although Josini's kid is too naive, her looks are not low, especially those long legs, which are quite a bonus. Lin Chen immediately picked up his phone and quickly replied, this kind of thing, you have to try it to know. Originally, he planned to take down Xia Beitu in one fell swoop last night, but the bitch ruined the good thing. Since the other party is now delivering it to his door, he won't be polite. On the other side, Josini has been holding her phone, waiting for Lin Chen's reply for a few minutes, and when she was disappointed, the phone suddenly made a sound. When she saw the content of the reply clearly, a smile immediately appeared at the corner of her mouth, and her fingers quickly tapped on the phone. Bitch, Brother Chen, I live alone and have no one to help, what should I do? Lin Chen, don't worry, send me your location, I'll come over to help you. Soon, the other party sent a location. Lin Chen opened the navigation and took a look. It was more than 20 kilometers away from the hotel where he was staying. He didn't hesitate anymore and immediately went downstairs to check out. Just as he walked out of the hotel, Lin Chen saw his Audi R8 parked on the side of the road, and there was a beautiful woman in a white suspender dress standing in front of the car. The beautiful woman looked around and occasionally turned her head to look at the luxury car next to her, apparently waiting for someone. Lin Chen's mouth curled up, and he walked slowly towards her. When Tang Lan went downstairs in the morning, she saw a sports car parked on the side of the road. When she approached and took a closer look, it turned out to be an Audi R8, which surprised her. The place where she lived could only be considered the outskirts of Jiangqing City, and nearby were mostly cheap rental houses. Although BMWs and Mercedes-Benz cars were not uncommon, she had never seen a R8 that cost over 2 million. The person who could drive such a luxury car must be extraordinary. Tang Lan immediately had the idea of making friends with the owner of this luxury car, but unexpectedly, after waiting for a long time and feeling her legs getting sore, she still didn't see the owner of the car. Just when she was feeling annoyed, she saw a nerd dressed in cheap clothes walking towards her. The young man looked quite handsome, but with that outfit, it probably didn't cost more than 200 or 300 yuan. Tang Lan immediately dismissed him in her mind. Seeing the man getting closer, it seemed like he was walking towards her. She frowned and subconsciously took a step back to keep her distance from this nerd. Unexpectedly, the other party took advantage of the situation and stopped in front of her. Hello, beautiful, please move aside. Lin Chen politely smiled at the other party. He wasn't trying to strike up a conversation, but the key was that the woman was blocking the car door. If she didn't move, he couldn't get into the car. Hey, what are you doing? Isn't this wide road enough for you to walk? Tang Lan was not polite at all. She could tell at a glance that this nerd was either trying to take a photo with her car or trying to strike up a conversation with her. She was not interested in this poor nerd at all. Lin Chen reached into his pocket and took out a little treasure, gently pressed it. Beep. The Audi R8 next to him immediately unlocked, startling Tang Lan, who subconsciously took a few steps back. Sorry, you're blocking my car. Lin Chen shook the car key in his hand, took advantage of the other party's space, and directly opened the car door and got in. Seeing this, Tang Lan finally reacted and didn't expect that she had misjudged. The nerd in front of her was actually the owner of the car she had been waiting for. She reacted quickly, a bunch of smiles appeared on her face, and she leaned towards the car window. Handsome, when I went downstairs just now, I saw a group of kids crowding around here. I was afraid they would scratch the car, so I waited here. Lin Chen couldn't guess the other party's thoughts, but he didn't expose it either. He smiled and nodded at the other person. Thank you. No need to thank me. Hey handsome, how about we exchange WeChat? In the future, when you park your car here, I can help watch over it. Tang Lan bent over, her thin straps slipping off her shoulders, revealing half of her ample bosom. Lin Chen's gaze lingered for a second, then he looked at her heavily made-up face and lost interest instantly. Although he wanted to eat meat, he wasn't so hungry that he would eat just anything. This woman's looks couldn't compare to those of a prostitute. Besides, he was in a hurry to go for a luxurious meal, and he really didn't fancy this roadside fast food. No need, I have something urgent to attend to. After nodding at the other party again, Lin Chen started the car and drove away. Humph. It's just a couple of bucks, what's so great about that? Tang Lan, who missed the opportunity, muttered sourly as she watched the R8 drive away. Driving a luxury car worth over 2 million, Lin Chen clearly felt that the cars competing with him on the road had disappeared, as if the world had become lighter. No wonder everyone envied those with financial means. Lin Chen rolled down the car window, enjoying the cold breeze, humming a tune, feeling particularly content. The road was clear, and after more than 20 minutes, he arrived at a residential area called Four Seasons Garden, following the address given by Zhuosini. The residential area looked a bit old, and the location was quite average, so the house prices probably weren't that high. Lin Chen quickly found Building 7, and before the car had even come to a stop, he saw Zhuosini standing downstairs. Zhuosini had clearly dressed up carefully, wearing a pink spaghetti-strap dress, her long legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, attracting attention. Chen Gu, park here. Zhuosini waved her hand and quickly ran to a nearby parking space, starting to guide the car in reverse. Lin Chen was an experienced driver, so his driving skills were naturally impeccable. He parked perfectly. Sini, why do you live in a place like this? The environment in this residential area is quite average. Lin Chen locked the car and naturally placed his hand on her shoulder. Zhuosini stiffened all over, looking somewhat uncomfortable, but she didn't dare to push him away. She had intended to cling to his thigh, but she hadn't thought about getting herself involved. Moreover, during their previous 2 meetings, Lin Chen had always been polite and hadn't made any inappropriate moves. Chen Gu, you know the housing prices in Jiangcheng. I don't make much money in a month, so it's good enough for me to live here. Zhuosini forced a smile, feeling relieved that Lin Chen had only placed his hand on her shoulder and hadn't made any further moves. Lin Chen casually said, it's okay. When you start broadcasting, just let me know, and I'll send you some gifts. At least it will help you move to a better place. Thank you, Chen Gu. How about coming up to my place? Zhuosini was overjoyed, feeling that her careful dressing had indeed worked. Sure, let's take a look. Lin Chen hadn't expected her to be so straightforward, but he went along with it. The residential area consisted of 7-story low-rise buildings without elevators. Zhuosini lived on the 3rd floor, and the two of them quickly went upstairs. Welcome, Chen Gu, to my humble abode. Zhuosini opened the door and joked as she smiled. Lin Chen smiled faintly and walked in, resembling the big bad wolf in a fairy tale. The apartment had 2 bedrooms and a living room, much larger than the single apartment Lin Chen rented. Although the decoration was quite ordinary, the place was tidy. With Zhuosini's introduction, Lin Chen casually looked around. Chen Gu, when will you take me to visit your place? Zhuosini joked casually, testing the waters. Although Lin Chen drives a luxury car worth over 2 million, it's hard to say exactly how wealthy he is. If we could see where he lives, we would have a clearer understanding. Lin Chen smiled and said, the place I used to live was just average. I'm planning to buy a new villa. I'd like to invite you to help me clean up when the time comes. After all, I'm a careless man, and you girls are good at this kind of thing. This sentence contains a lot of information. Zhuosini quickly understood the implications. First, Lin Chen is still single. Second, he is very wealthy, as he wants to buy a villa. Okay, remember to let me know when the time comes, Zhuosini readily agreed. It was Lin Chen's first time in a girl's room, and he looked around curiously, but didn't find anything of interest except for a small live streaming room, which caught his attention. Seeing Lin Chen sitting in her usual live streaming spot, Zhuosini immediately complained, Brother Chen, Lele said you gave her 30 royal salutes yesterday. You can't be too biased. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile, you're different from her. By Lele, that silly and sweet girl, had a sincerity index that had always remained at around 70%, and he intended to cultivate her for the long term. As for Biao Biao, she was at best a tool, only good for taking advantage of. Joacini misunderstood his meaning and immediately straightened her chest. How am I different? I can do what Lele can do, and I can do it better than her. Lin Chen leaned back in his chair and patted his thigh. Come, standing is tiring, sit and chat. After hesitating for a moment, Joacini bit her lip and, with determination, sat on his lap. Fortunately, Lin Chen's hands remained on her waist, which relieved Joacini. Lin Chen smiled slightly. I heard Lele say you're very good at winning in the game. Of course, Brother Chen, if you don't believe me, I'll show you. Joacini looked proud. Okay, let me see how good your skills are first. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, finally getting to the point after waiting for so long. Wait here, I'll go get my phone. Just as Joacini was about to get up, Lin Chen stopped her. Why do you need your phone? Brother Chen, don't you want to see my skills? Yes, I want to see how skilled you are, not watch you play games. Joacini was stunned, and in the next moment, her face turned red. She quickly got up and took 2 steps forward, as if the other person was a ferocious beast. Brother Chen, what do you mean? Joacini stood there, at a loss, looking at Lin Chen with fear. Lin Chen remained calm and patted his thigh again. Cini, I never force anyone. It's just 30 royal salutes, and I can afford it. But you have to show me your skills first. 30 royal salutes, that's 200,000. Joacini was instantly caught in a dilemma. She knew that this was the best opportunity. If she could satisfy Lin Chen's request, it would be like securing her future. But if she chose to refuse, she might have to completely cut ties with this wealthy man. Is it worth it? Joacini asked herself repeatedly in her mind. Soon, she had an answer. In the game, she was good at winning, but in reality, she had no experience. Brother Chen. I don't know how to. It's okay, you can learn slowly. You'll have to master this skill sooner or later. Learning it early will bring you a different life. Joacini walked slowly towards Lin Chen. The rest of the content is available upon reward. It's clear that the other person's skills are not that great, lacking practical experience. It's very likely the first time. 10 minutes later. Lin Chen felt refreshed. Xine, it looks like he'll have to practice more in the future. Thank you, Shinji. Joacini stammered, somewhat unclear, and then turned and ran. Hearing the sound of rushing water, Lin Chen also stood up and stretched his muscles. 5 minutes later, Joacini finally walked out of the bathroom. Xine, do you have anything to drink here? I'm a little thirsty. Lin Chen spoke, wanting to see if the current Joacini would be different from before. Shinji, just wait a moment. Zua. Cini quickly ran to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and took out a bottle of milk. I only have milk here, is that okay? Lin Chen looked at the Tetra Pak in her hand, then at Joacini's red lips, and suddenly felt a little disgusted. Forget it, I can't drink it, you keep it for yourself to drink next time. Joacini was stunned, then remembered what had just happened, and could only blush as she put the milk back in the refrigerator and poured a glass of water. Lin Chen took a sip and, looking at the still somewhat absent-minded Joacini, said, By the way, let me know when you go live tonight. I'll send you some gifts. Joacini slowly came back to her senses, her eyes somewhat complicated. Shinji, can you treat me like you treat Lele? She was much smarter than the silly and sweet-eye Lele, and even though she had just done as requested, she could still feel that Lin Chen's attitude towards her and by Lele was clearly different. Since some things had been done, they had to be maximized for their benefit. Joacini told herself in her heart, Lin Chen's thigh, I've grabbed it, and I have to hold on tighter. This woman is not only shrewd, but also very greedy. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Let's go, let me tell you the difference between you and Xiaobai. Joacini saw him stand up and immediately followed suit, wanting to see for herself where she fell short. The two quickly went downstairs. This time, Joacini finally got her wish and got into the luxury car, carefully touching the decorations inside, completely forgetting the unpleasantness from earlier. Chen Ji, where are we going? You'll find out in a moment. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously, started the car, and left the neighborhood. A few minutes later, the car quickly stopped by the roadside. Just as Joacini was full of doubts, Lin Chen rolled down the window and pointed to a tobacco and liquor store on the roadside, saying, Go buy me a bottle of liquor. Joacini knew that Lin Chen was testing her, so she immediately got out of the car, calculating her thoughts while walking towards the tobacco and liquor store. It was still morning, and there were not many customers in the store, only a middle-aged man in his 40s who looked like the owner. The owner of the tobacco and liquor store was bored playing on the computer when he suddenly saw a tall and beautiful woman walk in, and immediately spoke, Beauty, what would you like to buy? Do you have woolianye? Yes, we have various types here. Which one are you looking for? The owner perked up upon hearing that she wanted to buy woolianye, knowing that he had encountered a wealthy person. Zwasini didn't know much about liquor, but she remembered that Bai Lele had bought woolianye yesterday, and immediately looked in the direction the owner pointed. Fortunately, she had a good memory and saw the one Bai Lele had bought yesterday at a glance. Boss, how much is this bottle? This is the 52-degree strong aroma type, and it's 1,799 yuan per bottle. Upon hearing the price, Zwasini felt a little distressed, as she hadn't gained anything and now had to spend over 1,000 yuan. Then give me a bottle. Wait, do you have anything more expensive? Seeing the owner had already taken out a bottle and was about to pack it, Zwasini suddenly asked. She suddenly remembered that she wasn't just here to buy alcohol, but more importantly, to pass Lin Chen's test. Since Bai Lele bought this kind, if she bought a more expensive bottle, wouldn't it please Lin Chen even more? The boss was taken aback and put back the 1,799 yuan bottle of woolianye, pointing to another bottle and saying, if you want something more expensive, take this one. It's the collector's edition, priced at 2,399 yuan, with a better taste than the one just now. 2,399 yuan. Zwasini began to calculate in her mind again. If she bought this more expensive bottle, Lin Chen should value her more. Thinking of this, she nodded and said, okay, I'll take one of those, give me a bottle. The boss could tell that this beauty probably didn't know much about liquor, but he didn't say much. His specialty store never sold fake goods, and since the customer only bought one bottle, there was no room for bargaining. Soon, the boss packed the collector's edition of woolianye, and Zwasini looked at the exquisite packaging, nodded, scanned the code to pay, and even put the receipt in the bag. Brother Chen, the boss said this is the collector's edition, with a better taste than the one yesterday. I don't know if you can handle it. Back in the car, Zwasini eagerly handed the just-bought woolianye to Lin Chen, and casually mentioned that it was better than the one from yesterday. How could Lin Chen not understand her meaning? He pretended to look at the woolianye in his hand, but was actually paying attention to the prompt in his mind. Ding! Critical hit triggered, 2,399 yuan consumption rebate from Zwasini, sincerity index 48.56, reverse critical hit 4,856 times. Received 11,645,544 yuan, please check carefully. Damn! Another over 11 million. And this bitch's sincerity index has actually increased significantly, quickly approaching 50%, whereas before it was just over 20%. Lin Chen was ecstatic, but didn't show it on his face. Seeing Zwasini looking at him nervously, he smiled faintly. Do you now realize the difference between yourself and Bai Lele? Zwasini was a little confused. She had clearly bought a more expensive bottle, so how could she still be inferior to Bai Lele? Brother Chen, if I did something wrong, just tell me directly, I will definitely improve. If I asked Bai Lele to buy alcohol, she would definitely advise me to drink less, or even not buy it at all. But you have no such awareness at all. Lin Chen casually made up a reason. Zwasini immediately realized that she had been tricked, feeling sulky but not daring to explode. Seeing her resentful look, Lin Chen immediately comforted her. Alright, since you bought me a bottle of alcohol, I can't be stingy. I'll take you to buy some small gifts now. Hearing that she was going to be taken to buy gifts, Zwasini felt much better, and put on a smile. Brother Chen, what kind of gifts are you planning to buy? Lin Chen smirked, put his right hand on Zwasini's leg, and casually pinched it. Startled by his sudden move, Zwasini felt uncomfortable all over, but she didn't dare to resist, and could only tense up her body. Because she was greedy and materialistic, ordinary people really didn't look up to her. She had never had a boyfriend, let alone been pursued. Lin Chen's sudden move caught her off guard. I see that the quality of your stockings isn't that great. Let's go buy some clothes and bags first. Lin Chen touched the quality of the stockings, then stopped and started the car, heading towards the city center. Over half an hour later, the Audi R8 arrived at the Yongwang shopping mall in Jiang'an district. This was also one of the famous shopping malls in Jiangcheng, with a variety of luxury brands and naturally, beautiful prices. Zwasini has been silent all the way, not knowing what she is thinking. When she found that Lin Chen had brought her to the Yongwang shopping mall, she was a little surprised. She thought Lin Chen was just taking her to the mall to buy some clothes, but she didn't expect to come here directly. Zwasini is not unfamiliar with Yongwang shopping mall and often comes here to shop, but she rarely buys anything. After all, the big brands here cost thousands or even tens of thousands, and her monthly salary probably can't buy much. Let's go, take a look inside. Choose whatever you like, don't worry about saving money for me. Lin Chen waved his hand and led Josini to start shopping. Although his sincerity index was not high, he had just made over 11 million, so he couldn't be too stingy. More importantly, spending a little money now would allow him to gain more from the other party in the future. The two of them first entered Valentino. At first, Josini was still a little unsure of Lin Chen's thoughts, being cautious and afraid of spending too much money and upsetting him, so she always chose cheaper options. After buying several pieces of clothing, she had only spent over 30,000. Lin Chen couldn't stand this small-minded behavior and took charge directly. This one, and that one, pack them all for me. He casually selected several pieces of clothing that Josini had been eyeing the most, spending over 100,000 in one go. Then he bought 2 Dior bags for her, along with a necklace, spending over 500,000 without any hesitation. Shinji, that's enough. Josini was shocked by his extravagant spending and quickly stopped him. At this moment, she also felt fortunate. The chicken she had this morning wasn't eaten in vain. Otherwise, how could she have such good luck? However, what she wanted was a long-term meal ticket. If she kept spending, she might exhaust all the goodwill at once, which would not be worth it. Josini was satisfied, but Lin Chen still felt unsatisfied and bought her a few more items. In the end, they spent less than 1 million. Lin Chen, empty-handed, looked at Josini, who was covered in shopping bags and had no more space, and then gave up. Forget it, I'm a little hungry anyway. Let's go eat first. Josini also let out a sigh of relief. The scene of spending money like water just now almost took her breath away. The two of them left the mall and put everything in the car before starting to look for a place to eat. Suddenly, Lin Chen had a clever idea and said, Sini, it seems like you haven't bought a car yet, right? Josini was first stunned, but then seemed to guess something and was a little hesitant. So, she felt happy in her heart but started to act pitifully on the surface. Shinji, with my salary, I can't afford to buy one. How about this, you treat me to lunch today, and after we eat, I'll take you to buy a car. Lin Chen smirked and started to play his tricks again. As for what car to buy, it depends on your sincerity. Shinji, what do you want to eat? Josini was overjoyed. She didn't care about her attitude anymore. He had already spent over 700,000 for her, and if he added a car, it would easily exceed 1 million. At this rate, she wouldn't need to be a live streamer anymore. I don't mind, you choose the place, Lin Chen said casually. A woman like Josini, who valued money so much, probably wouldn't take him to a cheap restaurant, and most likely would choose an expensive place. After thinking for 3 seconds, Josini tentatively asked, how about we go eat seafood? She had no idea about Lin Chen's preferences, but just like shopping, eating out was definitely better the more expensive it was. Sure, seafood it is, Lin Chen readily agreed. In the Yangwan shopping mall, there is no shortage of delicious food. The two of them immediately went to a seafood restaurant. It was the usual emperor crab and large lobster. Lin Chen had only eaten it once before, so he didn't feel tired of it. Plus, with a beautiful woman by his side and the opportunity to get some benefits, his appetite was surprisingly good. The things in the seafood restaurant were not cheap at all. Josini considered her wallet and didn't dare to order too much, although she was a little tempted. She behaved like a lady and helped Lin Chen with the service. Lin Chen noticed her eye movements and gestures, and began to plan in his mind. In the future, he not only had to buy things for these women, but also give them some pocket money. Otherwise, when these people spent money on him, it would seem petty. After eating for nearly an hour, Lin Chen, full and satisfied, Josini conscientiously went to settle the bill. Ding! Critical hit triggered, 888 yuan rebate from Josini, sincerity index 46.77, reverse critical hit 4,677 times. Received 4,153,176 yuan, please check carefully. This time it wasn't very impressive, only a little over 4 million, and the sincerity index also dropped a bit. But Lin Chen didn't mind. A mosquito's leg is still meat, and there was still plenty of time in the future. Chenggu, how do you feel about the seafood in this restaurant? Can you still eat it? Just as they left the seafood restaurant, Josini casually asked. Lin Chen knew that she wasn't asking for his opinion on the restaurant, but rather for his evaluation of her treat. It's okay, nothing special. By the way, Sini, which car do you like? Here it comes. She really wants me to buy her a car. Josini's eyes lit up. Of course, she liked the luxury cars that cost millions, but she also knew it wasn't realistic. Lin Chen wouldn't buy her such an expensive car just because of a meal. "Chengge, I don't really know much about cars. Why don't you recommend one for me?" This woman is really clever, knowing how to retreat in order to advance. Lin Chen smiled silently in his heart and thought for a moment, how about the BMW Z4 or 5 series? Which one do you like? He had originally planned to buy her a car worth around 300,000, but after considering the fact that she had triggered a rebate of over 15 million, he decided to raise the standard. Whether it was the BMW Z4 or 5 series, the price was similar, and the base price was around 500,000. Altogether, it wouldn't cost more than 600,000. When Zhuo Sini heard this, she was immediately overjoyed. She really hadn't expected Lin Chen to be so generous. "Chengge, then let's go for the Z4. Although the BMW Z4 only cost 4 to 500,000, it was still a convertible sports car. It was reasonable for Zhuo Sini to choose it. "Okay, let's go now." As soon as they got in the car, Zhuo Sini leaned over, and Lin Chen, seeing this, didn't hesitate to check the quality of her stockings again. This time, Zhuo Sini not only didn't resist, but also cooperated even more. This is the power of money. Lin Chen found that the quality of the stockings was acceptable, so he withdrew his hand. After all, driving was a technical skill, and he couldn't afford to be distracted. The car quickly drove off, and the two of them chatted casually. Zhuo Sini was in a very good mood. Bai Lei had only received 30 royal salutes, and Lin Chen hadn't bought her anything, but he had gained a lot today. 40 minutes later, the two of them arrived at a BMW 4S store. With the enthusiastic service of the salesperson, Lin Chen let Zhuo Sini test drive the car. After she expressed her satisfaction, they made the final decision. Lin Chen didn't want to be a sucker, so he haggled with the salesperson a few times and saved over 10,000 yuan. In the end, he paid 560,000 in full. However, there were still some procedures to be completed for the car, and Zhuo Sini wasn't in a hurry to drive away. They didn't immediately take the car with them. Next time, Lin Chen didn't plan to come again. He would leave it to Zhuo Sini to pick up the car by herself. "Chengge, can I ask you something?" Just as the two of them left the 4S dealership, Zhuo Sini hesitated several times before finally speaking up. Lin Chen was a little surprised. "Go ahead, what's the matter?" "Chengge, what exactly do you do?" He, what do I do?" Lin Chen smiled faintly. "I used to sell cars, but I just quit recently and plan to start my own business." Zhuo Sini didn't get any useful information and continued, "Chengge, how about I stop being a live streamer and work for you instead?" Is she planning to rely on him for a long-term meal ticket? Lin Chen didn't mind, but the price he offered definitely couldn't be the same as Chen Kor's. However, after some thought, he shook his head. The sincerity of her offer wasn't high, and if she couldn't rise to the occasion, he couldn't afford to have her on board. "That won't do, I haven't been a live streamer before." Zhuo Sini was taken aback and instinctively said, "Chengge, aren't you planning to start a business? Why do you want to be a live streamer?" "I never said I would be a live streamer myself." Lin Chen shook his head again. "If you don't do it, who else can I find?" This time, Zhuo Sini understood instantly and lightly spat. This Chengge is either driving all day or on the road. So, she sensibly lowered her head and went back to her old profession. Lin Chen, who was driving, immediately took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the steering wheel. This car drives really well. Although Lin Chen was an experienced driver, he didn't dare to drive too fast this time, fearing an accident. After more than an hour, the Audi R8 returned to Four Seasons Garden. "Chengge, how about going upstairs for a while?" The car stopped, but Zhuo Sini didn't rush to get out and casually extended the invitation. "Forget it, I still have something to do later, maybe next time." Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was only 4 in the afternoon, and he was still thinking about buying a house, so he didn't want to delay any longer. "Alright then, Chengge, I'll be waiting to see you as a live streamer." Zhuo Sini's eyes held a hint of resentment, perhaps because she hadn't eaten enough just now. Women, they change their minds faster than the weather. This was well demonstrated by Zhuo Sini. She had seemed extremely reluctant before, but in less than a day, after witnessing Lin Chen's financial ability, she had completely let go. After considering for 3 seconds, Lin Chen finally resisted the urge and didn't go upstairs with her. "You can't put all your eggs in one basket." The Audi R8 quickly started, and he first returned home to drop off his things before heading to the nearest real estate agency. The area where Lin Chen lived belonged to Qingshan district in Jiangcheng. The surrounding houses were relatively cheap, usually around 20,000 to 30,000 yuan per square meter, but the environment was just average. He didn't plan to save money when buying a house for Chen Kur, but considering the convenience of commuting, he also didn't plan to buy too far away. As for buying a house for himself, Lin Chen planned to go all out and preferably buy a villa. However, with only over 50 million in his account, he probably couldn't afford a better villa in full. Fortunately, with the system in place, making money was still quick. Maybe by the time he found a suitable house, the money would already be in place. When the Audi R8 stopped at the entrance of the real estate agency, it quickly caught the attention of the sales staff inside. Nowadays, all industries were in a downturn, especially the real estate sector. Zhang Yubing had been working at Lujia Real Estate for half a year, but she hadn't achieved much and could only rely on her meager base salary, which couldn't even cover her daily expenses. While her colleagues were out with clients looking at houses, she didn't even have potential clients and could only stay in the store all day. Just now, she happened to see an Audi R8 parked at the entrance and hurriedly ran out. As soon as Lin Chen got out of the car, a well-proportioned beauty with a trembling chest ran over. "Bro, it's so hot today. Let's go inside and cool off for a while." The beautiful woman was wearing a white uniform, black trousers, and had her work ID hanging around her neck, just hanging in front of her chest, looking very capable. The other party seemed very enthusiastic, and Lin Chen didn't hesitate either. He glanced at the woman's work ID a few more times, then walked in with her. After entering the room, the beautiful woman was busy pouring tea and water, chatting away as if they were old friends. There were also several salespeople in the store who had no performance, and they all envied Lin Chen for being taken by Zhang Yubing. Lin Chen knew very well that the other party was probably impressed by his Audi R8. "My name is Zhang Yubing, you can call me Bing Bing. What's your last name, bro?" "My name is Lin Chen." "Shengu, are we here to buy a house?" After some pleasantries, the two finally got down to business. Lin Chen didn't waste any more time and went straight to the point. "Of course, I want to buy a house, and this time I want to buy two." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yubing was overjoyed. "Shengu, rest assured, we have a lot of properties here, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied." "I just don't know, Shengu, what kind of house do you want to buy?" "One that's over 120 square meters, with a better environment, location doesn't matter, just not too remote." "The other one, I want to buy a villa, nothing special, just comfortable to live in." Since he had decided to buy a house, Lin Chen planned to get it all done at once. As for whether this woman had suitable properties in her hands, he would have to wait and see. And the reason he came to find an agent was to save trouble. If he really had to go and see each property one by one, who knows how much time he would waste. Zhang Yubing knew that she had really met a big customer this time. Buying two houses at once, and one of them being a villa, if she could secure this deal, it would be enough for her to live off for a year. "Shengu, I happen to have a few properties here, take a look first." She immediately took out her phone, opened the album, and showed Lin Chen the properties she had on hand. Villas were too expensive and not easy to find, but there were many properties over 120 square meters, and Lin Chen didn't have any specific requirements, so the properties Zhang Yubing had all met the criteria. Lin Chen casually took a look. The photos were all of the interior of the houses. They looked pretty good, but just looking at the photos wouldn't be enough. "When are you free to take me to see the specific properties?" Zhang Yubing was delighted and immediately said, "Shengu, these two properties were fully entrusted to our company by the landlords, and I happen to have the keys, so we can go see them anytime." "Alright, how about we go see them now?" "Okay." The two of them left, and Lin Chen started his Audi R8 again. Zhang Yubing also had the privilege of riding in a luxury car worth over 2 million. The first property was in the Qingshan district, not too far away. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. Shengu, this green city community was just developed 2 years ago, and the selling price at the time was only 28,888 yuan per square meter. The price has gone up quite a bit in the past 2 years, and the owner of this property just bought it not long ago, and is selling it because they need money. If you buy it, it would be quite a bargain. After getting out of the car, Zhang Yubing began to introduce the environment of this community. Lin Chen took a quick look and was already a bit uninterested before even asking about the price. As Zhang Yubing had said, a community with a selling price of only 28,888 yuan per square meter could only be considered average. However, since they were here, they had to go in and take a look. The property for sale was on the 16th floor, with a total of 32 floors, not too high or too low. After taking the elevator upstairs, Zhang Yubing immediately took out the key and opened the door, leading Lin Chen inside for a tour. Chenggu, this property is a total of 128 square meters, selling for 3.85 million, which comes to 30,000 per square meter. After Lin Chen entered the door, he took a quick glance and then interrupted her introduction. To be honest, this house is too small, and the environment is just so-so. Take me to see other options. Money is not a problem, the key is to have a good environment. Jiang Yubing was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that Lin Chen was not interested in this set at all. For a moment, Jiang Yubing couldn't figure out his thoughts and could only probe. Brother Chen, I have another house in my hand, the environment is really good, but the area is a bit large. The other party just mentioned 120 square meters and above, so she didn't dare to introduce a larger area. How big? Lin Chen asked casually. Jiang Yubing said, it's a 260 plus square meter large flat with a river view, the environment is absolutely good. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately became interested. Let's go, let's see the Riverview house you mentioned. Great. I'll take you there. Jiang Yubing saw that the other party didn't care about the price at all, and she was delighted. This kind of big boss who doesn't lack money has a high chance of closing the deal when buying a house. Moreover, she gets a commission for selling houses, so the higher the total price of the house, the more bonus she gets. Soon, the two immediately went to the next house in the Green City community. The Riverview house mentioned by Jiang Yubing is located in Donghu district, which is a bit far this time, but luckily she was carrying the keys and didn't need to return to the company. However, by the time the two arrived, it was almost 6 o'clock. The Riverview house they were going to see is called Xingfu Li, Happy Village. As soon as they saw the entrance, Lin Chen was quite satisfied with the green facilities inside. Under Jiang Yubing's guidance, the two quickly arrived in front of a 28-story building, took the elevator, and went directly to the 24th floor. This time, Jiang Yubing also learned her lesson and didn't mention the price at all after entering. She just tried her best to introduce the environment of the house. In fact, Lin Chen was immediately attracted to this place without her introduction. The 260-plus square meter large flat is much larger than the one they saw before, and the decoration of the house is also good. It looks like it has hardly been lived in. Especially in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out, it's all green grass and trees, and the clear lake, which is very refreshing. Okay. Let's take this one. Lin Chen confirmed in his mind without even asking about the price. Only such a large flat can match Chen Quer's stunning appearance. Seeing Lin Chen's smile getting more and more, and he kept nodding in satisfaction while she was introducing, Jiang Yubing immediately understood. Brother Chen, the situation of the house is like this, you've seen it, the environment is absolutely impeccable, and the furniture is all new, hardly lived in. The original owner, I heard, got trapped in the stock market, so had to reluctantly sell. Lin Chen also didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, tell me, how much is this set? This large flat is a total of 268 square meters, the unit price is 35,666 yuan per square meter, and there are also 2 parking spaces. The total price is 9.6 million after rounding off. I can guarantee that this price is absolutely worth it. After Jiang Yubing finished speaking, she carefully observed Lin Chen's expression. If she could close this deal, she could get a bonus of nearly 200,000. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen said, how about this, I'll offer 9 million, and it's a full payment. You can negotiate with the homeowner however you want, just let me know if there's any news. Such a large house can definitely be negotiated, and cutting 600,000 at once is not a small amount. However, since he is paying in full, it is very likely that he will be able to directly secure the deal. Even if this price cannot be negotiated, as long as Chen Quer likes it, he can add some more money. Jiang Yubing was delighted in her heart, but she showed a hesitant expression on her face. Brother Chen, you're cutting the price too much. In fact, 9.6 million is already not high. Lin Chen doesn't care about the hundreds of thousands, he just doesn't want to be taken advantage of. Alright, it's getting late today. You go back and discuss with the landlord, give me an answer tomorrow. Also, about the villa, pay attention to it. No need to consider anything below 400 square meters. Okay, Chenggu, don't worry. I'll contact the landlord tonight, and as for the villa, I'll take you to see it tomorrow. Jiang Yubing immediately agreed. Finally, a house was settled, and it was only 9 million. When the time comes, he can celebrate with Chen Quer, and the money for this house will come back. Thinking of this, Lin Chen was in a good mood. After the two of them left the building, they prepared to return. Seeing the good service attitude of the other party, Lin Chen offered to personally take her back. Jiang Yubing naturally wouldn't refuse. After getting in the car, they chatted and she slowly leaned over. Lin Chen drove while smelling the tempting fragrance on her, feeling a little restless, but he had already been tempted twice today, so he wasn't that hungry for it at the moment. The car drove back to the real estate company in the sunset. Jiang Yubing hurriedly contacted the landlord and selected the villa property, then hastily went back to work after saying goodbye to Lin Chen. Lin Chen drove back home again, and after arriving, he sent a text message to Chen Qiu and also sent over a few photos he had taken. Soon, Chen Qiu replied, "Thank you, you're spending money again." "Cute," Lin Chen replied to her message, "Hee, as long as you like it." After replying to her, he was about to put away his phone when it suddenly made a sound. Lin Chen thought it was Chen Qiu sending another message, but when he opened his phone, he found it was a group message, "Everyone, today is Friday, and we've agreed to meet this weekend. Don't forget." Seeing this message, Lin Chen remembered that he had to attend a classmate gathering this weekend. He had almost forgotten about it in the past few days. Soon, there were a series of replies below. Lin Chen thought for a moment and also replied with a message. This classmate gathering was something they had agreed on after graduating from university. Including the year they graduated, this was already the third year. Lin Chen had previously studied finance management at a junior college. Nowadays, every industry is fiercely competitive, and many finance graduates from universities may not even find suitable jobs, let alone someone like him who only had a junior college education. So, after graduating and not finding a suitable job, he could only work in sales at a 4S store. There were many people in his situation, and most of his classmates had chosen other industries after graduating, making the knowledge they had learned in the past 3 years almost useless. Also, it's been over 2 years since we graduated. I guess many people already have partners. This time, we're allowed to bring our families, so don't miss this opportunity for a free ride. The group leader sent another message, mentioning everyone, and soon many people replied, making the group chat more lively. Ding! The phone rang again. Lin Chen opened it and saw that it was from his good friend, De Heba. This person's name was Guan Pang, and he was Lin Chen's best buddy in university. He was also in Jiangcheng now, but both of them were usually busy with work, so they didn't have many opportunities to meet privately. De Heba, Aben, didn't you say last time that you were considering bringing your girlfriend to the gathering? Have you decided now? Seeing this message, Lin Chen remembered young man again. The classmate gathering was decided last week. At that time, he was wholeheartedly treating young man well, preparing to confess to her and then take her to meet his friends. As his best buddy, Lin Chen didn't hide it from Guan Pang and immediately boasted to him, saying that he was considering bringing his girlfriend to the gathering. He just didn't expect that in just a few days, he had almost forgotten about this woman. If you have to bring someone, bring Chen Qiu. With her looks, she will definitely give you more face, and the other party won't refuse. Lin Chen thought for a moment, knowing Chen Qiu's personality, she definitely wouldn't like this kind of occasion, so he decided to dismiss the idea. But Biao Biao and Xiao Baitu are not bad either, they can hold their own in public. However, today is different from the past. With the system in place, Lin Chen decided to keep a low profile. As a wealthy man, he didn't need to show off with a girlfriend. Lin Chen, forget it, I won't bring her this time. I'll bring her next time when I invite you alone. De Heba, what's wrong? You're not backing out, are you? Lin Chen, you're right, I backed out today, twice. De Heba, you're just boasting, aren't you? Lin Chen, come on, show me your own boasting. De Heba, you know what, I don't even need to wear a belt when I go out now, proud. The two of them boasted back and forth, and in the end, neither believed the other. Lin Chen put away his phone, a slight smile on his lips. If his buddies knew about his current life, they would probably envy him to death. However, in the future, he would still keep a low profile and try to cultivate more virtues, such as being approachable and understanding. After a casual meal downstairs, Lin Chen just wanted to hurry up and settle the villa, so he could live with Xiao Baitu and further develop her cooking skills. Chinge, I'm about to start my live broadcast, do you want to come and see my skills? Just after dinner, Biao Biao sent a message. Lin Chen immediately understood what she meant. However, he wasn't stingy. After tipping last time, he followed Who's Little Auntie and went straight into the live broadcast room. Zhuo Sini makes a living by gaming live broadcasts, and can be considered a professional anchor. She has tens of thousands of fans, much more popular than Xiao Baitu. However, most of them are freeloaders, and very few actually tip, some even hesitate to send free gifts. Lin Chen wasn't so stingy, and started tipping directly. User Young Master Aben, send 10 Royal Rabbit fireworks to the anchor Who's Little Auntie. User Young Master Aben, send 10 Royal Rabbit fireworks to the anchor who's little auntie. Not more, not less, he sent 30 in a row. Zhou Sini, who was live streaming, quickly noticed the special effects in the barrage. Maybe it was because she had been in 2 real battles during the day, her skills at night seemed even more proficient. She was getting chicken dinners every time. In fact, Lin Chen wasn't very interested in gaming, and only played occasionally to relax. Especially when the pressure was high at work, and he encountered some weird clients, he couldn't hit back in real life, so he could only get a pentakill in the canyon. After sending 30 gifts to Biao Biao, Lin Chen left the live broadcast room directly and poked Xiao Baitu on WeChat. Soon, Xiao Baitu replied, "Uncle, come and carry me, my teammates today are too bad." Lin Chen was speechless. When were this girl's teammates not bad? If she lost, it was because her trash teammates were too bad, and if she won, she blamed her teammates for stealing kills. Lin Chen looked at the invitation from the other party, and instead of waiting for the game, he quickly sent a message, "Where have you been today? You haven't talked to me all day." Xiao Baitu, pouting, "Uncle, I was rehearsing all day today, I didn't even have time to play games. By the way, remember to come to my comic exhibition on Sunday, the e-ticket I gave you has the time and address." Lin Chen, "Got it, I'll definitely come to see you make a fool of yourself." Xiao Baitu, "Humph. Who said I look ugly?" Immediately after, Lin Chen received several cos photos from the other party, apparently taken during today's rehearsal. He had to admit, Xiao Baitu's looks were still very appealing, especially when she was in COS, she looked even more enticing. "By the way, I went to see the place where Sini lives today. Why aren't you living with her?" Lin Chen continued chatting, thinking about how to find a reason to get Little White Rabbit to move in with him. Once he bought the house. "Little White Rabbit, I live near Sini, I just saw her moments on WeChat. Didn't you go shopping at Yongwang with her?" Lin Chen, "I did, but you weren't there. It was so boring." "Little White Rabbit, how could it be? Sini is so beautiful and eloquent. You two together must not be bored." Lin Chen, "Eloquence is useless, it's useless." Little White Rabbit sent 3 question marks in a row, clearly not understanding the profoundness of Chinese characters. Poor thing, she didn't even know that her good friend had successfully moved in while she was away. The two chatted for a while, but no matter what Lin Chen said, Little White Rabbit just didn't get it. In the end, Lin Chen, feeling helpless, had to accompany her to play a few rounds of King of Glory at her insistence. They played until almost 11 o'clock, and after understanding each other's temper, Lin Chen naturally used his superb skills to make Little White Rabbit happy. After exiting the game, without Lin Chen having to ask, Bai Lele voluntarily sent a hero skin. Ding! 88 yuan consumption rebate from Bai Lele, sincerity index 76.55%, reverse critical hit 7,655 times. Received 673,640 yuan, please check carefully. Seeing Little White Rabbit's sincerity index staying above 70%, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. No rush, good things are worth waiting for. The next morning, early in the morning, Lin Chen was awakened by his phone ringing. Since he didn't have to go to work, he hadn't set an alarm on his phone and woke up naturally every day. When he answered the phone, Zhang Yubing brought good news. "Shengu, I contacted the landlord yesterday, and he agreed to your offer. I also found a suitable villa. Do you want to come and take a look?" "Okay, you go directly to Xingfuli, we'll meet there." Lin Chen looked at the time, it was just past 8 o'clock, thinking that this woman was quite dedicated to making money. However, he thought back to when he was working at the 4S store, waiting for customers rain or shine, often working overtime, and even not enjoying holidays. Xingfuli was not close to where he lived, and considering that he had to go see the villa in the afternoon, Lin Chen directly sent a message to Cheng Cure, asking her to go to Xingfuli on her own. Soon after receiving Cheng Cure's reply, Lin Chen went downstairs. Nearly an hour later, when Lin Chen arrived, Cheng Cure had just arrived, and Zhang Yubing had been waiting for a while. Seeing Lin Chen with a female companion, and the other party was stunningly beautiful, Zhang Yubing took the initiative to greet them. "Shengu, should we go see the villa first, or handle the procedures for this large flat?" Lin Chen said, "This is my girlfriend, the house is for her. Let's go and pay first." He had already sent the general situation and photos of the house to Cheng Cure yesterday, and she was very satisfied. Today, he brought her here to directly pay and handle the procedures. After all, this house was bought for Cheng Cure, and her name would be on the property deed. Girlfriend? Could it be a mistress? Zhang Yubing was very clever, and quickly guessed the relationship between the two when she saw that Lin Chen had bought 2 houses. However, looking at the A8 he was driving in the 265 square meter large flat, if someone offered this price, she would also be willing. Okay, Chen-gu, our company's financial staff is upstairs. We can handle the procedures directly. Jiang Yubing watched as this transaction was about to be completed, and a smile blossomed on her face. Such a large transaction, in order to save time and complete the transaction quickly, she applied for a financial colleague when she came in the morning. Soon, the three of them took the elevator to the 24th floor. Inside the room, there was indeed a staff member from the intermediary waiting. The other party warmly greeted them, and Lin Chen politely replied. Instead of rushing to pay, he first took Chen Kor around the room. How is it? Are you satisfied? Satisfied, just a bit expensive. Chen Kor stood by the French window, smiled lightly, and compared all the scenery. Lin Chen chuckled, as long as you like it, no amount of money is expensive. Chen Kor's sincerity index was over 80%, as long as it was firmly grasped, there would be endless money in the future. Next, he directly paid the full amount. He spent 9 million in one go, without feeling the slightest heartache. The intermediary staff asked Chen Kor for some basic information, and they could help register the property on Monday, so she didn't need to be present. As for the property deed, it would probably take a week to come down. After paying the money, Jiang Yubing handed the room key to Chen Kor. Congratulations, this large flat is really nice, and Chen-gu is really good to you. Chen Kor nodded with a smile. Her previous request was just for a house of over 120 square meters, but Lin Chen directly gave her a 9 million large flat, and also a A8 worth over 2 million. She remembered all of this. After the formalities were completed, Jiang Yubing and the staff member tactfully left first, leaving only Lin Chen and Chen Kor in the room. Aben, do you want to stay here tonight? Chen Kor asked. Since the other party had fulfilled the promise and even exceeded it, she knew it was her turn to give back. Let's talk about it later. This house was just bought, you should get some daily necessities first, and also help me buy a set. I still need to go see another house later, and in the future, I'll bring my parents over. Lin Chen shook his head. Anyway, he was already here, and he wasn't in a hurry. And for some reason, as he looked at the delicate face in front of him, the figure of Lu Xiaoyu suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Bah! When did he become so scummy, thinking about another woman in front of a beauty? Could it be that the reason he had to buy a big house when he bought a house was because the things he couldn't get were always stirring in his mind? Since Lu Xiaoyu was already married, she had become a thing of the past, and he didn't need to cling to it. Lin Chen quickly shook his head and dismissed the thought from his mind. He now realized that having money would also make him lose a lot of things, such as worries and so on, which didn't exist at all. As soon as they got off the elevator, Lin Chen saw Jiang Yubing waiting downstairs. Chen-gu, shall we go see the villa now? Let's go. The two of them left, and Jiang Yubing once again had the privilege of hitching a ride in a luxury car. This time, the villa she found was also in Donghu district, not too far from Xingfuli. They arrived at their destination in less than half an hour. Chen-gu, this villa area is called Bisui Bay, and the people living inside are all successful people like you. Jiang Yubing introduced the situation of the villa area while flattering. It's true, this woman's eloquence was really good, she kept talking all the way without making people feel annoyed. Coupled with her ample capital, the top two buttons on her shirt couldn't be fastened, and she really satisfied a certain old driver's visual enjoyment. Lin Chen shook his head and smiled. I'm not a successful person, I just resigned, now I'm an unemployed vagrant, living from hand to mouth. Jiang Yubing has always been curious about Lin Chen's background, but she didn't want to ask directly. Now, hearing him say that, she immediately coquettishly said, Shenji, the way you say it, it's like someone like me would become a beggar. Lin Chen smiled and said nothing. Nowadays, professional beggars can earn quite a bit. Moreover, if he successfully buys the villa later, Jiang Yubing conservatively estimates that she could also get a commission of over 7 figures. Soon, the Audi R8 arrived at a villa under Jiang Yubing's navigation. Chenji, this villa area is co-represented by our company. Although it has just been open for sale for a short time, many have already been sold, and there are not many left. This one is the biggest and the best. Lin Chen had spent 9 million when he first made a move, so Jiang Yubing had confidence in his financial strength and didn't need to verify anything. Jiang Yubing had brought the keys with her and opened the door directly after getting out of the car, starting to give a detailed introduction. The one she brought Lin Chen to see was a total of over 660 square meters, not including the basement and garage. There were 3 floors above ground, fully furnished and equipped with top-brand appliances. Lin Chen followed her and simply walked around for over half an hour. This house was definitely big enough. And it was right next to Donghu Park, with good greenery nearby. The only downside was that it was a bit far from the bustling city. Not bad, how much is this one? After seeing it, Lin Chen was quite satisfied. Compared to the single apartment he had rented before, it was like night and day. Seeing that he was very satisfied, Zhang Yubing was also pleased. Chen Ji, this villa is priced at 52 million. Although it's a bit expensive, I think it's worth the price. 52 million? Lin Chen frowned. He had just under 51 million in his account. If it was at this price, he was still short by over $1 million. As for spending all the money at once, he wasn't worried. After all, with the system in place, he could always ask Little White Rabbit and the others to help him out. Too expensive, can you give a discount? Lin Chen said. Jiangcheng was not a first-tier city like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen. A villa for over 50 million was something that ordinary people couldn't afford. Zhang Yubing was very anxious. This deal would earn her a commission of over $1 million, and she had to close it. Chen Ji, this is already the best price. It really can't be any cheaper. Zhang Yubing felt wronged. She was telling the truth. If this house could be sold, it would completely improve her life. She really wanted it to be cheaper so that Lin Chen could buy it directly, but the price of this house was not up to her. Lin Chen thought for a moment with a furrowed brow. How about this, you consult with the company. I'll pay 50 million, in full. If it works out, great. If not, then forget it. 50 million. There was still a 2 million gap from the final price, but Lin Chen proposed to pay in full. Zhang Yubing gritted her teeth. Chen Ji, wait a moment. I'll contact the company and try to negotiate the price down. Okay, I'll continue to look around. You go make the call. Lin Chen said, then continued to wander around the villa. Seeing this, Zhang Yubing quickly picked up her phone to communicate with the company. Inside the villa, there was a large swimming pool in the front and a 20 to 30 square meter garden in the back, with various beautiful flowers in full bloom. The more Lin Chen looked, the more he liked it, and he thought that the 2 million difference should be negotiable. 10 minutes later, when Zhang Yubing returned, her expression was not very good. Seeing this, Lin Chen knew that the result might not be ideal. However, he also believed that Zhang Yubing had tried her best, but the price really couldn't be negotiated down. Chengu, I have tried my best. The company's offer is 51.3 million, and they are also willing to waive the property fees for the next 2 years. Actually, this price is already very low. Zhang Yubing was somewhat desperate. If this deal fell through just because of a 1.3 million difference, she would regret it. The property fees for 2 years are just tens of thousands, which is better than nothing. Lin Chen frowned, considering whether he should make a decision now or wait a few days. After all, he is only a few $100,000 short, maybe he can settle it later. Seeing Lin Chen's expression, Zhang Yubing became anxious. She didn't want the deal to slip away. Moreover, with Lin Chen's financial means, spending 50 million, he shouldn't be bothered by this 1 million difference. The most likely reason is that the other party is not satisfied with the price. Chengu, I really can't do anything about this price, but in other aspects, I can fulfill any of your requests. Zhang Yubing bit her lip and hugged Lin Chen's arm, intentionally letting the big white rabbit bump into him. This attitude was quite obvious. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this woman to be so capable. Since the other party has taken the initiative, he doesn't need to be polite. Alright, I haven't had breakfast yet, and it's almost noon now. You can treat me to a meal first, and we can discuss in the afternoon. She had already earned nearly 200,000 in commission from the previous house. A meal is nothing. Seeing Lin Chen not directly refusing, Zhang Yubing was delighted and immediately puffed up her chest. Chen good, don't worry, I will make sure you eat to your heart's content. Lin Chen glanced at her and thought to himself, the child's father is well fed. They left Bishui Bay and found a nearby mid-range Chinese restaurant. Zhang Yubing promised to treat, and Lin Chen didn't hold back, ordering 6 dishes, all of which were not cheap. It took over an hour to finish the meal. Ding! Critical hit triggered, 356 yuan rebate from Zhang Yubing, sincerity index 33.33, reverse critical hit 3,333 times. Received 1,186,584 yuan, please check carefully. With only a sincerity index of 33.33%, Lin Chen was somewhat speechless. This woman, who is about to receive over $1 million in commission, isn't even sincere in treating to a meal worth a few hundred yuan. No, I must teach her a lesson. Lin Chen thought to himself. He really liked the villa in Reverse Bay. After this meal, he had enough money to buy it, but since someone had taken the initiative, he wasn't in a hurry. After eating and drinking their fill, Zhang Yubing started to have other thoughts. So, she puffed up her chest and blinked. Chingu, are you full? If not, let's go somewhere else. This woman is really wasting her talent as a real estate salesperson. However, Lin Chen thought to himself that he hadn't worked as a real estate salesperson. This is an opportunity. The house we just talked about is just average, and the price is a bit high. Although I'm not short of money, there are plenty of houses in Zhangcheng. It doesn't matter which one I buy, right? As soon as the topic of the house was brought up, Zhang Yubing became nervous. Chingu, what do you want? I'll listen to you. Since the other party is so cooperative, things will be much easier. Lin Chen smiled and said, since you are so sincere, I won't waste any more time. Let's go sign the contract now. But after the formalities, you'll accompany me for some shopping, how about that? Eating, shopping, watching a movie, isn't this the basic three-step process for dating? Although it's a bit cliché, Zhang Yubing didn't mind. Chingu, that's great, I'll follow your arrangements. Soon, the two of them left the Chinese restaurant and returned to the sales center of the Reverse Bay. On the way, Zhang Yubing made a phone call in advance, so when the two arrived, there were already staff waiting on the side. Lin Chen indeed paid the money directly without hesitation, instantly spending 51.3 million, without even blinking an eye. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, this villa belongs to you from now on. The staff smiled and handed over the keys to the villa, with a hint of envy in their eyes. Lin Chen took the keys and shook them in front of Zhang Yubing. The matter is done, shall we go? The staff on the side immediately understood the situation. Zhang Yubing didn't care about the eyes of others. She walked over and held Lin Chen's arm. Chen Ji, should I go back and change into a different outfit first? What she was wearing now was still her work uniform, although it looked very pleasing, it was not quite suitable for shopping. Change into what? Let's just go buy 2 sets directly. Lin Chen shook his head. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhang Yubing naturally wouldn't be polite, and immediately followed Lin Chen, leaving the sales office. In addition to its beautiful environment, the entire Donghu district also had a financial street, which was very famous in the entire Jiangcheng. There were not only towering office buildings, but also a paradise for shopping. Lin Chen drove the Audi R8 and quickly arrived at the financial street with Zhang Yubing. Come, let me buy you some clothes first. Lin Chen parked the car on the side of the road and took Zhang Yubing into a women's clothing store, where he picked out a yellow robe for her, and then bought several more, totaling about 70 to 80,000 yuan. After leaving the women's clothing store, he took her on a spree, not missing out on bags, jewelry, and cosmetics, spending nearly 300,000 in total. Watching Lin Chen's lavish spending, Zhang Yubing quickly lost herself, looking like a helpless little bird, and occasionally using her charm to take advantage. Seeing that the time was right, Lin Chen directly spoke up. How about it? I'm not bad to you, am I? Chen Ji, you are really good to me, Zhang Yubing said honestly. Since I'm so good to you, shouldn't you also show some appreciation? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Zhang Yubing was stunned, looking at the bustling mall. She hesitated. Chen Ji, there are too many people here, maybe we should wait until tonight. What was this woman thinking? But just now, when they came out of the lingerie store, Lin Chen personally helped her pick out 2 sets of sexy outfits, so it was no wonder she misunderstood. Lin Chen had to explain more clearly. Let's talk about tonight's matters tonight. How about you also give me a gift, and I'll take you out for a big meal tonight, my treat. Zhang Yubing looked at the shopping bags in her hand. She had probably calculated that these things cost at least 300,000. Chen Ji, what kind of gift do you like? I'll go buy it for you. Lin Chen was also not polite, and directly walked into a men's clothing store, casually looked at the prices, and directly picked out a shirt for 8,800 yuan, just this one, it'll do. He had spent so much money on her before, all for this moment. As expected, Zhang Yubing didn't hesitate either and quickly went to pay. Ding! Triggered a critical hit, a rebate of 8,800 yuan from Zhang Yubing, with a sincerity index of 46.88 and a reverse critical hit of 4,688 times. Received amount 41,254,400 yuan, please check carefully. Not bad. A single critical hit brought back over 41 million, only 10 million short of the villa's cost. After shopping for most of the day, Lin Chen was already feeling tired. Since the goal had been achieved and it was still early, he suggested going to see a movie together. Jiang Yubing naturally had no objections, and in order to show off, she insisted on paying for the cheap movie tickets, and also bought some snacks and drinks. Ding! Trigger a critical hit, 68 yuan rebate from Jiang Yubing, sincerity index 42.55, reverse critical hit 4,255 times. Received 289,340 yuan, please check carefully. This movie is really fulfilling and pure. A movie that took 2 hours, and earned over 280,000. When the two came out of the cinema, the sky had already started to darken, and Lin Chen took Jiang Yubing to a Western restaurant. It was Lin Chen's first time eating Western food, and he couldn't get used to it at all. But considering the upcoming battle at night, he had to force himself to eat 2 pieces of steak. After eating and drinking enough, the Audi car carried the two to a 5-star hotel. Bing bing, go open a room. Jiang Yubing didn't think much, and directly took out her ID to register at the front desk and opened a large bedroom. Ding! Trigger a critical hit, 1888 yuan rebate from Jiang Yubing, sincerity index 69.23, reverse critical hit 6,923 times. Received 11,323,240 yuan, please check carefully. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Chen suddenly felt stunned. What's wrong with this woman? Whether it's treating to a meal, watching a movie, or buying things, the highest sincerity index is only a little over 40%, but now, opening a room, the sincerity index is almost reaching 70%. Lin Chen was puzzled, and could only attribute it to his own handsome appearance. As dusk fell, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the 5-star hotel, Lin Chen checked the engine condition for Jiang Yubing. After a night of checking, the engine condition was just average. The next day, early in the morning, the ringing phone woke the two up. Lin Chen groggily picked up the phone and answered it without looking. Chenggu, Xiaobai's exhibition starts today, do we want to go and support her together? Just by hearing the voice, Lin Chen knew it was Biao Biao, and replied, got it. After that, he hung up the phone directly. Lin Chen sat up from the bed and patted the beauty next to him, I'm a little thirsty, go get me a bottle of water, consider it as you treating me. Jiang Yubing got up groggily and ran naked to get a bottle of mineral water. Chenggu, why are you awake so early? Lin Chen smiled and took the bottle of mineral water from her hand. Ding! Trigger a critical hit, 5 yuan rebate from Jiang Yubing, sincerity index 25.64%, reverse critical hit 2,564 times. Received 12,820 yuan, please check carefully. The opportunity was there, but this woman didn't seize it. Lin Chen, looking at the sincerity index of only 25%, completely lost interest. When he paid for the room yesterday, this woman had nearly 70% sincerity index, and Lin Chen thought she was sincere, but now she suddenly reverted back. He could only blame himself for being too handsome. At this time, Jiang Yubing also woke up, and seeing Lin Chen holding the mineral water, she immediately hugged him from behind. Chenggu, where are we going to play today? Lin Chen got up directly to put on his clothes, and curiously asked, where to play? Don't you still have to go to work? Jiang Yubing had a smile on her face. Chenggu, I've made up my mind. I'm going to quit my job today, and then move to the Azure Bay. Anyway, the houses there are so big, what do you think? Not good. Lin Chen shook his head, you better work well, and I'll find you after I buy a house in the future. This Jiang Yubing, not even as good as Biao Biao, can't even figure out the most basic role as a tool person. He had no intention of continuing to waste time with her. The smile on Jiang Yubing's face froze instantly. She thought her performance yesterday had successfully captured this man. Little did she know, Lin Chen had seen through everything long ago through the sincerity index. However, with the commission from the 2 sets of houses yesterday, plus the gifts Lin Chen bought for her, the total value had already exceeded 1.5 million, so she didn't lose out at all. However, Lin Chen made more money. Not only did he make back the money for the villa, but he also had a wild meal. Watching Lin Chen, who was ready to leave after dressing up, Jiang Yubing didn't dare to show any anger, and she didn't even have the courage to stop him. After going downstairs, Lin Chen opened his phone to check it. In addition to the call from Biao Biao just now, there were also 2 messages on WeChat. One was sent by Cheng Cure, and the other was sent by Little White Rabbit. Cheng Cure, Ben, I have tidied up the house here, you can come and stay anytime. Little White Rabbit, Uncle, remember to come to the comic exhibition today. Sly, Lin Chen quickly replied to both of them, then returned to the car, lit a cigarette, and exhaled smoke. The days after having money these days made him understand a truth, that he would definitely not lack women around him, but what he lacked was a woman who truly treated him well. For example, Chang Kuer's sincerity index was over 70% at the beginning, and Lin Chen would only agree to her conditions, and her current sincerity index has always been stable at over 80%. Little White Rabbit's sincerity index has also been consistently above 70%, and she is now a key development target. As for Biao Biao, although her sincerity index is only about 50%, she is very easy to satisfy. After knowing that she couldn't compare to Little White Rabbit, she wouldn't ask Lin Chen to do anything for her again. Understanding the situation, knowing when to advance and when to retreat, this is what makes a qualified tool. However, someone like Zhang Yubing, who likes money, is not necessarily a flaw. If at the beginning, the other party's sincerity index is above 70%, then he would consider giving the other party a chance. But now, Lin Chen can only give the other party one night. Money is a bastard, it's getting harder and harder for me to be a good person. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. After thinking about it, if it weren't for Lu Xiaoyu, he might have left after spending the money yesterday, and would never have brought Zhang Yubing to the hotel for the night. After finishing a cigarette, Lin Chen put away his thoughts and called Biao Biao. "Chen Gu, where are you? Little White's comic exhibition is about to start." It sounded a bit noisy on Juosini's side, indicating that she had probably arrived at the scene. "Alright, I'll be right there, wait for me at the entrance." Lin Chen hung up the phone, started the Audi R8 directly, and quickly rushed to the address on the electronic ticket. The location of this King's Comic Exhibition is in the International Exhibition Hall in Jiangkou District, which is one of the bustling areas of Jiangcheng, with a very large flow of people. Plus, it's Sunday, so there was a bit of traffic on the way. Lin Chen spent more than 40 minutes and finally rushed over, and just found the entrance according to the signs, and saw Biao Biao waiting there. Today, Juosini was wearing a denim suit dress, with a pair of long white legs that were quite eye-catching. Her gaze swept back and forth, and she quickly spotted Lin Chen in the crowd, and hurried over, affectionately linking her arm with him. "Chen Gu, you finally came, Little White has already appeared." Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed. He had overworked last night and overslept in the morning. "There's nothing I can do, the traffic was jammed on the way, let's go in quickly now." Although the comic exhibition had already started, there were still quite a few people who had just arrived at the entrance. The two of them quickly passed through the ticket inspection with the crowd and officially entered the exhibition hall. After entering, Lin Chen realized that this King's Comic Exhibition was quite large, with several exhibition areas, and each area had quite a few handsome men and beautiful women cosplaying various heroes. If it weren't for Biao Biao leading the way, Lin Chen might not have been able to find Little White Rabbit's location. "It's just a comic exhibition, why are there so many people?" Lin Chen looked at the crowds surrounding each exhibition hall, feeling somewhat surprised. He had never attended this kind of comic exhibition before, and the popularity of Kings in recent years had gradually declined, so he didn't expect the popularity to be so high. Juosini led him into the exhibition hall and explained, "Chen Gu, you don't understand. The new season is about to start, and the organizers have invited some celebrity players, so there's a lot of hype." Lin Chen nodded in understanding. The gaming world was becoming more and more like a fan circle, but he didn't pay much attention to celebrity players. With Juosini leading the way, Lin Chen finally saw the Little White Rabbit on the platform. Bai Lei now had two buns on her head, wearing a pink dress and long pink stockings, and carrying a large pink fan. With her hot figure and delicate doll-like face, she perfectly embodied the image of Xiao Xiao in Lin Chen's mind. Lei Lei. Juosini waved at Bai Lei on the stage, quickly catching her attention. Bai Lei had been paying attention to the crowd below, and when she saw Lin Chen and her friend coming to support her, a smile immediately appeared on her delicate face. Lin Chen nodded at Bai Lei on the stage and gave her a thumbs up, and she immediately returned a sweet smile. "Look, Xiao Xiao smiled at me. Oh my god, my goddess." Suddenly, a surprised scream came from beside him. Lin Chen turned to see a 200-pound man, with a greasy and happy look on his face, frantically taking pictures of Bai Lei on the stage. This scene almost made him sick. No, the Little White Rabbit would only cosplay for him in the future. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen pulled Juosini aside and moved away from the crowd. "Sini, I just bought a villa yesterday. The house is too big. Do you want to move in?" "Really? Chen Gu, can I move in?" The sudden happiness made Juosini somewhat disbelieve her ears. After Lin Chen personally displayed his skills twice, Juosini was now completely devoted and wanted to hold on to his thigh. Of course, Lin Chen smiled and nodded, but considering that you're a girl, it's better to bring Bai with you, understand? Josini was stunned, but quickly realized and pouted, thinking to herself, wouldn't it be even more inconvenient with two girls? Shengu, this is not easy. Betraying her friend would cost extra. Lin Chen frowned and gave a stern order, it's not easy, but it has to be done. Josini looked aggrieved, well, I'll try my best. Before she could name a price, the other party agreed. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. This was the biggest advantage of a bitch. Although she was a bit greedy, she never asked for anything on her own. Of course, as long as the other party performed well, Lin Chen would naturally not be stingy. Cindy, get this done quickly, and I'll reward you later. To motivate her and cooperate to capture Bai Lele as soon as possible, Lin Chen added. Josini was delighted, knowing that Lin Chen was always generous and curious about what reward she could get. Shengu, how do you plan to reward me? It depends on your performance. The earlier you complete the task, the higher the reward, Lin Chen replied casually. Josini's eyes lit up as she began to think about how to get her friend to move to the villa with her. Lin Chen also began to consider what he would do next. He now had a house and a car, and his account had over 52 million. However, this amount of money was far from being a real tycoon. Making money was not urgent, but it was crucial for him to plan ahead, and as the money in his account grew, leaving it there was a bit of a waste. The best way, of course, is to start a company. While making money, you can also get in touch with more people of the opposite sex, and the methods of making money are becoming simpler and simpler. Moreover, the purpose of entrepreneurship is not only for oneself, but Lin Chen also has to consider these women he knows. Only by arranging money-making opportunities for them and letting everyone have money in their hands, will they spend more money on themselves, thus making more profits through the system? However, if he really wants to start a company, Lin Chen is a bit at a loss. He only has a college degree and worked as a car salesman for more than 2 years after graduation. He has no experience as a boss, but fortunately, he doesn't have to worry about losing money. How about opening a 4S store myself? Lin Chen suddenly thought of Chen Cure, who is still working. If he really opens a 4S store and lets her be in charge, that would be great. By then, he can also recruit a group of beautiful female salespeople, and it will be easy to make a profit. Not bad. Starting with car sales, and if there is a chance in the future, he will see if he can get involved in the automotive industry. Lin Chen didn't dare to think too far for the time being. It only takes tens of millions to open a 4S store, and he almost has enough now, but for a car company, it easily has hundreds of billions in assets, so that goal is still a bit far off. Lin Chen temporarily had an idea for Chang Cure's arrangement, and he started thinking about Xiao Bai and Biao Biao. Cindy, how did you and Xiao Bai become best friends? Lin Chen suddenly realized that he knew too little about these two people, and he didn't even know some basic information. Zuosini didn't think much and said directly, we were college classmates, and we were also roommates. When we were in school, I started part-time as a game anchor, and Lele did the same. She started accepting invitations for anime conventions from the second year, and now she is quite famous. After graduating this year, the two of us didn't want to find a job, so we just continued with our old business. It turns out they are two recent college graduates, but looking at their ages, they are quite similar. Lin Chen originally wanted to consider their suggestions, but now he completely dispelled the idea. What is Xiao Bai's biggest dream? Lele, she wants to participate in the professional league of King's Glory, hee. When it comes to this, Zuosini couldn't help but laugh. Lin Chen was also speechless. With her level, even if she is paired with 4 top players, it would be useless. However, if she can't become a professional player, she can become the boss of professional players. Lin Chen looked at the crowded exhibition hall and suddenly brightened up. Since this game is so popular, it must be profitable. By then, he can also invest in setting up a club and let Xiao Bai be the boss. Isn't that perfect? Well, it's best to form a female team, even if they can't play in the professional league, they can still participate in other major competitions. Cindy, what do you think if I invest in setting up a club and then select a team to play in the professional league? Are you serious? Chen Ji, do you know that just one spot in the professional league of King's Glory costs nearly $1 billion, and it's not even guaranteed to make money? Zuosini was suddenly shocked. Lin Chen shrugged indifferently, it's just $1 billion, as long as Xiao Bai likes it. Indeed, people are always envious of others. Zuosini quickly recovered from her shock and coquettishly grabbed Lin Chen's arm. Chen Ji, why don't you ask what my dream is? Lin Chen looked at her with interest, then tell me. Zuosini immediately showed a charming smile, I don't want to open a club, I just want to become the most popular game anchor. This woman's appetite is really not small. As far as Lin Chen knows, those famous anchors on Douyu, every one of them has an annual income of over 10 million. However, he also realized that Biao Biao not only likes money, but also likes fame. Lin Chen thought for a moment, maybe the game anchor and the club owner could work together. How about this, as long as you two move into the villa, I will set up a live broadcast company, sign you, and then vigorously train you. Zhuosini was truly overjoyed this time. She knew Lin Chen was generous, but she didn't expect him to be so generous. Brother Chen, you can rest assured. When I become famous, I will definitely help you earn a lot of money. Lin Chen smiled and said nothing. Making money through live broadcasting was fine, but it was not as fast as making money through the system. Alright, when does this exhibition end? Xiaobai said she has to work for 2 hours in the morning and another 2 hours in the afternoon. She's coming in the afternoon too? Lin Chen immediately frowned. Although there were many beautiful girls at the exhibition, compared to Xiaobai, none of them really caught his interest. After watching for a while, he felt a bit bored. Besides, if he wanted to see Xiaobai cosplay, he could do it at the villa. There was no need to share it with others here. Go tell Xiaobai, let's leave directly. The villa was just bought yesterday, and we haven't even used daily necessities. I'm still waiting for your help. Zhuosini also had the villa and live broadcast company in mind and immediately nodded. Brother Chen, you wait. I'll go call Lei back. After Zhuosini left, Lin Chen also started thinking. Next Monday, he would start working on the 4S store and the live broadcast company. The 4S store was relatively easier to handle. After all, he had been in the car sales business for over 2 years and knew some procedures. As long as the money was in place, everything would be fine. The live broadcast company was a bit tricky. Lin Chen had never done it before, so it seemed like he would have to hire some professionals. However, the initial legwork could be handed over to Biao Biao and Xiaobai, and it would also be a good opportunity to train them. As for other matters, as long as money could solve them, they were not a big deal. On the exhibition stand, Bai Lei had been standing for an hour. Suddenly, she saw her best friend gesturing below and pointing to her phone, immediately understanding that her friend needed her. Bai Lei thought for a moment and realized that she could also take a break and touch up her makeup, so she gestured with her eyes. Zhuosini immediately understood and nodded, then headed towards the makeup room for the staff. Bai Lei arrived first, but she knew Zhuosini couldn't enter the makeup room, so she could only wait at the door. Before Zhuosini arrived, a young handsome man approached. He was dressed in ancient-style white robes, with a gourd hanging from his waist and a plastic long sword in his hand, clearly cosplaying as Li Bai. Lei, why are you standing at the door? Come in and take a break. Li Bai showed a concerned tone. Bai Lei politely smiled at the other person. It's okay, I'm waiting for someone here. Lei, how about we exchange WeChat? I can play games with you in the future. I'm a King of Glory player with over 50 stars, I can definitely carry you. Li Bai had just met Bai Lei for the first time today, and was immediately impressed by her. When he saw her leave the exhibition stand, he immediately followed. Bai Lei frowned. She had encountered many similar situations before, but she never added anyone as a friend, which was why she was still in the diamond tier and had no friends to play games with. While Bai Lei was thinking about how to refuse the other person, Zhuosini ran over, panting, Lei, come with me quickly. Sister Cinny, what's wrong? Didn't I tell you before? Brother Chen is buying a villa. He just bought it yesterday and was planning to move in today, but he hasn't had the chance because he came to see your exhibition. Your exhibition is almost over, so let's go help Brother Chen tidy up the house. Zhuosini knows her best friend very well. She had been concerned about the incident where Lin Chen sent 200,000 gifts, so she directly brought up Lin Chen's matter, causing Bai Lei to hesitate. But, the comic exhibition has just started, and I have another performance in the afternoon. Otherwise, I won't get the 2,000 yuan performance fee today. Seeing her still standing there, Zhuosini immediately called Lin Chen, Brother Chen. Xiaobai said she won't get the 2,000 yuan performance fee if she leaves now. Got it. On the other end, Lin Chen hung up the phone speechlessly. Just 2,000 yuan, and he would have to waste several hours. He immediately transferred 200,000 yuan to Bai Lei. Ding! The phone suddenly rang, and Bai Lei immediately picked it up. Seeing that Lin Chen had transferred 200,000 yuan directly to her, she was shocked. Sister Cinny, uncle, transferred another 200,000 to me. She was the one running errands, but her best friend was the one benefiting. This is what being used looks like. Humph. It's just 200,000. Brother Chen also said he wants to invest in a club, form a team to compete in a professional league, and make you the boss, Shuasini said sourly. Invest in a club, compete in a professional league, and make herself the boss? Bai Lei was astonished by her friend's words. Suddenly, a light laughter came from beside them. Ha, it's a joke. Investing in a club to compete in a professional league? Do you know that even a seat costs over 100 million? Li Bai sneered and turned to Bai Lei. Lei, your friend is not to be trusted. You should be careful. Shuasini then noticed the annoying guy beside them and frowned. But before she could say anything, Bai Lei started to defend herself. Uncle wouldn't lie, and he's very wealthy. But I don't want to be a boss either. What should I do now, Sister Sini? What to do? Hurry up and come with me. Do you want Brother Chen to come and invite you personally? Shuasini pulled her friend and ran towards the exhibition hall, ignoring the annoying Li Bai. Whether she could become a top anchor depended on whether her friend was willing to be the club's boss. So, Xiao Bai could only belong to Brother Chen. I want to see what kind of person he is, to flaunt his wealth here. Li Bai snorted and quietly followed them. Lei, let me tell you, Brother Chen is really good to you. When we get to the villa later, you must be diligent and help him arrange everything. Also, when you become the club's boss, don't forget about me, Shuasini lectured as they walked. Bai Lei, who was naive and sweet, just nodded along. Even now, her head was still a bit dizzy. How did she end up becoming the boss of a club out of nowhere? Soon, the two of them saw Lin Chen standing next to the car at the exhibition exit, smoking. Behind the two women, Li Bai also followed. He had wanted to expose the so-called uncle in Bai Lei's words, but when he saw the Audi R8 behind the man, he was dumbfounded. Even if the man couldn't afford a seat in the professional league, he couldn't fake the 2 million plus luxury car. This kind of person was not someone he, a cosplayer, could afford to provoke. Brother Chen, I brought her out for you. Luckily, I arrived in time just now, otherwise Xiao Bai would have been taken away by Li Bai as soon as they met, Shuasini teased, with a hint of self-congratulation in her tone. Sini, what are you talking about? I don't even know him, Bai Lei quickly explained, then stole a glance at Lin Chen. Li Bai? Lin Chen went through it in his mind and quickly remembered the guy who cosplayed as Li Bai at the booth. Okay, I got it, he said as he took out his phone and sent a red envelope transfer to Shuasini. Ding! Hearing the sound of the phone, Shuasini quickly picked it up and saw that it was 20,000 yuan sent by Qinggu, making her feel very happy. Although it couldn't compare to Xiao Bai, she was content with earning 20,000 yuan just by running an errand. Let's go, the two of you have a heavy task today, Lin Chen said, letting Xiao Bai get into his car. When Shuasini came in the morning, she was driving her own BMW, so she didn't have to take a taxi anymore. Soon, the two cars arrived at the villa in Bisuibe and parked in the underground garage. Wow, what a beautiful house! Upon entering, Shuasini couldn't help but exclaim, Xiao Bai, look, there's a swimming pool here, and a garden too. It would be great to live here. Which woman could resist a villa with a swimming pool and garden? Shuasini took Bai Lei to tour around, and Lin Chen didn't rush to assign them work. He had already planned to instruct these two to buy some daily necessities for him later, and the amount of the critical hit would only increase. Bai Lei looked a bit envious, but she still pulled her friend and said, Sini, this is a house bought by the old man. How could we possibly live here? Shuasini's eyes turned. Lei, how about I talk to Qinggu and let the two of us move in as well? This way, we can save a lot of rent money each month. Although Bai Lei was sometimes naive, she wasn't really foolish, and immediately shook her head, let's forget it, it's not very convenient for us to live here. Shuasini took a step back and changed her approach. Lei, this house is so big, Qinggu must be very lonely living here alone, and he doesn't have a girlfriend yet. He also likes you so much, do you think I'm getting in the way by living here? Bai Lei immediately blushed and said, Sini, what are you talking about, I don't like him at all. Lei, I don't plan to play PUBG in the future, I'm going to switch to being a King of Glory streamer. If we move in, we can play together with Qinggu in the future. Also, the old man wants you to be the boss of the club and lead the team to compete in professional leagues. Shuasini continued to persuade. One set after another, all were tactics. Listening to her best friend's analysis, Bai Lei's heart was in turmoil. In the past, many people pursued her, but Bai Lei directly rejected them. Now, Lin Chen didn't play by the rules at all, just like a domineering CEO, not giving her any chance to refuse. Moreover, with the previous experience of playing games together, Bai Lei had always had a good impression of Lin Chen. Although she called him old man all day, Lin Chen was only 2 or 3 years older than her. Although she couldn't say she liked him, she did have some good feelings. Investing in a club, forming her own team, and playing together, all these conditions finally moved Bai Lei's heart. Although she felt it wasn't quite appropriate to move in right now, she still inexplicably agreed in the end. Well then, Bai Lei looked hesitant, but, Cindy, I'm not going to talk to the old man about this. What if he doesn't agree? That would be very embarrassing, wouldn't it? Zhuo Cindy was confident, you can rest assured, I'll talk to Chen Ge, and he will definitely agree. As the two women looked around the villa and whispered to each other, Zhuo Cindy took the initiative to go upstairs to find Lin Chen and show off her achievements. Chen Ge, with my persuasion, shall I finally agree to move into the villa? This woman really had a way of betraying her friends. Lin Chen lay in the bedroom and smiled at the words, alright, I understand. I'll take credit for this one. Thank you, Shinji. Zhuo Cindy had been waiting for this response. Lin Chen hadn't expected to easily handle Bai Lei, but he wasn't in a hurry to go downstairs. Cindy, try to move in today, but it will definitely be inconvenient in the evening. How about I reward you with a meal now? Zhuo Cindy was taken aback, but when Lin Chen sat up and patted the spot next to him, she immediately understood. Her expression was hesitant, but her movements were not slow as she walked over and crouched down. Chen Ji, Xiaobai is still waiting downstairs. It's okay, let's make it quick. Lin Chen stood up directly, tall and straight. Fortunately, Zhuo Cindy was also tall enough, so he could reach out and touch her hair. Familiarity breeds fondness. Phew. After about 10 minutes, Lin Chen let out a long breath. Let's go, let's hurry downstairs so Xiaobai doesn't wait too long. Chen Ji, wait for me, Zhuo Cindy hurriedly followed, not even bothering to go to the bathroom, clattering down the stairs. Bai Lei was anxiously waiting, now dressed in her own clothes but still with her hair in a bun, looking as cute as ever. Seeing the two of them coming down from upstairs, Bai Lei glanced at Lin Chen and her expression suddenly became strange. Lin Chen didn't notice her reaction at all and pretended, Xiaobai, Cindy just said you two want to move in, so I won't charge you rent. You'll be responsible for cleaning and cooking. As for the club and the live streaming company, starting next week, you two will start the procedures. Before the company starts making a profit, I will pay you both monthly. You two will each receive a provisional salary of 50,000 yuan per month. Any objections? No objections. Zhuo Cindy was the first to respond, surprised that she would receive the same salary as Bai Lei. 50,000 yuan might not be a lot, but it was not a small amount either. And as long as she followed Lin Chen, she would make even more than her salary. Bai Lei wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zhuo Cindy's eyes. Lin Chen nodded at the two of them, alright, I'll arrange your first task now. Since the villa was just bought and doesn't have anything, you two will help me purchase some daily necessities. Bai Lei had just about toured the entire villa and roughly knew what was missing, so she immediately nodded, Uncle, we'll go buy things now. Lin Chen didn't give them any extra money and wanted them to spend on their own. If he gave them money and the system judged that the items were bought with his money, he would lose out. Before leaving, Zhuo Cindy leaned in and whispered, Chen Ji, your zipper was open just now. Lin Chen looked down and blushed, quickly closing the door. He didn't know if Bai Lei had any strange thoughts just now. After the two women left, Lin Chen didn't linger in the villa and drove back to his rented house, packed up some things, and then called the landlord to terminate the lease. He still had half a month left on the lease, but now that he had money and had bought the villa, Lin Chen didn't want to continue living there. As a single man, Lin Chen didn't have much stuff, so he just packed a piece of clothing and didn't bother with the other worthless items. After waiting for over half an hour, the landlord's wife arrived and, seeing the messy room, unhesitatingly deducted 200 yuan from the deposit. Lin Chen didn't mind and settled the water and electricity bills, then received over 500 yuan back from the landlord before dragging his suitcase downstairs. From today on, I will truly bid farewell to the past. Lin Chen stood downstairs, took another look at the place where he had lived for more than 2 years, casually flicked a cigarette butt, and left in a chic manner. When he returned to the villa, Bai Lei and Zhuo Cindy had not yet returned. Lin Chen thought for a moment and called the property management to have them contact someone to clean the swimming pool and change the water. The house was just bought, and the pool had dried up long ago, so it definitely needed to be cleaned before using it. After receiving the call, the property management immediately agreed, but the cleaning work would take some time, so Lin Chen had to arrange for it to be done the next day. Moreover, the pool usually needed to have its water changed every 2 days. Spending money was not a big deal, the trouble was the main issue. It was only because he had just moved in and the weather was relatively hot this season that Lin Chen had the interest to do it now. He estimated that after some time, he would be too lazy to bother with it. After more than an hour passed, it was almost 5 in the afternoon when Bai Lei and Zhuosini finally returned, bringing back almost a carload of things, and even the merchants had sent people to deliver the goods personally. "Uncle, take a look at the things I bought. Which set do you like? You can choose one first." Bai Lei was in charge of buying bedding, and she bought more than 10 sets, ensuring that every room had bedding. Lin Chen looked at them, they were all from the same brand and had similar styles, so he randomly chose a set in dark gray. "This set will do." "Okay. Chenggu, this set is for you." Bai Lei waved her hand, and she would handle the rest. Ding! Critical hit triggered, 23,888 yuan consumer rebate from Bai Lei, sincerity index 79.56, reverse critical hit 7,956 times. Received amount 190,052,938 yuan, please check carefully. Over 190 million yuan. Lin Chen almost drooled. However, he quickly realized that according to the system's judgment, only the set he chose would be considered as Bai Lei's voluntary consumption for him. If he had known earlier, he would have chosen all of them. Just now, he had missed out on tens of billions in a split second. Lin Chen regretted it deeply. "Chenggu, these are the things I bought for you. Take a look and see if you like them." Zhuosini also began to show off her spoils. Lin Chen glanced at them, they were all toiletries and cosmetics, which didn't amount to much, and all of these things were bought for him by the other party, so he didn't need to choose again. Ding! Critical hit triggered, 8,650 yuan consumer rebate from Zhuosini, sincerity index 58.99, reverse critical hit 5,899 times. Activity amount 51,026,350 yuan, please check carefully. Only over 5 million? Lin Chen suddenly lost interest. However, it was fortunate that Biao Biao's sincerity index was also starting to stabilize and was about to break through 60%, which made his guidance not in vain. He had been too hasty. Lin Chen watched as Bai Lei continued to tidy up the pile of bedding, feeling heartbroken. "Bai, how much did you spend on these things?" Bai Lei looked somewhat guilty as she glanced at Lin Chen and whispered, "Uncle, I bought the expensive ones. After the discount, it cost over 280,000 in total." Lin Chen roughly glanced at the 12 sets, which totaled over 280,000. It seemed that the set he had chosen just now was likely the most expensive one. Thinking of this, he felt much better. "Where did you get so much money? Didn't I just transfer 200,000 to you?" According to Bai Lei's habit of spending lavishly, she shouldn't have had over 80,000 in savings. "Chenggu, you don't know. This girl spent all the money, and even after using her credit card, it wasn't enough. In the end, I had to help her pay the rest." Zhuosini quickly spoke up, adding her own contribution. She had originally planned to call Lin Chen, but Bai Lei had insisted on not doing so. Helpless, the two of them had to pool their money to barely pay the bill. Bai Lei lowered her head and remained silent, looking like a child who had made a mistake. Lin Chen nodded and then turned to look at Zhuosini. "How much did you spend on these things?" "Brother Chen, I don't have much money on me, and I also helped Lei a bit. In total, we spent over 12,000 yuan on these things." Zhuosini dared not play tricks with money and could only speak honestly. Besides the over 8,000 yuan spent on things for Lin Chen, the rest, which was less than 4,000 yuan, was for her and Bai Lei. Lin Chen nodded in response and took out his phone. "I am a principled person. If someone is good to me, I will repay them tenfold. Since you bought these things for me, I can't be stingy either." With that, he started transferring money to the two of them, first transferring 2.8 million to Bai Lei, and then 120,000 to Zhuosini. Ding! The two heard the notification sound on their phones and quickly checked. "Uncle, why did you transfer so much money to me again?" Bai Lei exclaimed, looking nervous. Upon hearing this, Zhuosini immediately leaned over to take a look. When she saw all those zeros, she was completely dumbfounded. "Oh my god! 2.8 million! She only got 120,000! Zhuosini's mood was complex, just like Lin Chen, who had been regretful earlier. If she had known earlier, even if she had to borrow money, she would have bought more things for Lin Chen. Lin Chen took in their expressions and nodded with satisfaction. For someone like Shusini, he couldn't give too much money at once, otherwise, after she had her fill, she might just leave. Moreover, after this incident, it would be much simpler for Lin Chen to have her spend money on him again, and maybe Shusini would even take the initiative to find opportunities to spend on him. Bai Lei was different. The more money he spent on her, the closer their relationship became, and she couldn't break away. Furthermore, the sincerity index of the little white rabbit was getting higher and was about to break 80%. The more money he gave her, the more she would spend on him. Lin Chen had long figured out the thoughts of the two, and giving money was different for each person. Alright, it's just a little money. By the way, it's still early now. Why don't you hurry back to pack up and move? It's best to come in tonight. Bai Lei quickly shook her head. Brother Chen, we still need to tidy up the villa first, and there's no rush to move. Although Lin Chen was in a hurry, he also knew that pushing too hard might not be a good thing. After all, the meat was already on the plate, and it could be eaten sooner or later. Just as he was thinking, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Taking out his phone and looking at it, it turned out to be from Dehiba. Hey, Binzi, come early for tonight's class reunion. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that he had to attend a class reunion tonight. Okay, I'll come over in a while. After chatting for a bit, he hung up the phone directly. Lin Chen looked at the room full of things and turned to Bai Lei. You two start packing up. I'm going to attend the class reunion tonight, and I'll come back to stay here after it's over. Got it, uncle. The little white rabbit obediently nodded, and Lin Chen, curious, reached out to touch the two little buns she had tied, immediately earning a round of eye rolls. After Lin Chen left, Shusini immediately put down what she was holding and approached Bai Lei. Lei, why don't we go back first to pack up and move some things over, and then come back to tidy up? This way, we can stay here tonight. At this moment, Bai Lei seemed to have suddenly become less foolish and shook her head. Sister Sini, please don't. Think about it, Uncle is going to attend a class reunion tonight, and he's definitely going to drink. If he gets drunk again like last time, it would be too dangerous for us to stay here. Shusini secretly thought to herself, if a man doesn't get drunk, how can a woman have a chance? However, no matter how she persuaded, Bai Lei firmly disagreed. Unfortunately, Shusini had to dispel her thoughts and tidy up honestly with Bai Lei. The whole city of Jiangcheng was like a woman's chest, neither big nor small. Lin Chen and his old classmates, although in the same city, didn't have many chances to meet. Everyone was working hard for their own lives, working 996 every day just for a few pieces of silver. Only at the annual class reunion could everyone have the chance to get together, reminisce about their innocent school days, and chat about the future. Lin Chen had attended the previous two reunions, and everyone got along fine, except for a few individuals. After getting into the Audi R8, Lin Chen was somewhat lost in thought after reading the last message from Guanpeng. Binzi, I heard that Xiao Damiai is graduating from the postgraduate entrance examination and will be working in Jiangcheng in the future. She will also attend the class reunion this time. This is a great opportunity, brother, you should make good use of it. Guanpeng was referring to Xiao Mengyao, not only their class flower, but also the goddess of their entire school. Xiao Mengyao was not only beautiful, but also a top student. It was said that when she took the college entrance examination, there was a sudden accident in her family, causing her to miss one exam. Otherwise, with her grades, she should have been able to enter a key university. After graduation, everyone found jobs, but only Xiao Mengyao, with her excellent grades, was able to advance from a college to a postgraduate program, and she graduated in just 2 years. In the past 2 years, Xiao Mengyao was still studying for her postgraduate degree in another city, so she did not attend the reunion. Unexpectedly, she was participating this time. In the past, Lin Chen would have at most exchanged a few words with her at the reunion. After all, their lives were very different and they were not in the same social circle. But now it was different. Since Xiao Mengyao studied finance, there was a high probability that she was working in a securities investment company. Lin Chen was not lacking in money now, and there might be a chance for them to collaborate in the future. Recalling the past, a graceful figure appeared in his mind, and a faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. Since becoming wealthy, it seemed that he had been meeting more and more beautiful women. This class reunion was scheduled at a small restaurant called Juxianjuan, which was a bit far from Bisui Bay. Lin Chen didn't want to waste time, so he drove there directly. 40 minutes later, when Lin Chen arrived, it was just past 6 o'clock. He sent a message to Guanpeng, but that guy hadn't arrived yet, leaving him speechless. This guy was usually quite proactive, but he hadn't shown up himself. After some thought, Lin Chen didn't rush in, but parked his car in front of the small restaurant and went to a large supermarket across the street to browse around and buy a few packs of cigarettes. The villa was empty, and Bai Lele and the others were only concerned with buying daily necessities. After Lin Chen entered the supermarket, he pushed his shopping cart straight to the snack area. Damn! What kind of chocolate bar costs over 500 for a box? Lin Chen looked at the various snacks on the shelves and then at the prices, feeling amazed. Previously, with his monthly salary of just a few thousand, he couldn't afford such expensive snacks. Fortunately, he was not short of money now, and could finally indulge himself. Lin Chen no longer paid attention to the prices, and if he was interested or hadn't tried something before, he would sweep it into his cart without hesitation. After browsing the snack area, he moved on to the fruit section. Imported strawberries for over 800 yuan per pound, grapes for 500 yuan per bunch, and a melon for over 600 yuan each, things he had never dared to buy before. Lin Chen picked them up and put them in the car. This bold move immediately attracted the attention of many people, but he didn't care at all. When the shopping cart was full, he finally stopped. When waiting in line to check out, Lin Chen saw the safety supplies placed in front of the cashier's counter, and his eyes lit up. He casually grabbed a box of extra-large size. Although he didn't need it when he was with Cheng Kor and Bai Lele, a boy always puts safety first when he's out. "Sir, the total is 12,546.5 yuan, the cashier said. Lin Chen looked at the two large bags full of stuff and thought, it's only a little over 10,000 yuan, quite a bargain. After scanning the payment code, he casually tucked the extra-large safety helmet into his pocket. If Bai Lele saw this, she would definitely be more guarded. It's really damn heavy. Lin Chen panted as he carried the two large bags, feeling a bit hasty about the big purchase just now. Fortunately, he didn't run far, just crossed the street and arrived at the car. It's better to let Biao Biao run errands in the future when you want to buy something. After putting the things in the car, he began to reflect on whether his small frame should also be exercised. At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind. Damn! Binzi, why are you here so early? Are you in a hurry to see Xiao Damiai? Lin Chen turned his head and saw Guan Peng riding an electric bike, just in time to catch up. You dared to say that to me? You asked me to come early, and now you're just arriving. Wow, this is an Audi R8. It's over 2 million. Guan Peng ignored Lin Chen's complaints and, as soon as he saw the car next to him, his eyes lit up. Hey! Where are you going? Lin Chen was puzzled as he watched the guy backing up on the bike. Guan Peng parked the electric bike on the side of the road and then hurried over, circling around the Audi R8, praising it. This is an R8, my old electric bike is quite far away. Otherwise, if I accidentally touch it, I won't be able to afford the compensation. When Guan Peng arrived just now, Lin Chen had already put away the things and hadn't seen him lock the car, so he didn't know whose car it was. Lin Chen looked at his buddy's envious look, almost drooling, and couldn't help but find it funny. Alright, it's just a car, is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Guan Peng shook his head. You're used to seeing luxury cars in the 4S store every day, so you don't feel it. This is an R8, I can't afford it in my whole life. As he spoke, he turned his head and, not seeing the owner, quickly took out his phone and took a picture in front of the car. Lin Chen, seeing his buddy looking guilty, felt a bit smug. If this guy knew he was the owner, he would probably be shocked. Alright, stop touching it. How did you come here on a bike? Guan Peng said, my workplace is not far from here, so I just rode my bike over, and I can save some money. Lin Chen said, save money to help the poor? What nonsense, I have a girlfriend. When I save some more money, I'll buy a car too. But the cars in your store are too expensive, I can't take care of your business. Guan Peng took a few more glances before reluctantly taking his eyes off the car. Lin Chen, seeing that he was still a little reluctant to leave, grabbed his arm and said, let's go. I just quit my job a few days ago, and I don't need you to take care of the business. Guan Peng was stunned, what's going on? Why did you quit a good job? Are you planning to change jobs? Buddy, I'm financially free now, and I'm going to enjoy life. How about that, envious? Lin Chen smiled faintly. Guan Peng raised his thumb, in terms of bragging, I'm no match for you. Lin Chen saw that he didn't believe it and didn't explain further. Seeing Guan Peng riding an electric bike over, he knew that his economic situation wasn't that good. But that's normal. For people like them who have just graduated for 2 years with an associate degree, if they don't have support from their families, there aren't many who can afford a car. If the other party knows about their current worth, there might be a rift in the future, and even the pure brotherly feelings will change. The two of them walked into the restaurant with their arms around each other, and under the guidance of the waiter, they went directly to the reserved private room. De Peng and Binzi are here. In the private room, there were already more than a dozen people, and it was full of laughter and joy. Lin Chen greeted everyone and found a seat casually. This time, there were more than 20 people at their gathering, and 3 tables were reserved in advance, which was just enough for the private room. What are you all chatting about, laughing so happily? Guan Peng sat next to Lin Chen in the corner by the wall and asked casually. We were just talking about the sports car parked at the entrance of the restaurant. I wonder which tycoon drove a car worth over 2 million here to eat. A male classmate spoke up. At the mention of the car, Guan Peng became spirited. You're talking about the Audi R8, right? That costs over 2 million. Exactly, if I had that much money, I'd just leave it in the bank to earn interest. You've got to be kidding, who cares about the interest when you can afford a car like that? What's wrong with interest? Who would complain about having more money? A car is just a means of transportation, you can just buy a BMW for a few $100,000. Heh, maybe these tycoons have so much money that they can't spend it all. The crowd discussed one after another, and a group of old classmates riding electric bikes began to gossip about the tycoon's life. However, in the eyes and expressions of everyone, there was always a hint of envy. At this point, Lin Chen couldn't reveal his identity, otherwise it would be embarrassing for everyone. Suddenly, a discordant voice sounded. Humph. What's there to envy? The person who bought this car may not necessarily be a good person, they're just relying on their family's wealth and power. People like this will have a bad ending sooner or later. Lin Chen didn't want to interrupt, but when he heard someone cursing at him, he frowned. Gao Hongfei, your words are a bit extreme, maybe they earned the money by their own abilities. Guan Peng retorted, although he also envied and was jealous, he wouldn't maliciously speculate. Gao Hongfei looked disdainful, ha! That car costs over 2 million, the person who can afford it must have assets of at least tens of millions, or even more. How much is the highest salary among us here? If it weren't for relying on our families, who could afford such an expensive car? With these words, Guan Peng also felt a bit speechless. After graduating, he also relied on his family's connections to barely get into the Urban Management Bureau. Although he was only a temporary worker, it still made many people envious. If it weren't for his connections, he might not be able to become a regular employee in his lifetime. The others present were also not doing well, and there were quite a few who came riding electric bikes just like Guan Peng. So, everyone agreed with Gao Hongfei's words. With just a few thousand yuan in salary, not to mention buying an Audi R8, they couldn't even afford an ordinary domestic car. Not necessarily. Xiao Demiai is also coming to the gathering today. She is a finance graduate student, and after joining the workforce, her annual salary is definitely in the tens of thousands, or even millions. Buying an Audi R8 is still possible. Suddenly, a girl spoke up. That's right. Our salaries are low, we can only say that we don't have the ability, why talk so much? Guan Peng's eyes lit up. I may not have the chance to drive an R8 in my lifetime, but our female classmates still have a good chance. Right. I must marry a rich man in the future, and strive to buy an R8 for everyone to see. A girl named Wang Qiufang said loudly. Heh, with your appearance, forget about marrying a rich man, but you can consider me. Come on, you only make a few thousand yuan a month, not enough for me to buy cosmetics. Wang Qiufang rolled her eyes at the boy. Although it was a joke, it struck a chord with many people. Although everyone didn't want to admit their ordinariness, they had to face reality. What's so great about being rich? Those people may have money, but they haven't contributed anything to society, Gao Hongfei said sourly. Lin Chen had been holding back, but this guy wouldn't stop. He finally couldn't take it anymore. What business is it of yours whether others have money or not? Gao Hongfei stood up abruptly. Lin Chen, who are you cursing at? I mentioned that Audi R8, what's it to you? I hate envious people the most, so what? Who's envious? I'm just speaking the truth, that car isn't yours, why do you have the right to say that to me? Gao Hongfei's face turned livid, looking like he was about to start a fight without saying a word. Gao Hongfei, what do you want to do? Binzi didn't say anything wrong, it was you who was envious in the first place. Guan Peng also stood up. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, the others quickly started to mediate. Alright, we're all classmates, what's the big deal? Yes, everyone calm down, it's not a big deal. As everyone was trying to calm things down, the door of the private room suddenly opened, and a tall, delicate beauty walked in. Ha! What's going on? Did everyone know I was coming in and stand up to greet me in advance? Xiao Mengyao had a faint smile on her face, and it was clear that the atmosphere in the room was not right. She glanced at Gao Hongfei, who was being pulled by everyone, and then her gaze fell on Lin Chen. Miss Qiao. Goddess Qiao. Mengyao, come sit with me. After everyone saw who it was, they immediately became enthusiastic, and Gao Hongfei was left hanging on the side, and the previous argument was ignored. After Xiao Mengyao came in, she greeted everyone, and even shook hands with each of them. All the boys present, upon seeing this former goddess, suddenly felt a little ashamed. Lin Chen, everyone stood up to greet me, why are you still sitting? Xiao Mengyao made another joke, easing the tension in the room. Seeing that everyone else was standing, he felt embarrassed to continue sitting still, so he stood up and joked, hee, Miss Qiao, you finally came? Everyone was fighting to be your boyfriend just now, if you hadn't come, we might have started fighting. Xiao Mengyao was wearing a beige high-waisted dress today, which added a touch of nobility to her, and she didn't seem to mind Lin Chen's joke, and replied with a smile. It looks like you already have a girlfriend. What a pity, I don't have a chance now. Lin Chen looked at this old classmate in front of him and also felt a little amazed. It's okay, I don't mind having one more girlfriend. You have a thick skin, I really believe you have a girlfriend. Xiao Mengyao was a little surprised, and she keenly noticed the change in attitude of the others towards her. Only Lin Chen seemed to have no sense of restraint. Alright, Binzi, stop talking, everyone sit down. Guan Peng called out again, and everyone gradually sat down. Xiao Mengyao glanced at the empty seat and sat directly next to Lin Chen. After waiting for a few minutes, the last classmate arrived, and this time the gathering was finally complete. Someone went out to call, and the waiters quickly started serving the dishes. At the dinner table, Xiao Mengyao naturally became the center of attention for everyone, and she handled the classmates' enthusiastic hospitality with ease. Mengyao, what exactly do you do for work now? A female classmate asked curiously while toasting. Xiao Mengyao smiled and said, I work at the Galaxy Group, mainly in securities investment and the like. Securities investment, that's where the big money is. Mengyao, how much is your annual salary now? A classmate with no insight asked a foolish question. Not much, in our line of work, we mainly look at performance. I just started working and don't have many clients yet, Xiao Mengyao replied casually. She then joked, if anyone has money, they should come and take care of their old classmates. Guan Peng slammed the table and stood up, that's right. We are all old classmates. Let's not talk about anything else, you recommend a few good stocks, and we can make some extra money too. As soon as others heard this, their eyes lit up immediately. Nowadays, without extra income, one cannot become wealthy. And Xiao Mengyao happened to work in a securities company, so she had some inside information. Wouldn't that mean a sure profit? Guan Peng, you are overestimating me. The stock market is ever-changing. If I had that ability, why would I still work for others? Xiao Mengyao declined with a smile. Xiao, don't delay. If we really make money, we will definitely remember your kindness, someone else chimed in. Lin Chen smiled but didn't say anything. In his heart, he thought that if they lost money, these people would definitely blame others. Everyone understands the principle that investment carries risks, but some people only think about making money and never consider the consequences of losing money. Guan Peng unintentionally started something, and everyone joined in. Xiao Mengyao, a graduate student in finance, naturally had a sharp mind. Despite her several refusals, she couldn't resist the sarcastic remarks and had to agree in the end. Fellow old classmates, the stock market is too risky, and with too little capital, you can't make money. If you must invest, I suggest everyone buy some high-quality track funds. Xiao, whatever you recommend, I'll buy it. But you have to recommend a fund with better returns for me. Guan Peng seized the opportunity and directly took out his phone, insisting that Xiao Mengyao recommend some funds to him in person. Everyone had studied finance management, although the school was rubbish and they hadn't learned anything professional. However, they still understood funds and stocks and knew the risks and returns involved. Xiao Mengyao glared at Guan Peng. If it weren't for this guy starting it, she wouldn't be in this situation now. In the end, she had to recommend a few funds based on her judgment. Mingyao's judgment must be right. I only have over 20,000 yuan, so I'll just buy them all, Wang Qiufang said straightforwardly. Xiao Mengyao helplessly reminded her, Qiufang, don't blame me if you lose money. If I lose, I lose. It's just buying some funds, how much can I lose? Besides, I trust your judgment, Wang Qiufang said nonchalantly. Right. Xiao Goddess is a top student, her judgment is definitely correct. But I only have 10,000 yuan, so I'll go all in. Hee hee, I have a little more than you. I've saved over 30,000 in the past 2 years. Everyone was preparing to buy the few funds recommended by Xiao Mengyao and unconsciously started comparing themselves. Most of them came from ordinary families, and now they didn't own houses or cars. They could only compare who had saved more money. Some bought tens of thousands, while others bought a few thousand. Seeing that everyone believed in her judgment, Xiao Mengyao also felt somewhat pleased. She looked around and suddenly noticed that Lin Chen, who was sitting next to her, hadn't made any move. Why, aren't you buying any? Don't you trust my judgment? Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. I'm too lazy to bother. Besides, I'm not short of money. Ha ha. Lin Chen's words made Xiao Mengyao laugh, but she also knew that it was impolite of her. She quickly suppressed her smile and said, sorry, I couldn't help it, hee hee. A college graduate from an ordinary family, working for just over 2 years and not short of money. No one would believe that. What's more, Lin Chen said it so seriously that she found it too funny. Lin Chen was a bit speechless, knowing that Xiao Damiai didn't believe him at all, but he didn't explain much. I think it's because Callie has no money, it's embarrassing, isn't it? Cao Hongfei heard Lin Chen's words clearly and felt a bit smug. He had just bought 50,000 yuan worth of stocks, and so far, no one had surpassed him. Who are you talking about? Guan Peng just sat down and heard this guy mocking Lin Chen, and immediately became unhappy, glaring fiercely at Gao Hongfei. Gao Hongfei looked at the tall and sturdy Guan Peng and felt a bit intimidated, but he didn't let up. I didn't say it was you, why are you in such a hurry? I think you're looking for trouble, aren't you? Guan Peng stood up again. Da Peng, forget it. Lin Chen pulled Guan Peng, not wanting everyone to be unhappy over some trivial matter. Whether he had money or not was none of anyone else's business. Xiao Mengyao also quickly spoke up to persuade, and Guan Peng sat down angrily. Binzi, don't lower yourself to the level of an idiot. He knew that Lin Chen had just resigned, and maybe he didn't have much money, so he couldn't stand Gao Hongfei's words. Just because of Gao Hongfei's words, the atmosphere at the dinner table became a bit awkward. Those classmates who had only bought a few thousand yuan worth of stocks felt inexplicably inferior. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and then the waiter walked in. Sorry to disturb you. The waiter politely greeted and continued, I want to ask, is the black Audi R8 outside yours? Someone just bumped into it. The Audi R8 cost over 2 million, and it was parked at the entrance of the restaurant. Now that it had been hit, the waiter had seen it and immediately ran in to find the owner. Lin Chen had just bought the car, and the license plate hadn't arrived yet. He also didn't have the habit of leaving his phone number in the car, so the waiter could only ask each table of guests. Ha, who knows whose car it is, insisting on showing off here, now it's been hit. Gao Hongfei suddenly burst into laughter, looking particularly happy. The others looked at him strangely, not knowing what he was so happy about. Lin Chen's face darkened, ignoring the whole red-eyed weirdo, and got up to go outside. Where are you going, Binzi? Guan Peng didn't even think about the Audi. It's too stuffy inside, I'm going out for a smoke. Lin Chen replied, without saying hello to the others, and walked outside. It was just a small matter that the car was hit, but if Lin Chen didn't handle it, the restaurant staff would definitely not let the culprit leave. So he had to go out and take a look, and if it wasn't a big problem, he would just let it go. After asking around, the waiter didn't find the car and had to go ask elsewhere. After the waiter left, Xiao Mengyao also greeted everyone, enjoy your meal, I'm going to the restroom. After leaving the private room, Xiao Mengyao went to the cashier's desk to settle the bill in advance. Usually, at class gatherings, everyone would split the bill, but this was her first time attending, and her income was not low, so she decided to pay for everything herself. Hey, isn't that Lin Chen? While settling the bill, Xiao Mengyao casually looked around, and when she looked outside, she suddenly froze. At the entrance of the restaurant, Lin Chen glanced at the shallow scratch on the front of the Audi, shook his head, and thought to himself that it was just a small scratch, at most he would have to touch up the paint, and he had wasted a trip coming out. Beside him, a restaurant waiter quickly explained, Sir, your car was hit by this young lady, it has nothing to do with our restaurant. I really didn't mean to. Mu Wenjun pushed her electric bike and stood on the side, almost in tears, quickly apologizing to the car owner in front of her. She had indeed been riding a bit fast just now, and coincidentally, a customer had walked out of the restaurant. In order to avoid the person, she turned the handlebars and accidentally grazed the Audi. The waiter at this restaurant said that the car in front of us costs over 2 million, and it's a new car. If she scratches it, she'll have to pay at least tens of thousands. Oh my! Could that be Lin Chen's car? At the cashier, Xiao Mangyao suddenly heard a familiar voice, turned her head and saw that Wang Qiufang had also run out at some point. At this moment, Wang Qiufang was looking at Lin Chen standing in front of the Audi. A young girl was bowing to him from time to time, and her eyes widened. Xiao Mangyao also smiled bitterly in her heart. She didn't expect that when Lin Chen said he wasn't short of money, it was actually true. Mangyao, let's go out and take a look, and catch a big spender. Wang Qiufang also forgot her purpose for coming out and ran out of the store directly. Lin Chen looked at the young girl in front of him, who looked about 18 or 19 years old, and she had a very pure look. Especially at this moment, her long eyelashes blinked with a hint of mist, and her clear big eyes seemed to be able to speak, truly pitiful. Looking at the electric bike she was riding, Lin Chen knew that she was not a wealthy person. Forget it, it's just a small scratch, it's not a big deal. Mu Wenjun was stunned. Not only did the other party not blame her, but she also didn't have to pay. No, this is still my fault, I still have to pay. Since the other party insisted on paying, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and nodded. Alright, give me 1,000 yuan, I'll fix the paint myself. Young lady, this car costs over 2 million, and it's a new car. As long as you pay 1,000 yuan, it's already a fair price. The waiter saw that Lin Chen's attitude was very good, and he only asked for 1,000 yuan from the other party, so he quickly explained. Mu Wenjun's mouth started to pout again, and she stammered, I don't have that much money. Can I add you on WeChat first, and then transfer it to you when I have enough? Lin Chen was speechless. He had originally said that she didn't have to pay, but now she insisted on paying. Now that he asked her to pay, she couldn't come up with the money. Forget it, I said you don't have to pay. No, I must pay. Mu Wenjun's upbringing told her that if she caused trouble, she must pay the price. Looking at the girl in front of him who was being so serious, Lin Chen suddenly felt a headache. He had just come out to smoke, and if it took too long, Guan Peng might also come out. If he saw it, it would be a disaster. Alright, add WeChat then. Lin Chen had just taken out his phone when a familiar voice came from his ear. You, Lin Chen, are you bullying the little girl just because you have money? Wang Qiufang had a strange expression on her face, as if she was meeting him for the first time. This is ridiculous. Lin Chen's forehead was covered with black lines, and he explained, which eye of yours saw me bullying the little girl? Both of my eyes saw it. Wang Qiufang said, and even gestured with 2 fingers, you're so young and already up to no good, tricking the little girl into adding you on WeChat. It looks like adding her on WeChat is out of the question now. Lin Chen put away his phone and asked with a smile, what's wrong? Are you jealous? Oh, right, you're determined to marry a rich man and buy an R8. Wang Qiufang immediately became angry and embarrassed. Mangyao, this guy is bullying people, come and help me, I can't handle him alone. Only then did Xiao Mangyao have the chance to speak, and she asked with a smile, is this your car? Lin Chen nodded, and seeing that it was impossible to hide it, he stopped pretending, yes, I'm the idiot that Gao Hongfei mentioned. Put. Xiao Mangyao was amused again. If Gao Hongfei knew that this car belonged to Lin Chen, he definitely wouldn't have said such things. Alright, what are you going to do now? Lin Chen helplessly shrugged, it's just a small scratch, I said she doesn't have to pay. No. I have to compensate, Mu Wenjun said quietly again. The waiter was a bit speechless with this girl who was so particular. Lin Chen scratched his head, looked up, and saw a convenience store next to the restaurant. He spoke up, how about this, I'll go buy something at the store, and you can help me pay for it, consider it compensation, okay? Mu Wenjun glanced at the convenience store next to her, thought for a moment, and then nodded gently, okay. You two go back. First, I'll go buy a pack of cigarettes. Lin Chen greeted Xiao Mangyao and the others, then took the little girl to the convenience store. Boss, a pack of Huazi. Lin Chen casually asked for a pack of cigarettes, and saw a refrigerator at the entrance of the convenience store filled with various ice creams. He immediately said to the girl next to him, I'll get another ice cream, is that okay? Mu Wenjun shook her head quickly, afraid that the other person would buy too little, and she would feel guilty. Seeing the other person agree, Lin Chen took another ice cream and opened the packaging directly. Total is 253 yuan, the boss said, looking at the ice cream in Lin Chen's hand. What? Lin Chen was stunned, somewhat doubting if he had misheard. Boss, how much? Huazi 45, ice cream 208, total 253, the boss repeated. Damn! An ice cream for over 200 yuan. Lin Chen was rich, but not stupid. If he had known this thing was so expensive, he wouldn't have eaten it. This is not about the money. However, now that he had opened the packaging, it was impossible to return it. Lin Chen was somewhat embarrassed. How about I pay for the ice cream myself? No need, I'll treat you. Mu Wenjun quickly shook her head and swiftly paid with her phone. Ding! Triggered a critical hit. Mu Wenjun's 253 yuan consumption rebate, sincerity index 92.56, reverse critical hit 9,256 times. Received 2,341,768 yuan, please check carefully. Lin Chen had just taken a bite of the ice cream when he was startled by the prompt in his mind. 2 million yuan was not a lot, but the sincerity index was too high, right? He knew so many people, except for Lu Xiaoyu. Lin Chen had never seen such a high sincerity index. No wonder this girl was so particular, she really wanted to compensate herself. After learning the truth, Lin Chen suddenly felt a bit bitter and helpless. Back in the restaurant, when Wang Qiufang returned, she immediately knocked on the table to attract everyone's attention and then said mysteriously, "Do you know whose Audi R8 is parked outside?" "What? Is it your husband's?" Guan Peng joked. Everyone remembered Wang Qiufang's previous grand ambitions and burst into laughter. "Guan Peng! Get out of here!" Wang Qiufang retorted, then continued, "You absolutely can't imagine, that car actually belongs to Lin Chen." Clatter! The chopsticks fell to the ground, and several plates and cups also broke. What did you just say?" Guan Peng looked bewildered and shocked. Wang Qiufang looked at everyone's surprised expressions, with a look of knowing it all along on her face. "That's right, the Audi R8 belongs to Lin Chen. Me and Meng Yao saw it clearly outside." Everyone looked at Xiao Mengyao, who nodded with a wry smile, and they finally believed it. When Lin Chen returned to the private room, he found that the atmosphere was a bit off, and everyone's gaze towards him was strange. He immediately understood that it must be Wang Qiufang's big mouth that had revealed the matter of the car. "Binzi, is that Audi really yours?" Guan Peng asked again. What else could Lin Chen say? He could only smile bitterly and nod. However, when he saw Gao Hongfei's face looking like he had eaten shit, he felt extremely satisfied. Guan Peng's face suddenly became serious, and he said earnestly, "Binzi, I've had a secret that I haven't dared to tell you for these years, but today, I just can't hold it in anymore." Lin Chen was taken aback and instinctively asked, "What secret?" Guan Peng said, "Actually, I am your half-brother from a different mother and father." After Guan Peng's revelation, the awkward atmosphere in the private room eased slightly. But Lin Chen could still sense the strange looks from everyone, which made him feel uncomfortable and want to leave. At that moment, Wang Qiufang walked over, swaying her hips, and threw a flirtatious glance at Lin Chen. "Boss Lin, you are a real big shot now. How about you foot the bill for tonight's dinner?" "Yeah, Binzi, if you don't treat us, it wouldn't be right," Guan Peng chimed in. Lin Chen knew that his friend was helping him to get closer to other classmates, so he smiled and nodded. "All right, I'll treat everyone today. No need for anyone else to chip in." In the previous two class gatherings, the organizer would pay first, and then everyone would split the bill, with each person paying a couple of 100 yuan, which wasn't a big deal. Seeing Lin Chen getting up, Xiao Mengyao estimated that he was going to settle the bill and said with a smile, "Forget it, I already settled the bill when I went out earlier. Let Boss Lin treat us to a big meal next time." Lin Chen was surprised, and then a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Triggered a critical hit, receiving a rebate of 325 yuan from Xiao Mengyao's expenses, with a sincerity index of 71.23, reverse critical hit 7,123 times. Received 2,314,975 yuan, please check carefully. Another 2 million yuan, and a sincerity index of over 71%, which was not low. Lin Chen glanced at Xiao Mengyao with some surprise. It was her first time attending a gathering, and he didn't expect her to settle the bill proactively. Others were also surprised. No one expected Xiao Mengyao to settle the bill in advance and seemed to be prepared to treat everyone. "No, today's bill must be on me, and no one else can pay." Lin Chen shook his head with a smile and directly transferred 10,000 yuan to Xiao Mengyao's WeChat. Although they hadn't been in contact much, they were still WeChat friends. According to the system's prompt, the average consumption was just over 300 yuan per person, and there were over 20 people, so it was about 7 to 8,000 yuan in total. Transferring 10,000 yuan to her was more than enough. Xiao Mengyao was a little displeased. "Lin Chen, I said I would treat. What are you doing now?" "Oh, Mengyao, why are you being so polite to this big boss?" Wang Qiufang seemed to like snatching other people's phones. She had snatched Lin Chen's phone at the restaurant entrance before and now took Xiao Mengyao's phone, directly accepting the WeChat transfer. Lin Chen didn't mind and signaled to Guan Peng, sorry, everyone, I have something to attend to and need to leave early. I'll take care of the bill today. Enjoy your meal and drinks. Yes, Binzi and I have something to do. Take your time, everyone, Guan Peng understood and immediately got up to leave with Lin Chen. Watching the two leave, no one in the private room tried to stop them. Xiao Mengyao seemed pensive and smiled, let's continue eating, and don't worry about them. Yes, let's continue. Inside the private room, the atmosphere became lively again. Binzi, what are you doing? I haven't eaten enough yet. We can't just go back hungry, can we? Guan Peng complained at the restaurant entrance. You think I'm full? Lin Chen put his arm around him, I feel uncomfortable inside. Let's go find a place and order another table. Alright, but you have to treat. Guan Peng said with a big smile. If I treat, then I treat. Lin Chen didn't feel any change in Guan Peng's attitude towards him, and he felt a little more at ease. As Guan Peng still had to ride his electric bike, Lin Chen could only slow down and follow behind him. After leaving the restaurant, they walked along the main road for a few hundred meters and arrived at a lively barbecue stall, where they stopped. Boss, give us 20 skewers of each of your grilled items, someone else is treating tonight anyway. They casually found a table to sit at, and Guan Peng didn't even look at the menu, just confidently ordered a set. Lin Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes, just the two of us, can we finish so much food? Mind your own business, if we can't finish it, we'll take it to go, right? Guan Peng retorted, a little annoyed, you're something, Lin Chen, you're good at hiding things. Lin Chen knew what he was talking about and could only force a bitter smile. He had only just started to enjoy a good life a couple of days ago, before that, he was a real poor guy. Alright, let's not say anything more, we're good buddies, let's have a toast. Lin Chen ordered a few bottles of beer, filled Guan Peng's glass first, and then poured his own. Humph. That's about right. Guan Peng wasn't really angry, he just felt a little embarrassed about his previous behavior. On a scorching summer day, a gulp of ice-cold beer down the throat, just one word, refreshing. Although this was just a roadside stall, Lin Chen felt more comfortable than eating at any restaurant. Peng, I won't hide it from you, if you have any problems in the future, just tell me, don't worry about anything else, if it can be solved with money, it's not a problem. As they ate skewers and drank beer, they chatted about everything under the sun. Hee, Binzi, I've actually been hiding something from you, but now it's no big deal to tell you. After a few glasses of beer, Guan Peng's face revealed a sly smile. Lin Chen became interested and asked, tell me honestly, what have you been hiding from me? I work at the Urban Management Bureau, and I've actually already been confirmed to be a regular employee this year, I just didn't tell you because I was afraid of hurting your self-esteem. Guan Peng said nonchalantly. Damn! That's great news, you should be treating tonight. Lin Chen slapped the table and laughed. Although Guan Peng had only been a temporary contract worker before, he had already made many people envious. Now that he was going to be a regular employee, his benefits would increase several times over. Guan Peng sneered, so what if I become a regular employee? You're already driving an Audi R8, and you still have the nerve to make me treat you? You're rich now, if you want to treat me as a buddy, you'll have to pay me more in the future. That won't do. Lin Chen shook his head, looking serious, as a buddy, I can only support you, and the kind of support I can give is for a girlfriend. Guan Peng didn't react at first, but after Lin Chen finished speaking, he immediately understood and looked at him with disdain. Binzi, if you say that, then I must tell you another secret. You have another secret? Lin Chen was also surprised. Guan Peng revealed a sly smile again, took out his phone from his pocket, opened the album, and handed it to Lin Chen. Take a look, this is my girlfriend, we've been together for a long time, and I've been taking care of your single dog emotions, so I've never mentioned it. Damn! Lin Chen was really shocked this time, his buddy had really hidden it well. However, after looking at the photo on the phone, he was suddenly stunned. Why does this woman look a bit familiar? Lin Chen quickly recalled in his mind, and soon he remembered. This woman, wasn't she the tank-top beauty who had approached him on the roadside one morning? Peng, is this really your girlfriend? Guan Peng proudly smiled, of course. Lin Chen was speechless, thinking back to the actions of that woman, he felt that his buddy was really naive. What should he do? How did you two get together? Lin Chen asked casually. Guan Peng is after all his good buddy, encountering this kind of woman, he must remind the other party. However, it's not easy for him to speak directly about this matter, and without evidence, Guan Peng may not necessarily believe it. Hey, although we were introduced by our families for a blind date, we have known each other for a long time, and it can be considered as a long-standing affection. Guanping put away his phone, looked at the photo again, and a smile spread across his face. How long have you been together? Lin Chen asked a key question, hitting the nail on the head. What's wrong with you? Are you jealous that I have a girlfriend? Guanping was a little embarrassed, and even blushed, which was rare. Seeing this, Lin Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It seemed that his buddy had truly fallen in love this time, and the words he was about to say were swallowed back. Damn it, why are there so many scumbag women these days? Looking at Guanping in front of him, Lin Chen thought of his own situation with young man, and felt a little troubled. After taking a gulp of beer, he felt a little more comfortable. Right. I'll get this guy half drunk first, and then take the opportunity to talk about his girlfriend. A bright idea flashed through Lin Chen's mind, and he suddenly had a plan. Big Peng, how about we have some white wine? Guanping was taken aback, then joked, what's wrong, is my girlfriend making the big boss jealous? Humph. My girlfriend is even more beautiful than yours, and I have 3 of them. Lin Chen said disdainfully. You're just bragging, show me the photos if you dare. Guanping didn't believe it at all. In his eyes, his girlfriend was the most beautiful woman in the world. Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing that he didn't actually have photos of Chen Kor and the others on his phone. What nonsense, do you want to drink white wine or not? If you want to drink, then drink, who's afraid of who? Guanping thought Lin Chen was acting out of embarrassment, so he wasn't polite either. Then you wait, I'll go buy the wine. After saying that, Lin Chen left first. At the Ju Xiang Yuan restaurant, in a private room. Not long after Lin Chen left, although the atmosphere became a bit livelier, everyone was preoccupied and lost their appetite. Soon, the dinner party dispersed. As the classmates left one by one, Xiao Mengyao was the last to leave. She had taken a taxi to get here, and after leaving the restaurant, she looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar city and suddenly felt like taking a walk. So, Xiao Mengyao walked along the main road in front of the restaurant, casually strolling. As she walked, her gaze suddenly stopped, and she saw a familiar figure on the roadside. Lin Chen, why are you still here? Lin Chen looked up and saw Xiao Mengyao, also a little surprised. Xiao, everyone finished dinner and went home. I live nearby, so I thought I'd take a walk. What about you, why are you still here? Hee, I came to buy a bottle of wine. Lin Chen pointed to a convenience store in front of him. Well, Big Peng is still waiting for me, so I won't chat with you for long. His mind was now filled with plans to get someone drunk, and he didn't think much about anything else. These two must have just finished eating and moved to another place. Xiao Mengyao guessed it at a glance, but she didn't expose it. However, Lin Chen's attitude seemed to completely disregard her, which made her inexplicably disappointed. Perfect, you transferred too much money to me today, so I'll buy the wine for you. Xiao Mengyao smiled and, regardless of Lin Chen's reaction, walked straight into the convenience store. To have such a good opportunity to take advantage of him, and there's also this good thing? Lin Chen didn't hold back either. He had no grudges with money, so after entering the convenience store, he directly said to the owner, Boss, give me 2 bottles of Wuliangye. The owner quickly fetched 2 bottles of Wuliangye, that will be a total of 3,198 yuan. Xiao Mengyao saw that Lin Chen didn't even take out his phone, nor did he say a polite word. Although she felt annoyed, she still scanned the code and made the payment without hesitation. Ding! Xiao Mengyao's 3,198 yuan consumption rebate, sincerity index 68.23, reverse impact 6,823 times. Received 21,819,954 yuan, please check carefully. Lin Chen was afraid that 1 bottle of wine wouldn't be enough, so he ordered 2 bottles. But these 2 bottles cost more than 3,000 yuan, and he definitely didn't have that much left after transferring 10,000 yuan. However, it was only a matter of 1 or 2,000 yuan, and he didn't care. How about going to eat some kebabs together? Heh, forget it. Xiao Mengyao shook her head, sensing that Lin Chen seemed to have something on his mind. Okay, let's get together often in the future. If you need help with your performance, feel free to call me anytime. Considering the more than 20 million yuan, he didn't mind helping an old classmate. Lin Chen nodded to the other party and then carried the Wuliangye back. Watching him leave, Xiao Mengyao suddenly became more curious about this old classmate. Hey, it's still Wuliangye. I'm going to drink more later. At the barbecue stall, Guanpeng's eyes lit up when he saw the wine box in Lin Chen's hand. Stop talking nonsense, let's get started. Lin Chen thought to himself, I'm afraid you won't get drunk, and then the two of them exchanged glasses and started drinking the white wine. Over an hour later, Lin Chen's head was spinning, everything looked a bit blurry, and he hadn't even gotten Guanpeng drunk, but he was already drunk himself. Fortunately, he still remembered his purpose. Taking advantage of the alcohol, he said, Da Peng, your girlfriend is not that great. I advise you to find another one. Guanpeng didn't care, thinking that Lin Chen was drunk. Binzi, although you have more money than me now, you are far behind in terms of women. Nonsense. Lin Chen slurred, what's your girlfriend? With just a phone call, the women I can bring are all prettier than your girlfriend. You're just bragging, Guanpeng sneered. Don't believe me? Then just wait and see. Lin Chen took out his phone and started sending messages. Core, I've had too much to drink, come pick me up. Xiaobai, come pick up your brother Chen. Biao, come help me drive. He sent out 3 messages in a row, each with a location. Guanpeng's head was a bit muddled, and although he felt that this behavior was inappropriate, he couldn't stop it. Binzi, how about we call it a day today? We've both had enough to drink. No. Today, I must let you see what my girlfriend looks like. Come on, let's continue drinking. With only half a bottle of Wolianye left, the two of them continued to drink. After another half hour, when they finished the last glass of wine, a cold wind blew, and Guanpeng suddenly sobered up a lot. Damn, if I had known you had such a low alcohol tolerance, I would have made you settle the bill earlier. Guanpeng looked at Lin Chen, who was completely unconscious, feeling speechless, and could only helplessly get up to settle the bill. This guy was so drunk now that he could only go to a hotel to spend the night. Just then, an Audi A8 stopped by the roadside, and a stunning beauty got out of the car. Chen Core glanced at the R8 on the side of the road, then quickly spotted the heavily drunk Lin Chen. I'll take care of it. Guanpeng was about to help Lin Chen up and find a nearby hotel to settle him down, when he suddenly saw a beautiful woman coming over and helping Lin Chen up. Are you Binzi's girlfriend? Guanpeng looked at the stunning woman in front of him, his mouth hanging open in surprise. Chen Core nodded and was about to help Lin Chen up, but she was too weak, so she looked at Guanpeng and said, could you help me get him into the car, please? Thank you. Oh, okay. Guanpeng immediately reacted. Just as the two of them had just propped up Lin Chen and hadn't even reached the front of the Audi A8, another BMW stopped by the roadside. As soon as the BMW stopped, 2 young and beautiful girls jumped out. Oh, Uncle's car is really here. Sheenie, quickly look and see if Uncle is here, one of them said. Lele had just finished speaking when she froze, because she didn't need to look for him, she had already seen Lin Chen. Juosini also saw Lin Chen being supported by a man and a woman, especially when she saw Chen Core, she immediately felt a sense of crisis. This woman is so beautiful. Soon, Juosini reacted and immediately stepped forward, blocking Guanpeng's path. Thank you for your help, but for now, let me take care of Chen Ji. Chen Ji? Guanpeng was stunned and looked at Juosini and then at the alert by Lele beside her, feeling troubled. Oh no, where did these 2 women come from again? Suddenly, Guanpeng remembered that Lin Chen had sent 3 messages in a row earlier, and his heart sank. He was neither here nor there, and could only turn to look at Chen Core beside him. After all, she was here first. Chen Core glanced at Juosini, her expression unchanged, and said, Aben sent me a text earlier, asking me to pick him up. She wasn't trying to be jealous, but she would definitely do her best to fulfill Lin Chen's instructions. Juosini immediately took out her phone and showed it. Chen Ji also sent me a message, asking me to drive his car back. And Lele, she is Chen Ji's girlfriend, who are you? Damn! They really are all Aben's girlfriends, and they are all very beautiful. Guanpeng was completely convinced this time, but the current situation was a bit tricky. Chen Core glanced at the message on the other person's phone, especially seeing the term bitch, she immediately ignored it and focused her gaze on Lele. I am Aben's friend, since you are his girlfriend, then take him back. Lele's expression was complicated as she looked at Chen Core and shook her head, you are Xiaoyu, right? Uncle was drunk last time and kept calling your name, so you should take him back. How did Xiaoyu suddenly appear? When Aben sent the message just now, this name wasn't mentioned at all. Guanpeng's expression became even more interesting, and he looked at his buddy, cursing in his heart, damn, rich people are really scumbags. Chen Core blinked and then nodded, okay, I'll take him first, you guys help drive his car back. Lele, how can you do this? Zhuo Cini was immediately unhappy. Before she could continue, Bai Lele shook her head at her. Cini, let's help Uncle drive the car back first. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. After speaking, Bai Lele looked at the unconscious Lin Chen and then got into the BMW. Both of them had driver's licenses, but Bai Lele rarely drove and her skills were average. When they came, they had already discussed it. She would drive the BMW, and let Zhuo Cini drive Lin Chen Saudi. Helpless, Zhuo Cini could only reach out her hand. Where are the car keys? Guan Peng quickly found the Audi R8 car keys from Lin Chen and handed them over. Seeing Zhuo Cini start the Audi and drive away with Bai Lele, Guan Peng quickly cooperated with Chen Kura to help Lin Chen into the car. Thank you, Chen Kura nodded at Guan Peng. No need to thank me, Aben and I are buddies. Guan Peng was already sweating, and now he was completely sober. Watching the Audi A8 leave, he could only smile bitterly as he rode his electric bike back to his place. Thinking about Lin Chen's treatment and then looking at himself, Guan Peng just wanted to curse. Damn, being rich is really damn good. The next day. When Lin Chen woke up, he found himself lying on a strange big bed, feeling a bit groggy. Damn! Did I black out yesterday? Rubbing his head, Lin Chen sat up and realized that his clothes had been changed. You're awake, a figure walked in and said. Kur? How did I end up here? Lin Chen looked around in confusion and then realized that he was staying in the new house he had just bought for Chen Kur. Chen Kura handed him a glass of warm water. You got drunk with your friends outside yesterday, and then you messaged me to come pick you up. Lin Chen took the glass and drank it in one go, then started to recall what happened. It seemed that he had been drinking with Guan Peng last night, planning to get him drunk but ended up getting drunk himself. However, he couldn't remember what happened afterwards. Kur, luckily you brought me back. If my buddies had taken me to a hotel, no one would have helped me change clothes. Lin Chen handed her the empty glass and said, pour me another one. Chen Kura nodded and before leaving, she added, by the way, you also messaged 2 girls last night, so I asked them to drive your car back. Lin Chen was stunned. While Chen Kura was out getting water, he quickly picked up his phone from the bedside table and checked it. There were several messages and a missed call. Guan Peng, Binzi, you really went all out last night, good luck. Poor guy, Biao Biao, Chen Ji, are you awake? Xiaobai seems a bit angry, come back and make it up to her. Sticking out tongue, there was also a missed call from Biao Biao, and she had sent several messages urging Lin Chen to come back. Lin Chen looked at the messages he sent. Yesterday and felt speechless, he really was too impulsive, what was he pretending for? Chen Kura came back with the water, seeing Lin Chen with the phone, she smiled lightly, why don't you go back first? Lin Chen put down the phone, finished the water, and felt much better. Forget it, there's no need. Chen Kura nodded and said, then why don't you take a shower first? I had someone help you upstairs yesterday, but only wiped your body. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lin Chen also felt a bit smelly and was about to go to the bathroom. Wait a moment, Chen Kura said, opening the wardrobe and taking out a whole set of clothes, even including underwear. I bought you some clothes, I don't know if they fit. There are toiletries in the bathroom, see if you need anything else, I'll go buy it for you. Lin Chen took the clothes and was very satisfied with Chen Kura's thoughtfulness, then I'll go take a shower. Do you want me to help you wash? Chen Kura's voice came from behind. No need. Lin Chen ran to the bathroom as if escaping. Ding! Triggered a critical hit, a rebate of 168,800 yuan from Chen Kura, sincerity index 85.44, reverse critical hit 8,544 times. Received 1,442,227,120 yuan, please check carefully. Damn! 1.4 billion. This is what you call a godly rich person. In the bathroom, Lin Chen looked at the prompt in his mind and felt ecstatic. It seemed that his self-improvement plan was starting to pay off. Lin Chen quickly took off his pajamas and realized that he wasn't wearing underwear. It seemed that Chen Kura had already seen his little brother yesterday, so they were practically family now. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen came out dressed and Chen Kura had prepared breakfast. Aben, I don't know what you like to eat, so I prepared some random dishes, see if they suit your taste. It's okay, I'm not picky. Lin Chen smiled and replied, then sat at the dining table, looking at the toast, fried eggs, and freshly squeezed soy milk in front of him, suddenly feeling very hungry. Why aren't you eating? I've already eaten, Chen Kura smiled and shook her head. By the way, there's one more thing. That girl named Lele from yesterday seems to have mistaken me for Xiaoyu. You should explain it to her later. Lin Chen paused for a moment, then started eating heartily. What, are you jealous? Chen Kor continued to shake her head. I've said that as long as my requirements are met, I won't ask about anything. And if necessary, I can explain it to her in person. Lin Chen understood her meaning. She was really treating herself as invisible. At first, he was indeed attracted to Chen Kor's good looks and envied her figure, but now being taken care of and cared for meticulously by someone, Lin Chen had some strange feelings towards Chen Kor. It seemed like a good idea to find a woman like her to be his wife. However, Lin Chen had no plans to get married for the time being, and he couldn't give up a forest for a single tree. That Xiaoyu is my high school classmate. We only recently met, and she's already married. Don't think too much about it, Lin Chen explained as he ate breakfast. Chen Kor nodded with a smile and didn't say anything more. After a hearty meal, Lin Chen lay comfortably on the sofa, burping contentedly, watching Chen Kor busy clearing the dishes. Suddenly, he couldn't help but feel a little restless. Kor, come over here, I have something to tell you. After she finished clearing up, Lin Chen patted the sofa, and Chen Kor walked over and sat down, only to be pulled into his arms. Should we go back to the room? Chen Kor's breathing became a little rapid, her delicate face already blushing. Lin Chen just checked her body and stopped after being familiar with it. What's wrong, are you feeling unwell? Chen Kor bit her lip, shook her head. That's not what I meant, I just feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Chen was delighted. It seemed that she was still inexperienced. He had struck gold. What are you thinking? I just wanted to talk to you about something. Why do you have to keep making moves? Lin Chen asked knowingly. Just talk about business. Why do you have to keep making moves? Chen Kor couldn't help but roll her eyes. In that instant, she was so charming that Lin Chen almost lost control. After being pinched without any real effect, Lin Chen finally became a little more honest, and his action stopped. If he wasn't honest, it wouldn't be good, unless he wasn't afraid of things getting out of hand. Alright, let's talk business. You don't need to work at that job anymore. I'm planning to arrange something else for you. Chen Kor was taken aback. Although she didn't know what Lin Chen had in mind, she still obediently nodded. I'll listen to you. Lin Chen no longer beat around the bush and directly explained his plan. You won't earn much from that job, and I know you don't want to be idle, so I'm planning to open a 4S store and have you manage it. No, I don't have that ability. What if we lose money? Chen Kor immediately shook her head in refusal. She had just thought that Lin Chen didn't like her to be in the limelight, but she didn't expect him to want to open a 4S store specifically for her. If we lose money, we lose money. I'm not short of money anyway. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. This woman didn't know what she had bought for herself, spending over 160,000 and instantly increasing his assets by 1.4 billion. With so much money, he could open more than a dozen 4S stores. Chen Kor opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Opening a 4S store would require an investment of several million, or even tens of millions, and Lin Chen actually said he would open one just like that, and wasn't afraid of losing money. It was simply outrageous. Okay, it's settled then. You go handle the procedures today, and I'll find someone to help register the company. I'll only be responsible for the money, and the rest will be up to you. Aren't you going to wait until everything is done before leaving? Chen Kor said, as she playfully touched a banana with her small hand. Lin Chen blushed and said fiercely, next time I come, I'll eat you up. He was still thinking about going back, as there were two little cuties in the villa. Chen Kor chuckled and stood up to help Lin Chen straighten his clothes. Before leaving, she called out to him again, wait, you forgot something. What did I forget? Lin Chen was puzzled. Chen Kor hurried back to the room and quickly returned, saying, I found this in your pocket when I helped you change clothes yesterday. You don't need this here, but keep it with you just in case. Lin Chen looked at the oversized safety helmet handed to him and felt a little dumbfounded. When he saw Chen Kor's smiling face, he knew she was doing it on purpose. Snap! He reached out and gave her a slap on her perky bottom, then quickly stuffed the safety helmet into his pocket and swiftly left before she could react. I'm off! Watching Lin Chen leave in a hurry, Chen Kor shook her head with a light laugh. After going downstairs, Lin Bin took out his phone and called Biao Biao. Hey, Shinji, you finally called back. When are you coming back? Xiaobai is still angry at the villa. In the villa, Bai Lele was eavesdropping on her best friend's phone call. Lin Bin laughed, saying that it didn't matter if she was angry, what mattered was that she was still in the villa. Why is she angry? Who has upset my little white rabbit? Josini had long noticed Bai Leilei's little actions and deliberately raised her voice. I don't know which scumbag it was, abandoning our little white and running off with a vixen named Xiaoyu. What a jerk, daring to openly insult herself. She would definitely confront her when she got back today. Lin Chen pretended not to understand and said on the phone, Xiaoyu is a high school classmate of mine. I met her recently, and she's already married. Don't jump to conclusions. He didn't lie, but he didn't tell the truth either, especially about Chung Kor. He quickly hung up, leaving Josini and Bai Leilei unaware of the connection. Chen Ji, when are you coming back? Josini asked again. I have some things to take care of. I'll be back after I'm done. By the way, I informed the property management yesterday and will fill the pool today. You two should prepare your swimsuits in advance, and I'll check your bodies when I get back. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen wanted to smoke but found his pack empty, only to pull out a box of safety helmets. Looking at the item in his hand, Lin Chen felt speechless. It seemed like he was in for some trouble. He bought a pack of cigarettes at the convenience store at the entrance of the community and called Guan Peng. Ah, Binzi, you're still alive. I thought you were torn apart by horses, came Guan Peng's mocking voice over the phone, leaving Lin Chen speechless. This guy was still able to laugh despite being in a tough spot. Da Peng, did I tell you something important last night? Lin Chen asked. He had blacked out last night and didn't remember what he had said. The matter of Guan Peng's girlfriend was quite important, so he had to confirm it again. Guan Peng laughed and said, Nonsense, you were just bragging to me yesterday, and you ended up exaggerating. I'm telling you, I was scared out of my wits. Okay, got it. Lin Chen didn't want to listen to and ramble on and hung up, feeling troubled once again. Guan Peng is his best buddy, so he can't just ignore this. After thinking for a while, Lin Chen couldn't come up with a good solution, so he could only shake his head helplessly. Forget it, let's talk about it later. As for the other side of Bisui Bay, he didn't rush back now. Bai Leilei obviously had some emotions to sort out, so he had to give her some space, otherwise it wouldn't be good to push her. I should go and buy another car first. When he was upstairs just now, Lin Chen had already made up his mind. He had bought cars for Cheng Kor and Josini, but Bai Leilei hadn't received any benefits. Although the R8 was comfortable to sit in, the space was too small. He decided to let Bai Leilei drive the R8, and he would buy a larger one for himself, which would also be convenient for future activities in the car. Naturally, the space had to be large, so an SUV was the first choice. Lin Chen used to work in car sales, so he had some knowledge of luxury car brands. He had always thought that if he became wealthy in this lifetime, he would definitely buy a Mercedes-Benz G-Class to play with. Now, this dream could finally come true. Just now, he had received a sudden 1.4 billion from Chung Kor, and next, he would open a 4S dealership, start a live streaming company, and invest in a professional King of Glory club. With nearly 1.7 billion in his account now, he simply couldn't spend it all. Thinking of this, he directly called a taxi and headed straight to the largest Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership in Jiangcheng. An hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the Aurora Mercedes-Benz dealership in Jiangnan District. This was the largest Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership in Jiangcheng, with a variety of car models available, which was why he had come all the way here. Since today was Monday, there weren't many customers in the store. As soon as Lin Chen entered, a beautiful female salesperson greeted him. Hello, sir, welcome to the Aurora Mercedes-Benz dealership. My name is Bai Jia, and I'm delighted to serve you. Wow, what a coincidence, my name is Aben. Lin Chen looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and couldn't help but smile. Bai Jia was slightly taken aback, not quite understanding Lin Chen's meaning, but she still politely smiled and asked, Brother Chen, may I know which car you are interested in? It was obvious that this young woman had not read many books, as she didn't even know the story of Aben and Bai Jia. Lin Chen felt a little regretful, but he didn't delay the matter at hand. He directly asked, do you have the G-Class in your store? I want to buy one now. As soon as she heard that the other party wanted to buy a G-Class and was looking for one in stock, Bai Jia was overjoyed. Brother Chen, our dealership is the largest in Jiangcheng, and we have all the car models in stock. Okay, take me to have a look. If it's suitable, I'll drive it away today. Lin Chen was an experienced salesperson and knew how to show his purchasing desire. Sure enough, as soon as Bai Jia heard this, she became even more enthusiastic and led Lin Chen to the G-Class in the store. Brother Chen, take a look, this is the latest model, equipped with a brand new engine, and its off-road performance is even better. Those who came to buy the G-Class, except for a few who were showing off, mostly admired its off-road performance. As soon as Bai Jia approached the car, she began to enthusiastically introduce the advantages of this car. Unfortunately, she misunderstood the customer's true thoughts. Fortunately, Lin Chen had already decided to buy it and didn't pay attention to what she was saying. He directly opened the car door and got in. Not bad, the space is indeed large. Lin Chen sat in the back and tried it out, and he was quite satisfied. Bai Jia also had a keen eye and quickly spoke up, "Brother Chen, the space in this car is very large, whether it's off-road or long-distance driving, it's very comfortable to sit in." Sitting was indeed comfortable, but he didn't know if lying down would be comfortable. Lin Chen looked at the beautiful young woman who was about 170 centimeters tall in front of him, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "Bai Jia, come up and help me." Bai Jia was taken aback and got into the car full of doubts. "Brother Chen, what do you need help with? My girlfriend is about the same height as you. Lie down inside and let me see if it's spacious enough." Lin Chen's mouth curved into a slight smile. Bai Jia didn't have much to say. She lay down in the back seat as Lin Chen had suggested. Given her height, she couldn't stretch her legs straight. "Brother Chen, do you think this will work?" Lin Chen looked at her bent legs, imagined the scene, and nodded in satisfaction. "It seems okay, you can make it work." This time, Bai Jia finally understood what he meant. She blushed suddenly and sat up, not knowing how to continue for a moment. Fortunately, Lin Chen was very satisfied with the car and asked directly, "How much is this car?" The base price is 2.56 million, but this car is the latest model and currently has no discounts. In her heart, Bai Jia had already labeled Lin Chen as a rogue and no longer had any hope for this deal. She wouldn't sell herself for a car. But out of professional ethics, she answered the customer's questions. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. "It's not too expensive. I won't bargain with you. We can sign the contract now, and I will pay in full. However, I have one condition." Sure enough, this guy was a pervert, thinking he could do whatever he wanted with a few bucks. "Sir, please behave yourself. I won't agree to any of your conditions." Bai Jia replied coldly, rejecting him outright. Lin Chen was taken aback, then frowned slightly, somewhat displeased. "I'm buying such an expensive car, what's wrong with asking you to fill it up with gas?" "Fill it up with gas?" Bai Jia was a little dumbfounded. "Your condition is for me to fill it up with gas for you?" "Yes. This new car definitely doesn't have much gas. Just spend a few $100 to fill it up for me, that's all. If it's not possible, I'll find someone else." Lin Chen shook his head as he prepared to leave. Bai Jia grabbed him, showing an awkward smile on her face. "Brother Chen, I'll fill it up for you, fill it up." For this deal, she would earn at least over 10,000 in commission, and it was just filling up the gas, only a few $100. Bai Jia could clearly distinguish between what was more important. Next, under Bai Jia's guidance, Lin Chen quickly swiped his card to pay, spending over 2.8 million in one go. By the time all the formalities were done, an hour had passed. "Let's go, you promised to fill it up with gas for me." Lin Chen held the car keys, a smug smile on his face. Not far from the 4S store, there was a gas station. The gas tank of the Big G was 96L, and it cost over 500 to fill it up. Bai Jia didn't lose out, but Lin Chen made more. Ding! Triggered a critical hit, receiving a 580 yuan rebate from Bai Jia, with a sincerity index of 67.33, reverse critical hit 6,733 times. Received 3,905,140 yuan, please check carefully. Buying a Big G not only didn't cost any money, but also made over 1 million. This was damn, it couldn't be spent at all. If he couldn't spend it himself, he could only find a few women to help him spend it. However, if women spent money for him, it seemed like the money would only increase. After paying for the gas, Bai Jia said goodbye. Since the gas station wasn't far from the 4S store, Lin Chen didn't plan to send her back. Before leaving, the two exchanged WeChat contacts for future convenience. Not long after the car left the gas station, Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he suddenly saw a familiar figure standing by the roadside. The person seemed to be waiting for something, constantly looking around. Screech! The Mercedes-Benz Big G stopped by the roadside, and Lin Chen rolled down the car window, saying to the person, "Beauty, do you want a ride?" Tang Lan was taken aback, looked at the Big G in front of her, and immediately smiled. "That's great, I couldn't get a ride." After saying that, she quickly cancelled the ride she had just booked on her phone, then opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. It's really true that when you least expect it, things come without any effort. Lin Chen had been worried about Guanpeng's situation before, but unexpectedly, he ran into his girlfriend. Wait a minute, he would test this woman carefully and record it to send to Guanpeng. Beauty, what a coincidence, we meet again. Lin Chen greeted with a smile. By the way, how should I address you? I'm Tang Lan, handsome, have we met before? Tang Lan looked puzzled. They had only met briefly, so it was normal for her not to remember. If she wasn't Guanpeng's girlfriend, Lin Chen wouldn't have remembered her either. You can call me Chen Gu. Lin Chen smiled and said, you probably forgot, last time my Audi R8 was parked on the side of the road, and you helped me watch it for a while. But I had an urgent matter at the time, so we didn't exchange contact information. Audi R8? Oh, now I remember. You were the one with the R8, why did you change cars? It turned out that this woman only remembered the car, not the person. It seemed that she valued a car more than him. Lin Chen thought to himself and continued, that R8 was too small, so I gave it away. I just bought this car, and you are the first passenger. With envy in her eyes, Tang Lan said, Chen Gu, you are really generous. It's okay, as long as she treats me well, I'm never stingy. Lin Chen casually said, by the way, where are you planning to go? Let me give you a ride. Chen Gu, I don't have any plans, I can go anywhere. Tang Lan said as she leaned in, revealing a generous portion of her chest. Lin Chen inadvertently turned his head and was startled by the sight. He quickly straightened his body and avoided looking. She was his brother's girlfriend, and he dared not look too much, even if he wanted to test her, he couldn't act recklessly. Ahem, I don't have anything to do right now. How about we go to Century Square? Sure, I usually like shopping. Seeing her readily agree, Lin Chen immediately started the car and headed towards Century Square. Along the way, Tang Lan kept finding topics to talk about, trying to get closer to Lin Chen and also subtly inquiring about his background. It was fine to make some harmless jokes, but Lin Chen didn't dare to do anything else. The car quickly arrived at Century Square, and after finding a parking spot, Lin Chen felt it was time to implement the next part of his plan. Since he wanted to test her, he had to first show off his wealth, which would have a better effect. Xiaolan, I was planning to buy something. Can you help me choose? After entering the mall, Lin Chen suggested as he looked at the luxury stores. Tang Lan's eyes lit up. Chen Gu, don't worry, I have a good eye for these things. Okay, let's go in and take a look. Next, Lin Bin began to display his financial power. A belt for 130,000, a shirt for over 50,000, and pants for over 60,000, he didn't even blink. In half an hour, he spent over 500,000, experiencing the feeling of spending money freely once again. Xiaolan, thank you so much today. I'm very satisfied with the things I bought. Lin Chen smiled as he lifted the bags. Tang Lan was completely impressed by his financial power. When she looked at Lin Chen, her eyes were filled with admiration. Chen Gu, you are too kind. It's mainly because you are handsome, you look good in anything. Lin Chen smiled, since you've helped me so much, I can't be stingy. Let's go, I'll give you a small gift. Soon, the two arrived at the Chanel counter. Lin Chen didn't spend much, just picked a bottle of perfume for over 30,000 as a token of appreciation. Chen Gu, thank you, you are really too kind. Just a bottle of perfume, and Tang Lan started to flirt. Seeing her trying to get closer, Lin Chen immediately took a step back. But now the timing was almost right, and he was ready to start his plan. Let's go, let's put the things in the car first. The mall was crowded and bustling, making it inconvenient to talk freely. The two of them quickly returned to the parking lot with their purchases. While putting their things in the trunk, Lin Chen swiftly took out his phone and turned on the recording function. Back in the car, he didn't immediately start probing, but instead reached into his pocket. Xiaolan, want to have a smoke? Lin Chen, while thinking about how to approach the conversation, took out a small box from his pocket without paying attention to what he was pulling out. Tang Lan glanced at the thing he handed over, looking somewhat strange, and said, Chen Gu, I don't smoke this. Lin Chen felt something was off, and with a glance at what he was holding, he immediately felt dumbfounded. Damn it! He had meant to pull out a cigarette, but ended up pulling out a safety helmet. He quickly opened the car's armrest storage compartment, threw the thing in, closed it, and then hurriedly pulled out the cigarettes he had just bought from his pocket, lighting one for himself. Do you want one? Sure, I rarely smoke. Tang Lan accepted this time, lighting one for herself. Chen Gu, I didn't realize you were so safety conscious. Lin Chen blushed and casually said, "This isn't mine, it was a gift when I bought the car." "I don't believe you, how can a car come with a safety helmet?" Tang Lan clearly didn't believe him, but she didn't expose him. "By the way, Xiaolan, you're so beautiful, you must have a boyfriend, right?" Lin Chen asked while smoking. Tang Lan seemed to have guessed something and said, "Chen Ge, you guessed wrong this time, I'm still single." This woman could lie without even blinking. "I'm planning to go on a trip in a few days and I need a companion, how about we go together?" Lin Chen tried again. "Really?" "Chen Ge, I love traveling the most." Lin Chen smiled, but in his heart, he was cursing. This kind of woman could be appeased with just a bottle of perfume. Guan Peng was really blind. However, he was glad he had helped him avoid a disaster. Now that he had confirmed what kind of person she was, Lin Chen was no longer polite. He had just spent over 30,000 yuan on her, and he had to get it back from this woman, and then let Guan Peng see for himself what kind of person Tang Lan really was. "Xiaolan, how about you treat me to lunch, and I'll give you another surprise later?" Lin Chen said as he sent the recording to his buddy. Tang Lan was a woman who understood investment well, and her biggest expense was buying various cosmetics. In her mind, only by dressing herself up more beautifully could she meet better men, and Lin Chen in front of her was a good example. Moreover, the other party had just given her a perfume worth over 30,000 yuan, so a meal was nothing to her. Trembling, Tang Lan patted her chest. "Chen Ge, just say what you want to eat, I'll treat you to lunch today. I remember there's a buffet seafood restaurant here, let's go there." Lin Chen suggested the buffet so that the other party could pay first. "Okay, let's go eat seafood." Tang Lan readily agreed. A buffet seafood meal would only cost a few hundred yuan, so she was making a big profit. And she was quite looking forward to the surprise Lin Chen mentioned. Soon, the two of them got out of the car and went to a buffet seafood restaurant in the square. "Chen Ge, you go find a table first, I'll pay." After entering, Tang Lan indeed went to the service counter to pay, and Lin Chen, without hesitation, found a table and sat down. Ding! Triggered a critical hit, a 568 yuan rebate from Tang Lan, sincerity index 13.33, reverse critical hit 1,333 times. Received 757,144 yuan, please check carefully. Only 13% of sincerity, not even as good as a stranger. Lin Chen was speechless. This woman called in Chen Ji and kept rubbing against him, but her sincerity was so low, she must be a skilled actress. Fortunately, he had made back the over 30,000 yuan he spent before and even earned hundreds of thousands, considering it as his hard-earned money. However, Guan Peng, for some reason, hadn't replied to his messages for half a day. Lin Chen took out his phone, and Tang Lan, who had just paid the bill, walked over. "Chen Ji, why don't you go get the food?" Lin Chen, busy with his messages, replied without looking up, "I'm dealing with something, you go get it for me." "Okay, Chen Ji, wait a moment." Tang Lan didn't think much and walked away. She usually wouldn't come to a place like this, but since she had the chance today, she naturally wouldn't be polite. Lin Chen sent another message to Guan Peng and could only wait quietly. On the other side, in a small restaurant by the roadside, Guan Peng had been busy all morning and couldn't make it back to the office for lunch, so he had to find a place to eat. He had just sat down and hadn't even ordered when his phone in his pocket rang. He quickly took out his phone and saw that Lin Chen had sent two messages. The first was a voice message sent a few minutes ago, which he hadn't noticed as he was busy at the time. The second was a text message. "Lin Chen, Da Peng, let me give you a piece of advice, you can't control this woman." "What does that mean?" Guan Peng was puzzled and quickly opened the first voice message to listen. Two voices, one male and one female, both very familiar, came through the phone speaker. As he listened, Guan Peng's face became increasingly ugly. After listening to the entire voice message and reading the text message below, he finally understood Lin Chen's meaning. "Damn bitch!" Guan Peng cursed angrily, feeling disgusted by the woman who always acted high and mighty in front of him. He had known Tang Lan for 2 years, and during that time, he had been sincere to her, always preparing carefully for gifts on special occasions. However, all they had done was hold hands, and he hadn't even kissed her, saying he wanted to save it for marriage. But now, Tang Lan was telling another man that she was single and even planning to travel with him, the implication was clear. The more Guan Peng thought about it, the angrier he became, and he immediately called Lin Chen. In the seafood restaurant, Lin Chen saw Guan Peng's call and answered it immediately. "Binzi, what's going on?" "Don't rush, here's what happened." Lin Chen quickly recounted the day's events and then asked, Da Peng, it's up to you how to handle this now. Send me the address, I want to ask her face to face. Okay, see you later. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen sent a location to Guan Peng. As he put away his phone, Tang Lan returned with several plates of food. Chenji, I don't know what you like, so I just picked some random dishes. If it's not enough, I'll go get more for you. Lin Chen smiled slightly. It's okay, you don't have to be so busy, hurry up and eat, or you won't have time later. Is he going to take her to exercise later? Tang Lan's eyes lit up, and she smiled like a flower. Come on, Chenji, eat more oysters, they're very nourishing. Lin Chen looked at the large plate of oysters she handed over, feeling a little stunned. Did this woman think he was going to do something with her? Hee, you really know a lot. Lin Chen said with a meaningful smile, and thinking of the two beautiful girls in the villa, he didn't refuse and started to enjoy the food. The two of them chatted while eating, with Tang Lan doing most of the talking and Lin Chen occasionally responding. After more than half an hour, as they were eating, an angry figure rushed over. Ha, Chenji, you're so funny. Tang Lan was laughing, but then she saw a familiar figure and her smile froze. Guan Peng quickly approached and asked, Tang Lan, what are you doing here? And what's your relationship with him? Tang Lan, feeling uneasy, quickly composed herself and replied, Guan Peng, aren't you supposed to be at work? Why are you here? Guan Peng, with a stern face, pointed at Lin Chen and loudly reprimanded, what's your relationship with him? The commotion attracted the attention of nearby diners. Tang Lan, looking displeased, retorted, Guan Peng, I'm just having a meal with a friend. What's it to you? Guan Peng insisted, friend? Then tell him what our relationship is. Tang Lan, feeling embarrassed, angrily replied, you're crazy. We have no relationship. And I warn you, don't bother me again. Although Guan Peng was a good backup, he was too poor. They had known each other for 2 years, but he only ever gave her cheap gifts. Now that Lin Chen, a wealthy boss, had appeared, Tang Lan decided to give up on Guan Peng. Guan Peng, grinding his teeth, had come to see for himself the kind of person Tang Lan was, after investing 2 years of emotions. Now, having seen for himself, he was completely disheartened. Tang Lan, seeing Lin Chen's displeasure, quickly explained, Chenji, please don't misunderstand. I really have no relationship with him. Lin Chen seemed relieved and said, it's okay, as long as there's no problem. I'm full anyway. Seeing that Lin Chen wasn't angry, Tang Lan relaxed and said, Chenji, since you're done eating, let's go somewhere else. I'm still waiting for your surprise. Suddenly, Lin Chen stood up, patted Guan Peng on the shoulder, and turned to Tang Lan with a strange smile. He's my best buddy. What do you think, surprised? Tang Lan was at a loss for words. She had finally hooked a wealthy man, only to find out that he was friends with her backup. Judging by Lin Chen's reaction, he probably knew about her and Guan Peng. Was he deliberately setting her up? After realizing this, Tang Lan was furious and cursed at Guan Peng. Guan Peng was also furious, feeling deceived, but he didn't know how to respond. Lin Chen, impatiently, said, enough, stop making a scene. If you have the guts, come at me. Thinking of Lin Chen's wealth, Tang Lan calmed down. Although she resented Lin Chen, she didn't dare to act out. Feeling the surrounding gazes, Tang Lan just wanted to disappear. Depon, let's go. Since the situation was resolved, Lin Chen didn't want to stay and be gawked at, so he left with Guan Peng. Outside the restaurant, he looked at the dejected Guan Peng and put his arm around him. Bro, it's just a woman, not worth getting angry over someone like that. Guan Peng shook his head with a bitter smile, Binzi, thanks for this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how long I would have been stuck in it. Alright, we're brothers. Linden patted his shoulder and took out a cigarette from his pocket, handing it over. Guan Peng took it and lit it, taking a puff. I'm not angry, just feeling a bit pathetic. 2 years, really not worth it. Lin Chen remained silent, having experienced the situation with Yang Man, he could understand Guan Peng's current feelings. Moreover, he had only known Yang Man for a few months, while Guan Peng had known Tang Lan for 2 years, and even with the intention of getting married. This kind of blow, it's probably not something that can be overcome in a short time. It was precisely because of this that Lin Chen decided that he must help Guan Peng see through Tang Lan's true colors, no matter what. Da Peng, I'm just like you. I also knew a woman before, and in the end, my sincere feelings were wasted. But now I understand, in life, you have to seize the moment. Lin Chen blew a smoke ring and poured him a bowl of chicken soup. Guan Peng's mood was obviously a bit low. I just don't understand, is having money really that great? Of course, having money is great. Lin Chen had the right to speak on this matter. If it weren't for the system, how could he possibly live in a villa and even raise a few big white rabbits? I don't believe it. There must be women in this world who don't like money. Guan Peng said indignantly. Lin Chen was a bit speechless. Seeing his indignant appearance, he knew that this brother was currently stuck in a rut. He had to give him a good lesson. Otherwise, Guan Peng might be stuck in this memory for a very long time. Let's go, I'll take you somewhere. Lin Chen flicked away the cigarette butt and pulled Guan Peng into the car. Where to? You'll know when we get there. The two arrived at the parking lot, and when Guan Peng saw the Mercedes-Benz G-Class in front of him, his eyes widened immediately. Didn't you drive an Audi R8 before? Why did you change cars again? Lin Chen opened the car door and casually said, I just bought it today, just bought it for fun. Just bought it for fun? Guan Peng was speechless. This car cost over 2 million, an amount that an ordinary person might not earn in their lifetime, but here with Lin Chen, it was just like a toy. How did you suddenly become so wealthy? Both of them were old classmates, having studied together for 3 years, and had some understanding of each other's families. Based on Guan Peng's understanding, Lin Chen was not from a wealthy family. Lin Chen casually made up a reason, I got lucky, won dozens of first prizes in the lottery, and then made a lot of money in stocks. Anyway, I have enough to spend now. Dozens of first prizes, wouldn't that be several small goals? Besides envy, Guan Peng could only envy. No wonder this guy had an Audi R8 and a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the world of the wealthy. He really didn't understand. The car had only driven a short distance before stopping on the side of the road. Wait for me a moment. Lin Chen got out of the car, went to the convenience store on the side of the road to buy a pack of cigarettes, and also asked for a black plastic bag, then ran to the self-service ATM across the street. Did you just go to withdraw money? After he got back in the car, Guan Peng looked at the black plastic bag in his hand and asked curiously. Yes, sometimes cash is more convenient. Lin Chen didn't explain much and continued driving. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at a leisure club called Golden Bay. Let's go, we're here. Lin Chen parked the car and got out, carrying the plastic bag. Binzi, what are you planning to do? I'm a decent person. Seeing this place, Guan Peng immediately had a guess in his mind. Lin Chen gave him a disdainful look. What else do you want to do? This is a decent place. Decent people go to decent places, no problem. Guan Peng had never been to a place like this before, so he could only follow cautiously behind. In fact, Lin Chen had never been to a place like this either. He used to be broke, and now he didn't see the need. If it weren't for Guan Peng, he wouldn't have come. Welcome. At the entrance, the cheongsam on the tall lady had a high slit that almost reached her thighs. Guan Peng dared not look around and could only stare at the floor. Buddy, get us a private room and find a few girls to sing with us. Although it was Lin Chen's first time here, he had money in his pocket, so he naturally had confidence. He called over a server, gave a few instructions, and the server enthusiastically led the way. Buddy, the decoration here is really luxurious. I bet the spending is not low, right? Guan Peng was nervous and curious about what was going to happen next. Don't worry, it won't cost much. Lin Chen reassured him. After entering the private room, they ordered some drinks, snacks, and a fruit platter. After the server brought everything, he used the intercom to notify the back, and soon, 4 girls in revealing outfits entered the room. Hello, bosses. The 4 girls each had their own style, and although their looks were average, they were all well dressed. Da Peng, are you satisfied? If not, we can change. Guan Peng hesitated and couldn't explain himself. Lin Chen thought about Tanglan's conditions and took charge. He changed 2 batches of girls and finally picked 2 with the best figures and the most nutritious. To accompany his buddy, he also picked 2 girls with relatively delicate looks. Boss, do you want to drink or sing? One of the girls asked. Lin Chen didn't waste any words. He took out the plastic bag he had been carrying and emptied its contents onto the table. The stacks of red banknotes made the girls breathe faster. Lin Chen picked up a stack of banknotes, took out 2, and handed them to the girl next to him. Here, call me daddy. Sometimes, no matter how much money is in the account, it's useless until it's taken out. Lin Chen had deliberately withdrawn 200,000 in cash, and now it was all laid out on the table. The four girls looked at the stacks of red banknotes, their calls becoming urgent. Here, call me daddy. The girl next to him didn't hesitate to call out as soon as Lin Chen took out the two banknotes. Daddy! If she hesitated for a second, it would be disrespectful to the two banknotes. She could even call him grandpa. Lin Chen smiled faintly and handed the banknotes to her. Here, this is for you. Thank you, daddy. The girl immediately smiled, even wanting to give him a kiss, but Lin Chen dodged. He didn't know how many sausages that mouth had tasted, and Lin Chen didn't want to find out. The other three girls, seeing their colleague easily earning 200, looked at Lin Chen with envy. Lin Chen didn't discriminate and waved to them. Come on, as long as you call, you'll be rewarded. Daddy! The three girls called out in unison, as if afraid that the boss in front of them would change his mind. Da Peng, do you want to give it a try? Lin Chen handed the money to Guan Peng. It was Guan Peng's first time in a place like this, and he looked uncomfortable sitting next to two unfamiliar beauties. After hearing Lin Chen's words, Guan Peng quickly shook his head. No, I don't have your taste for this kind of thing. What taste? This is called poverty alleviation. Can't you give these girls a chance to earn some money? They work so hard, can't you see? Lin Chen made a joke and immediately made the four girls giggle. Guan Peng's face turned red, and he shook his head vigorously. I'm not doing it, anyway. The younger sister missed a good opportunity to make money, and disappointment showed on their faces one by one. Fortunately, Lin Chen was not stingy at all. He then said to the two younger sisters next to Guan Peng, listen up, if anyone can cheer him up, the money will be theirs. To Lin Chen, the 200,000 was nothing at all. Moreover, he had previously taken over 700,000 from Tanglan, so now he planned to spend all this money on Guan Peng. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the two younger sisters next to Guan Peng immediately became active, each showing their skills. They even directly held Guan Peng's hand and leaned on him. However, this was a formal place, and real action was definitely not allowed, at most just for fun. Seeing that Guan Peng was still feeling uneasy, Lin Chen tactfully took the two younger sisters to sing. When he turned around, Guan Peng finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his courage grew a little. Half an hour later, everyone had become acquainted. The two girls called Lin Chen Brother Chen, and Lin Chen also learned their names, one called Xiao Qing and the other called Xiao Mei. Brother Chen, do you want to drink? Xiao Qing asked with a smile. She looked at the two people next to Guan Peng with envy. However, Lin Chen only asked them to sing, and that was it. Lin Chen thought for a moment. He had to drive later, so he really couldn't drink. However, after singing for a while, he did feel a little thirsty. Xiao Qing, how about we play a game? Lin Chen suddenly suggested. Xiao Qing was delighted and asked, Brother Chen, what do you want to play? How about this, you go buy me a drink. If you buy the flavor I like, I'll reward you with 1,000 yuan. If it's not what I like, I'll give you 100 yuan for running the errand, how about that? Lin Chen's mouth curved into a smug smile. He couldn't lose in this game. Brother Chen, let's do it like that. I'll go buy it now. Xiao Qing was not stupid. She wouldn't lose in this game either. Even if she bought a bottle of mineral water, she would still get 100 yuan at least. Seeing this, Xiao Mei quickly joined in, Brother Chen, I want to play the game too. Lin Chen nodded with a smile, then you go buy me a pack of cigarettes. If you get it right, you'll get 2,000, and if you get it wrong, I'll give you 200 for running the errand. Okay, I'll go now. Soon, the two girls hurriedly ran out. Guan Peng was holding a slender waist with one hand and touching a thigh with the other. When Lin Chen sat down, he quickly withdrew both hands. Guest, how come your two little sisters ran out? I asked them to buy some drinks. Lin Chen waved his hand and said to the two women, you go sing for a while, I'll chat with my buddy. The two younger sisters immediately ran to sing, clearing the space. Lin Chen looked at the lipstick marks still on Guan Peng's face and smiled knowingly. How about it, have you set your sights on one? What nonsense are you talking about? We're just chatting casually. Guan Peng's face turned red with embarrassment and anger. It's just mineral water, don't pretend to be innocent. Hurry up and confess, I have something to arrange for you later. Lin Chen scolded with a smile. Guan Peng sneakily glanced at the girl with a better figure and stammered, don't talk nonsense, they are here for legitimate work, only selling drinks, not themselves. Alright, I understand. Just focus on me. Lin Chen saw through his little actions clearly and instantly locked in his target. As they were chatting, Xiao Chang, who had gone to buy drinks, returned first, carrying a large bag filled with various drinks. "Brother Chen, I bought all kinds of drinks. There must be a flavor you like." This girl was quite clever. Lin Chen was impressed and gave her 1,000 yuan directly. Ding! Critical hit triggered, 58 yuan consumption rebate from Wang Xiaoqing, sincerity index 20.36, reverse critical hit 2036 times. Received amount 118,088 yuan, please pay attention to check. Just as the reminder sound echoed in his mind, Xiaomei, who had gone to buy cigarettes, also ran back. Similarly, she bought a dozen or so packs of cigarettes, all of which were common brands. "Chenggu, see if they have the ones you usually smoke?" Xiaomei looked nervous. These cigarettes were not cheap, costing at least 20 yuan per pack, and she had spent over 600 yuan to buy them. If she guessed wrong, she would end up losing money. Ding! Triggered a critical hit, 628 yuan consumption rebate from Wu Jiangmei, sincerity index 28.63, reverse critical hit 2,863 times. Received amount 1,797,946 yuan, please pay attention to check. This time, he unexpectedly made over 1.7 million in one go. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as if he had seen a way to get rich. Although the other party's sincerity index was not high, Lin Chen was not stingy and directly gave the other party 2,000 yuan. "Hey, you, come over here." Lin Chen casually opened a bottle of mineral water, beckoned, and called over the girl that Guan Peng liked the most. He picked up a stack of banknotes from the coffee table and placed it in front of her. "My buddy just had a breakup and is in a bad mood now. If you are willing to go out with him for a while, this money is yours." The girl looked at the stack of brand new banknotes in front of her and felt a little tempted. "Chenggu, what are you doing? This kind of thing is illegal, you know?" Guan Peng was both embarrassed and annoyed. Lin Chen casually said, "Nonsense, I'm just asking this girl to go to a hotel and pretend to be in love with you for 2 hours. What's wrong with compensating her for a little emotional loss when you break up with her after 2 hours? It's just pretending to be in love. What's illegal about that?" Hearing Lin Chen's shameless words, Guan Peng was completely stunned. Pfft, the girl was about to laugh. Chenggu is right, pretending to be in love is not illegal. However, she looked at the stack of banknotes on the table and did not agree. Lin Chen immediately understood that the price was not enough. He picked up another stack of banknotes and handed it over, 20,000. The level of Jin Haiwan was relatively high, and this girl was carefully selected by Lin Chen, with a good appearance and figure. Most importantly, she was not a professional in this field, so she was worth the price. Adding another 10,000, the girl was completely tempted. However, she looked at the remaining pile of banknotes on the table with a hint of greed in her eyes. Lin Chen clearly saw the girl's expression and shook his head with a smile. "If you're not willing, forget it." With that, he reached out to take back the 2 stacks of banknotes. It's not that Lin Chen didn't want to spend more money, he just didn't want to be taken advantage of. With 20,000 yuan, he could find any kind of woman. "Chenggu, remember, it's just 2 hours." The girl quickly grabbed Lin Chen's right hand, smiling and blinking her eyes. "Yes, just 2 hours." Lin Chen nodded, stuffed the 2 stacks of banknotes into her hand, and then turned to look at Guan Peng. "Da Peng, I'm leaving first. When you've had enough fun, go and fall in love with someone. Remember, you should enjoy life in a timely manner." Seeing Lin Chen stand up, Guan Peng quickly spoke, "Take the remaining money with you. You keep it for now, I won't settle the bill. If 2 hours aren't enough for you later, you can continue." Lin Chen said with a smile, then patted his butt and left. Guan Peng's matter was temporarily settled, and he also breathed a sigh of relief. After leaving Jin Haiwan, Lin Chen first returned to Century Square, then went to the Chanel counter and bought 2 bottles of perfume as gifts. When he drove back to the Bisui Bay Villa, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. "Ha! Where are those 2? As soon as he entered, Lin Chen found the first-floor living room empty, not a single person in sight. Just as he was wondering, the sound of splashing water came from nearby. Following the sound, he quickly saw 2 mermaids in the swimming pool. "Oh! Uncle, why are you back?" Bai Lei was the first to spot Lin Chen on the shore and immediately exclaimed. Seeing his mischievous eyes wandering around her, Bai Lei quickly covered her chest with both hands. However, she soon found that she couldn't cover herself, so in a panic, she immediately squatted down, only exposing her head above the water. Although the water in the pool was very clear, the light was still affected by the refraction of the water surface. Lin Chen could only regretfully retract his gaze. Shen Ji, come down and swim together. Josini stood boldly in the water and playfully beckoned with her finger. Lin Chen had this intention and immediately smiled, okay, I'll come and guide you. It wasn't until he took off his shirt that he remembered he hadn't brought his swim trunks. Hey, did you two buy swim trunks for me? Oh, I forgot to buy them. How about you don't swim today, uncle? Bai Lei blinked her big eyes, and water droplets slid down her long eyelashes. What a joke, a pair of swim trunks couldn't stop his determination to swim. Forget it, since there are no swim trunks, I'll just make do for now. After all, this was his own home, and there were no outsiders. Lin Chen directly took off his pants and jumped into the pool with a splash. Ah! Uncle, you jumped into the water without wearing swim trunks. Bai Lei immediately covered her eyes and peeked through her fingers, blushing. Josini, on the other hand, was completely unconcerned, as she had seen big scenes before and even provided hands-on guidance. Lin Chen didn't mind at all. It's okay, I'm still wearing underwear. Josini saw Lin Chen enter the water and immediately started asking for lessons. Jinji, neither of us knows how to swim, can you teach us? Both of them were wearing swim rings and had been floundering around aimlessly before, so it was more like playing in the water than swimming. Of course, no problem. Lin Chen readily agreed and swam over to Bai Lei. At this time, Bai Lei was wearing a white dress-style one-piece swimsuit, which was a bit conservative, but she had developed extremely well. Coupled with her delicate doll-like face and fair, smooth skin, she looked very attractive. Lin Chen instinctively swallowed and really wanted to take a bite. Uncle, why don't you go teach Cindy first? Bai Lei looked at Lin Chen with a fearful look, as if she was afraid he would eat her. It's okay, you're so clumsy, you'll definitely learn slowly, so I'll teach you first. Lin Chen reached out and grabbed her, taking the swim ring off her. Ah! Help! Losing the swim ring, Bai Lei screamed in fear, flailing her hands in the water. It seemed that she really couldn't swim. Lin Chen reached out and lifted her waist, comforting her. Okay, stop screaming, listen to my instructions. After feeling that her body was no longer sinking, Bai Lei finally calmed down. Come on, take a breath, paddle with both hands, and kick with both legs. The pool was only about 1.6 meters deep, and Lin Chen stood in the water without any pressure, holding Bai Lei with both hands and teaching her earnestly. However, during the teaching process, his hands kept changing positions, and he also took the opportunity to check Bai Lei's body. In a state of extreme tension, Bai Lei didn't notice Lin Chen's small actions at all, just like a good student, earnestly listening to teacher Lin's guidance. On the side, Josini looked sour and took the initiative to come over. Jinji, when will you teach me? Only then did Lin Chen take a serious look at her. She was wearing a sexy dark blue one-piece bikini swimsuit, with a large expanse of white skin exposed in front, although it didn't look very large. However, with her slender figure, she also looks very eye-catching. I'm just teaching a beginner here. You can watch and learn from the side, and I'll teach you later. Lin Chen looked at Biao Biao while holding Bai Lei. His big hand accidentally touched the big white rabbit. Josini pouted in grievance and could only watch obediently on the side. Xiaobai, I'm going to try letting go first, and you continue with your current movement. No, uncle, I haven't learned yet. Lin Chen's mouth curved into a smile and suddenly let go of both hands, and Bai Lei's body immediately began to sink. Seeing her head about to sink, Lin Chen quickly reached out and pulled her up. However, in his haste, he accidentally grabbed the big white rabbit. Although separated by a layer of clothing, the feeling was still good. Ahem, uncle, please don't let go again. Bai Lei, feeling choked, held onto Lin Chen's arm tightly. Alright, I won't let go this time. Lin Chen smiled slightly and held the big white rabbit even tighter. Josini, on the side, saw through Lin Chen's little trick. Although she was a bit envious, she didn't dare to disturb the other party's interest. Just as she was feeling a bit puzzled, a bright idea suddenly came to her. Come, listen to my command, lift your head, straighten your chest, and stick out your butt. Lin Chen earnestly and responsibly instructed, lifting Bai Lei's body with one hand and giving her a slap on the butt with the other as a punishment for the improper movement. Although Bai Lei felt that the command was a bit improper, she was just a beginner and now faced a life-threatening situation, so she had lost the ability to think. Ah, uncle, it's too deep, I can't do it. Every time Bai Lei's body sank, she became flustered, scrambling and muttering words that made people imagine all sorts of things. Lin Chen was about to continue instructing when he suddenly felt a chill. Oh! Josini exclaimed as she fell off the swim ring and immediately sank underwater, frantically grabbing onto something. Coincidentally, she grabbed onto the only clothing on Lin Chen's body. She gave it a gentle tug, and then Lin Chen was completely exposed. Wu Chenji, save me! Josini seemed to have grabbed a lifeline and quickly grabbed onto Lin Chen's arm, struggling to resurface. Oh, Cindy, are you okay? Bai Lei, seeing the accident, asked with concern. Josini looked frightened. I'm fine, I was just scared to death a moment ago. Lin Chen's expression was a bit strange. Biao Biao didn't know if it was intentional or not, but her whole body was almost completely pressed against him. Especially her two legs, entwined like the roots of an old tree. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't speak, Josini became a bit bolder, placing one hand on his shoulder and the other hidden underwater, helping to check the ammunition. Ahem, since it's so dangerous, then you should follow me and not fall into the water again. Lin Chen blinked, and Josini sweetly agreed. Then, he continued to teach Bai Lei how to swim. Half an hour later, Bai Lei finally grasped some techniques and was no longer as panicked as she was at the beginning. At this point, she finally sensed that something was amiss. Uncle, how about we call it a day today and learn again next time? Lin Chen looked at the blushing face of Bai Lei and felt that it was about time. Alright, you can practice with the swim ring by yourself for a while. Seeing him retract his hands, Bai Lei felt relieved and quickly ran off with the swim ring. After Bai Lei left, Lin Chen turned to Biao Biao. Cindy, I'll teach you diving. Okay, Shinji, I love diving the most. Josini readily agreed. Under the careful guidance of Lin Chen, Josini quickly mastered the skills of diving. This girl was very eager to learn. She practiced diving while also practicing eloquence underwater. However, she could only hold her breath for a short time, just a few tens of seconds, which made her feel uncomfortable. After more than 10 minutes, Josini surfaced again, choking on some not-so-clean water. Lin Chen also felt refreshed as he came ashore. He was certain of one thing, Josini had excellent water skills and did not seem like a beginner at all. When Lin Chen finished changing and went downstairs, the mermaid's figure had long disappeared from the pool. After a while, Bai Lei and Josini also finished changing. You two came at the right time. I bought another car today, and there are some things in it. Can you help me bring them back? Lin Chen first gave small gifts to the two, then handed over the car keys. The things in the car were not heavy, but there were too many bags for him to carry alone, so he simply asked the two to take them. Uncle, don't you already have an Audi? Why did you buy another car? Bai Lei took the keys and asked casually. Lin Chen ruffled her bun. You don't have a car yet, so I'm giving you the Audi. If you don't like it, I'll buy you another one tomorrow. Bai Lei was surprised. The Audi R8 cost over 2 million, and Lin Chen was giving it away. She immediately shook her head. Uncle, I can't accept it. The car is too expensive. Lin Chen looked at the silly little white rabbit and found it amusing. After all, he didn't get the car for free either. He even wanted to eat white rabbit candy tonight. Lin Chen said, it's okay. You can also give me a gift. Bai Lei nodded foolishly. Uncle, then I'll buy you a gift in the next few days. The two girls quickly went to the garage, but it took them a while to come back. Lin Chen was puzzled, but the two finally returned with the things. However, Bai Lei's face was red, and she kept stealing glances at Lin Chen, clearly feeling guilty. When Lin Chen looked confused, he saw Josini wink at him, making him even more puzzled. Glancing at the time, it was almost 6 o'clock. There were not many ingredients in the villa, so Lin Chen took the two beautiful girls out for a meal. When they got into the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Lin Chen noticed that the storage box in the armrest was open, and he finally understood the two girls' reactions earlier. After a casual meal at a Hunan restaurant near the villa, they returned more than an hour later. Shengu, I've discussed with Lei. We'll start playing King of Glory from tonight and form a team of 3. After returning to the villa, Josini proposed playing as a team, and Bai Lei immediately agreed. Lin Chen had no objections. Then let's create a new account and aim for 100 consecutive wins. I'll give Cindy a reward, which will also help promote her live stream. He had seen some game live streams before, and often, the streamers would use alternate accounts to achieve consecutive wins. Shengu, you're so kind. Josini flirted. If Bai Lei wasn't there, she would probably have given off a fragrant scent. Bai Lei had no objections, and for her, crushing opponents was also a kind of fun. While Josini was setting up the live streaming equipment, Lin Chen gave both of them a red envelope of 50,000. Use it to buy all the heroes and skins for the new account. He used to be frugal when playing King of Glory, but now that he had plenty of money, he didn't mind spending it. After all, buying all the heroes and skins wouldn't cost much. The three of them quickly got ready and logged into the new account. Since Juicini had to live stream, she could only do it in her room, while Lin Chen and Bai Lei sat on the sofa downstairs. "Hey, uncle, why didn't you buy any heroes or skins?" Bai Lei looked at Lin Chen's account and immediately asked curiously. Lin Chen smiled faintly. "My skills don't need skins to show off." Bai Lei said, "But you don't have enough heroes now, you can't play ranked games." Lin Chen said, "It's okay, you and Cindy's accounts should still have some points left, just buy me a hero first." From the beginning of chatting up the little white rabbit, he had made up his mind to make money by playing games. But now, he was even ready to fleece this little white sheep. "Okay, uncle, what hero do you want? I'll buy it for you now." Lin Chen glanced at the big white rabbit and said with a double meaning, "Then buy me a dodgy, we'll have enough healing tonight." "Okay, uncle." Soon, Bai Lei gave a dodgy as a gift, and also gave a skin worth 888 points. Ding! Trigger critical hit, 147.6 yuan consumption rebate from Bai Lei, sincerity index 80.12%, reverse critical hit 8,012 times. Received amount 1,172,572.2 yuan, please check carefully. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, the sincerity index of the little white rabbit finally broke through 80%. It's not easy. "Chengge, I'm going to start the live broadcast directly." Before the game started, Zuosini sent a voice message to Lin Chen. Lin Chen understood immediately and logged into the Douyu Live account, sending 30 royal salutes to Biao Biao. Recently, Biao Biao's performance had been getting better and better, and he planned to observe a little more. If the sincerity index could still be improved, he would completely take her in. As long as they were his people, Lin Chen would never be stingy. "Little White, after the game, you can start your live broadcast, and I'll give you some gifts." Bai Lei shook her head. "Uncle, I don't plan to go to comic conventions anymore, and I won't do live broadcasts either." Lin Chen thought for a moment and nodded. "That's fine, just dress up for me to see in the future." "Okay," Bai Lei agreed. The game finally started, and the Bronze League was a piece of cake. Zuosini had played King of Glory before, and she was a game anchor after all, so her skills were pretty good. She directly chose a marksman. Little White Rabbit liked to play mage, and Lin Chen naturally wouldn't compete with her. After playing 2 rounds of dodgy, he got a little tired and started playing other heroes. Although there weren't many heroes on this account, Lin Chen was very skilled with Arthur. Veteran King of Glory players all knew that Arthur was a versatile hero, capable of support, jungle, and solo, and could even occasionally play mid. After a dozen minutes, with a wave of 8 consecutive victories, Lin Chen finally encountered a little trouble. In the new game, there were 2 people on the other side playing on smurf accounts, and their skills were naturally not to be underestimated, almost causing them to be turned over. Fortunately, they still won in the end. "Uncle, you scared me, we almost got backdoored just now." After the game, Bai Lei patted her chest, looking relieved. Lin Chen smiled faintly. "It's just a game, if we lose, we can always start over." "That won't do, Sister Cindy wants to maintain her winning streak." Bai Lei said firmly, "Uncle, can you play seriously and stop using Arthur in the jungle?" Lin Chen helplessly said, "Arthur is the most suitable hero for me to jungle on this account." "Do you want me to jungle with Zhuangzhou?" Bai Lei said, "Then I'll give you another hero, what do you want to play?" Lin Chen thought for a moment. "I'm better with staff, so let's go with Sun Wukong." Bai Lei looked at the remaining points in her account, only a few hundred left. "Uncle, wait a moment, I'll top up some money." Zuosini heard their conversation and immediately spoke up. "Chengge, I'll buy you a Sun Wukong." Soon, Lin Chen received the hero she gave him, along with a Hellfire skin. Ding! Trigger a critical hit, get a rebate of 237.6 yuan from Zuosini, with a sincerity index of 60.35, and a reverse critical hit of 6,035 times. Received 1,433,196 yuan, please check carefully. Another million plus has been credited, and the key is the sincerity index of Biao Biao, which has finally exceeded 60%. This is a good start. Come on, let me show you the power of my Rui Jingu Bang. Lin Chen was full of confidence, but after the end of the game, his record was 1-5. Hee, old man, your Jingu Bang is not powerful. After winning the game, Bai Lei looked at her own record, then at Lin Chen's record, and burst into laughter. Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Is my Jingu Bang powerful or not? Ask Cindy and you'll know. Bai Lei immediately said, Cinny, come and evaluate whether the old man's Jingu Bang is powerful or not. Zhuo Cinny replied with 2 words plus an expression, powerful, drooling. Seeing someone vouching for himself, Lin Chen also felt quite proud and immediately sent 10 royal salutes to Biao Biao. The 3 of them played until 10 o'clock, and Lin Chen couldn't stand it anymore, so he quit the game first. Xiao Bai, why don't you go to my room to play, I can still give you some guidance. Bai Lei looked at his wolfish smile and immediately shied away like a startled rabbit. Old man, I'll go play with Cinny, you go to bed first. Lin Chen was a bit speechless. He wanted to eat white rabbit candy tonight, but this girl unexpectedly didn't cooperate. After a few more persuasions, Bai Lei's head shook like a rattle, and she refused to go to the room no matter what. It seems that she still needs to be nurtured slowly. Helpless, Lin Chen had to go back to his empty bed, but he couldn't sleep for a long time. He was full of energy at the moment, and these days he had developed a taste for it. He couldn't eat the white rabbit candy tonight, so his second brother naturally rebelled. Ah, what's the use of this iron rod? Lin Chen comforted his second brother, but the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't sleep. Helpless, he had to send a message to Biao Biao, stop playing King of Glory, don't let your previous skills deteriorate, come over and let me guide you. Marksman, go top. Inside the room, Bai Lei was shouting and directing the team battle. Although Zhuo Cinny had quit the live broadcast, she was still playing duo with her. Ding! Seeing the message from Chen Gu on her phone, Zhuo Cinny casually said, Lei, stay here, I'll go get some food. Bai Lei didn't even look up. Okay, Cinny, take your phone with you, don't go AFK. Seeing that she didn't care, Zhuo Cinny quietly left the room with her phone and went straight to the 3rd floor. Her room and Bai Lei's room were both on the 2nd floor, while Lin Chen lived alone upstairs. Guh, I'm here. Lin Chen saw her still holding her phone and couldn't help but smile. Come, you play mine, I'll play yours. 5 minutes later, a game on the phone ended, but Lin Chen's game was not over yet, so he had to continue with another round. 10 minutes later, when Lin Chen pushed to the opponent's high ground, he finally erupted. Cough, good, when can you let me practice other skills? Zhuo Cinny couldn't help but ask. Lin Chen smiled, what? You know other skills? Zhuo Cinny shyly smiled, I really don't know, that's why I want Go to teach me. Lin Chen patted her and handed the phone back, alright, then buy me a gift, and when you satisfy me, I'll teach you new skills. At first, he didn't really care about Biao Biao, just treating her as an addition to Bai Lei. But now, since the other party's performance is getting better and better, Lin Chen has decided to give her a chance. If he really wants to accept the other party, he can't just stick to the old path. 3 roads, you should walk them all. Thank you, Chen Gu, I'll be going now. Zhuo Cinny got the answer and happily went downstairs. In the room, Bai Lei heard the sound of the door opening, turned her head and saw that it was her best friend coming back. Cinny, where did you go? Why did it take so long? Zhuo Cinny panicked, it's nothing, I just went to get something to eat. Bai Lei rubbed her stomach, I'm a little hungry too. Lei, it's too late today, go to sleep quickly. The next day, Lin Chen was awakened by a knocking on the door. Knock knock knock. Uncle, wake up and have breakfast. Bai Lei's sweet voice came from outside the door, like plum sauce. Coming. Lin Chen picked up his phone from the bedside and saw that it was just past 8 o'clock. There was still a message on the phone from Guanpang last night. Muscle man, Guanpang Binzi, when are you free, let's have a meal together. Lin Chen thought for a moment, this guy probably wants to talk about the 200,000 yuan from yesterday, so he simply sent him a message, I'm so busy that I can't even accompany all the women, I'm not free. It's not that he's being dramatic, but there really are things to do next. He had promised to start a live broadcast company and a 4S store, and these days he should be busy with that. As soon as the message was sent, Guanpang replied with a disdainful expression. Lin Chen glanced at it and ignored the guy, putting the phone in his pocket. After going downstairs, Bai Lei and Zhuo Cinny were already waiting at the dining table, but neither of them had started eating, obviously waiting for him. Buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, porridge, and a few small dishes, there were many varieties, and they all looked very delicate. Bai Lei said, Uncle, I just bought these nearby, try them and see if they suit your taste. Lin Chen nodded, there were many shops not far from the villa, and he had even had a meal there with Zhang Yubing last time. After finishing several buns in one go and drinking a bowl of millet porridge, he was almost full. The remaining fried dough sticks and soy milk were naturally left for Bai Lei and Zhuo Cinny. Ding! Triggered a critical hit, 18 yuan rebate from Bai Lei, sincerity index 81.43, reverse critical hit 8,143 times. Received 146,574 yuan, please check carefully. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Chen knew that Bai Leilei's sincerity index had completely stabilized at over 80%. Are you two full? We're full. The two of them were enjoying their soy milk. Lin Chen looked at them and said, now that you're full, it's time to get down to business. Today, I'll give you some tasks. Bai Leilei, biting the straw, drank the soy milk to the last drop, making a gurgling sound. Uncle, what do you want us to do? Lin Chen said, didn't I tell you before, we're going to start a live broadcast company and a club, so we should start preparing. Joacini was overjoyed. It seemed that her skills had been recognized, and they were really going to start a company now. Although Bai Leilei was also looking forward to it, her little face wrinkled. Uncle, we have no experience in starting a company. Lin Chen reached out and rubbed her bun head. You two go find a suitable place today. We'll rent an office building first, and leave the rest to me. Hearing that it was just a simple matter of renting a house, Bai Leilei also relaxed. What kind of house should we rent? Seeing that she wanted to ask everything clearly, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't starting a company to make money, but to provide these women with a stable high income, so they could fleece the system. He hadn't planned to personally handle every little thing, but these two really lacked experience. You go to the city and find a prime location office building, good location, large area, money is not a problem. Okay, I got it. Bai Leilei was like a well-behaved child, counting Lin Chen's requests on her fingers. After tidying up the dining table, the two women set out to find a house. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then took out his phone, downloaded a job-seeking app called Boss Shipin, directly paid for a super VIP membership, and then posted a job recruitment notice. He now needed to start 3 companies at once, and without any assistance, it was impossible to handle everything by himself. He decided to start by finding an executive director. Now that he had money, Lin Chen just wanted to enjoy life and didn't want to take on a bunch of things for himself. The recruitment notice was quickly posted, but resumes didn't come in as quickly. After some thought, Lin Chen searched for company registration on his phone and quickly found a bunch of companies specializing in business registration. These days, as long as you have money, everything is simple to handle. Lin Chen randomly chose a company called Tianyuan Saiwu to handle the registration and called them. Upon learning that he wanted to register 3 companies, and all of them were relatively large in scale, the company immediately assigned a professional consultant to Lin Chen. After a brief phone conversation, the other party suggested meeting in person for a detailed discussion, and Lin Chen readily agreed. After agreeing on a location, Lin Chen set off in his Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Half an hour later, when Lin Chen arrived at the agreed Starbucks coffee shop, the representatives from the financial company were still on their way, so he chose a window seat and sat down. Just as he sat down, a young waitress approached him and asked, "Hello, sir, may I take your order?" Upon hearing her clear and pleasant voice, Lin Chen instinctively looked up and glanced at her. "Oh, it's you?" The young girl in front of him was none other than Mu Wenjun, who had accidentally scratched his Audi R8 before and compensated him with an expensive ice cream. Lin Chen remembered her not only because of the expensive ice cream that day, but also because of her high sincerity. Mu Wenjun also immediately recognized Lin Chen. "Oh, it's you. I'm really sorry about last time." Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. "There's nothing to apologize for, and besides, you've already compensated me." As he spoke, he looked at the young girl in front of him. She was very young, probably around 17 or 18, and she was quite beautiful, especially her eyes, which seemed particularly lively. Although she was currently dressed as a waitress, she exuded an otherworldly aura. This aura was different from Chung Kor's coldness, and instead had a bit of a fairy-like charm. When Mu Wenjun heard Lin Chen mention the compensation, she blushed and said, I asked my family when I went back last time, and the car paint repair only cost 2,000 yuan. The money I compensated you with wasn't enough." With her blushing face, she looked a bit like a fairy who had descended to earth. Lin Chen's heart was moved by her appearance and joked, "What, are you planning to compensate me again?" Mu Wenjun lowered her head and said shyly, "I don't have that much money for now." Seeing her like this, Lin Chen didn't want to continue making things difficult for her, so he smiled and shook his head. "I was just kidding. By the way, it's my first time here, can you recommend a coffee for me? How about a cappuccino?" Mu Wenjun asked tentatively. "Sure. And it's best if it's iced," Lin Chen replied. "Okay, please wait a moment," Mu Wenjun said. After 2 minutes, Mu Wenjun came over with a cup of coffee and said, "Sir, I'll treat you to this cup today, although it's still not enough to compensate for the car, but I'll definitely pay you back when I earn money in the future." She was such an interesting and attractive girl. Suddenly, Lin Chen became interested. Shouldn't we exchange WeChat contacts? Otherwise, how will I find you in the future? Okay, let me scan your code. Mu Wenjun immediately took out her phone and opened the scanning interface. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't refuse when a beautiful girl wanted to add him on WeChat. Ding! Wenjun added you as a friend. Just as no one would complain about having too much money, Lin Bin would not reject knowing more beautiful women. Wenjun, that's indeed a good name. I'm Lin Chen, you can call me Chen Ge. Chen Ge, take your time, just call me if you need anything. Mu Wenjun sweetly called out, and Lin Chen felt all his pores relax. Ding! Triggered critical hit, receiving a 36 yuan rebate from Mu Wenjun, sincerity index 91.56, reverse critical hit 9,156 times. Received 329,616 yuan, please check carefully. With such a high sincerity index, it would be a disaster not to accept it. Lin Chen watched Mu Wenjun leave, feeling a bit more hopeful. Just a moment later, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Hello, Mr. Lin, I've arrived at the location. Lin Chen answered the call and saw a young man standing at the door, immediately waving to signal him. The other person also saw him and ran over. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Song Jin from Kaiyuan Finance, you can call me Xiao Song. Song Jin was the professional consultant Lin Chen had communicated with on the phone before. After sitting down, he only ordered a glass of boiled water and began to consult in detail. I want to open a 4S store, a live broadcasting company, and invest in a King's Club to prepare for professional competitions, Lin Chen directly stated his requirements. Song Jin nodded frequently, recording on one side and introducing the specific procedures to Lin Chen on the other. To register a company, besides confirming the company name for registration, one also needs to apply for a business license, register for an organization code certificate and tax registration certificate, as well as open a bank account and a series of other procedures. Lin Chen felt overwhelmed and directly raised his hand to interrupt. Xiao Song, just tell me what documents and how much money is needed, that's enough. I'll leave everything to you and wait for the results. Okay, Mr. Lin, Song Jin patiently continued to explain. In the end, the two of them discussed for almost an hour before finalizing all the matters. When Song Jin came, he brought the contract, and Lin Chen signed it readily, paying 20,000 yuan upfront and the rest after the procedures were completed. After signing the contract, Song Jin bid farewell. Once the documents were ready, they could start helping with the procedures. It's really troublesome. No, it seems I must find a good assistant quickly. Lin Chen shook his head, quickly took out his phone, opened Boss Jipin, and wanted to see if there were any suitable resumes. His account was a super VIP, and the website actively recommended several resumes to him. Lin Chen casually looked through a few, all of which were high-level talents with outstanding personal resumes. In the end, he chose a woman named Zhou Manqing. From her resume, she was 30 years old, a graduate of Shuimu University, and had 6 years of work experience in a large enterprise, which absolutely met his requirements. Most importantly, this Zhou Manqing was also very beautiful. Lin Chen directly called the number on the resume. Hello? A pleasant voice came from the phone. Lin Chen said, Hello, I saw your resume online and wanted to ask if you have time for an interview. Zhou Manqing was taken aback. She had just filled out the resume today and didn't expect to receive a call so soon. I have time, please send me the interview location. Okay, let's meet later. Lin Chen hung up and sent his location. Ding! Zhou Manqing looked at the address sent to her and felt a bit skeptical. The interview location was actually at a Starbucks. However, she didn't think too much and headed directly to the provided location. A month ago, after resigning from the company, Zhou Manqing took a long vacation for herself. Now that she had finally adjusted her mindset, she urgently needed a well-paying job, so she decided to attend this strange interview. Inside Starbucks. Since someone is coming for an interview soon, Lin Chen is not in a hurry to leave. He waved to call Mu Wenjun over and ordered another cup of coffee, along with some desserts. Xiaowan, you don't have to treat me this time, otherwise you won't have any salary for the day, Lin Chen joked after. Ordering. Mu Wenjun stuck out her tongue and whispered, Brother Chen, don't worry, I'm working part-time here, so I can get 2 free cups of coffee every day. This time, let me treat you. Seeing that Mu Wenjun was giving up her benefits, Lin Chen shook his head and said with a smile, It's really not necessary this time. I'll have to order another cup when my guest arrives. Mu Wenjun didn't insist and said, Okay, Brother Chen, just call me when your guest arrives. Lin Chen waited for over half an hour and saw a beautiful woman rushing in at the door. He had already seen the photo on her resume, so he recognized her at a glance. Over here. As soon as Zhou Manqing entered Starbucks and was about to take out her phone to make a call, she saw a young man waving to her from the window. She instinctively walked over. Hello, are you Mr. Lin? Sit down and let's talk, Lin Chen nodded with a smile. I'm Lin Chen, just call me by my name. Mr. Lin, hello, Zhou Manqing sat down and began to size up the young man in front of her. Lin Chen was also sizing her up. Zhou Manqing in person was even more stunning than in the photo. Although she was already 30 years old, there was no trace of time on her delicate face, and her fair skin was as delicate as jade. Coupled with her ear-length hair, it highlighted her mature and elegant temperament even more. What would you like to drink? Lin Chen politely asked before discussing work matters. Zhou Manqing said, I'll have a latte, thank you. Lin Chen waved again, and Mu Wenjun hurried over. Brother Chen, do you want anything else? After speaking, she looked at the woman sitting across from Lin Chen and her cherry-like mouth widened. She hadn't noticed her before because the woman had her back to her. Wenjun, what are you doing here? Zhou Manqing hadn't noticed at first, but when she heard the familiar voice, she immediately turned her head. Mu Wenjun hung her head like a guilty child and whispered, Auntie, I'm working part-time here. Okay, you told me you were going to see a classmate, but you came here to work part-time. Zhou Manqing glared at her fiercely, and if it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, she would probably have exploded. Lin Chen was also surprised. He hadn't expected these two to be related. However, looking at the two beautiful women, he had to admit that their family had good genes. Auntie, what would you like to drink? Mu Wenjun asked dutifully. Zhou Manqing said, Humph. I'll settle the score with you when we get back. Alright, I'll order a latte for your auntie, Lin Chen quickly intervened. Just wait a moment. Mu Wenjun breathed a sigh of relief and hurried away. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Manqing in front of him, and suddenly became more active in his mind. He was about to start a company and needed someone he could trust. Since she was Mu Wenjun's aunt, she might as well be his future aunt as well. Or maybe being an uncle-in-law wouldn't be bad. Auntie, here's your latte. In no time, Mu Wenjun brought a cup of coffee and carefully placed it on the table. Zhou Manqing glared at her again, scaring Mu Wenjun away. Lin Chen noticed their little actions and found it amusing. Miss Zhou, Wenjun is actually quite cute and sensible. You shouldn't blame her anymore. Zhou Manqing looked at Lin Chen with some surprise. Mr. Lin, are you familiar with my niece? Not really, we just met once, Lin Chen said. Zhou Manqing's heart was secretly criticizing, she must go back and ask her niece carefully, and must not be deceived by others. She didn't want to talk about Mu Wenjun anymore. Changing the subject, she asked, Mr. Lin, may I ask what your company does? Lin Chen, seeing her bring up business, took the initiative to introduce, I plan to open 3 companies now, a 4S store, a live broadcasting company, and also invest in a King's Tournament club. I need to recruit a lot of talents now. Zhou Manqing immediately frowned and shook her head, Mr. Lin, you may have the wrong person. I don't meet your requirements. Lin Chen was a little confused and instinctively said, No, I have seen your resume. You have 6 years of work experience in a state-owned enterprise, which should be sufficient. Yes, I worked in a state-owned enterprise for 6 years, and it was a company with tens of thousands of employees. Zhou Manqing nodded and continued, Mr. Lin, although I have heard of live broadcasting companies and King's Tournament clubs, I have limited exposure. Based on your needs, you should find some professionals. I am not completely suitable for your requirements. In addition, I suggest that Mr. Lin give up the idea of investing in a 4S store. In recent years, the domestic automobile industry has almost reached saturation. Investing in a 4S store now will take a long time to recoup the investment. Zhou Manqing's words were tactful, but she actually looked down on the 3 companies mentioned by Lin Chen. After all, she came from a state-owned enterprise, and it was a large enterprise with tens of thousands of employees. In her eyes, whether it was a live broadcasting company or a King's Tournament club, they were just small-scale activities. Although investing in a 4S store was not small, the development potential was limited. After everything was on track, she would not have much room for development. Lin Chen was in sales after all, and he was very sensitive to people's speaking skills and attitudes. After careful consideration, he finally sensed something. It seems that this woman looks down on my 3 companies. Lin Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. He thought carefully and realized that what Zhou Manqing said was indeed true. His affairs did not really require someone like her. However, Lin Chen was not short of money, and he was also too lazy to bother, so he wanted to find an all-around talent to get everything done at once. Miss Zhou, I am really eager for talents, and the salary can be negotiated. Zhou Manqing was only tempted for a second, then shook her head again. Mr. Lin, it's not about the money. This job is really not suitable for me. After saying this, she picked up the coffee in front of her and tasted it carefully. Lin Chen was somewhat helpless. It seemed that his small-scale activities really did not catch the attention of others, and he was a little disappointed. However, the next moment he realized, wait, if the other party looks down on my small companies, why not start a big one? After all, he was not short of money. Lin Chen thought about his bank account, which still had over 1.7 billion. Opening just these 3 small companies was indeed a bit small in scale. At present, this money was already more than enough, and in the future, he would have more and more money. Besides enjoying life, he should also consider doing something big. After all, sometimes having money alone is not enough, one also needs status. Thinking of this, Lin Chen began to plan in his mind. He had a house now, and a car, and could eat and play whatever he wanted. It seemed that he lacked nothing, but there was still a big gap from the real upper-class society, and the level he could reach was still very limited. Not to mention other things, such as those first-line female celebrities. Even if Lin Chen had money now and wanted to have a deep conversation with them, he didn't even have their contact information. If his companies could grow and become strong, even if he met a big celebrity, he could make her call him daddy. The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Now it seems that starting a live broadcasting company is too small-minded. Even the current popular live streaming companies have a market value of only a few hundred billion. With a little effort, there is still potential. There is also the King's Club, where one can develop other games for competitions. In addition, the automotive industry is becoming increasingly developed in new energy sources, so one can invest in a car company and create a brand new one. The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more excited he became, and he even thought about expanding into other industries in the future, such as the entertainment industry, film and television, and so on, as long as it is related to the consumer industry. Of course, some high-tech research and development industries not only require money, but also a strong background, which he temporarily cannot achieve. But for some basic consumer industries, as long as there is money, it's enough. As for money, as long as he knows more women, would he still be afraid of lacking money? As he thought about it, Lin Chen's vision suddenly opened up. However, one must take things step by step. Lin Chen looked at the mature woman in front of him again and smiled. Miss Zhou, actually, my purpose in inviting you here is not just to start these 3 companies. Zhou Manqing was puzzled. Mr. Lin, do you have other businesses? Although the 4S store has no future, investing in a new store would still require at least hundreds of millions in capital. The young man in front of her definitely had no shortage of money, so she had no right to underestimate him. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Miss Zhou, you should know that it is the era of traffic now, and various live streaming industries are exceptionally developed. My purpose in starting a live streaming company is to test the waters first, and at the same time, I will develop my own live streaming software and establish a brand new company. In addition, there is the gaming industry. With the current popularity of esports, it is a perfect fit with live streaming, and these two can be carried out simultaneously. As for the automotive industry, I also plan to build my own cars. After Lin Chen finished speaking, Zhou Manqing was already wide-eyed with astonishment. Live streaming, gaming, and automotive industries all fall under the consumer industry, and are also the easiest for ordinary people to get involved in. As long as there is money, one can really make a name for themselves. However, Lin Chen unexpectedly wanted to get involved in 3 industries at once, and this investment would not be satisfied with just a few billion, or even tens of billions. Mr. Lin, are you serious? Zhou Manqing looked at the young man in front of her, wondering if she had misheard, and began to speculate about the other party's background. Lin Chen nodded. Miss Zhou, I am now more certain that you are very suitable for my requirements. As long as you decide to join, I will immediately start the project. I just don't know if you are willing to witness the rise of a business empire firsthand? After speaking, looking at the shocked face of Zhou Manqing, Lin Chen felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. As long as the money is in place, there is no ante that cannot be won over. Mr. Lin, may I ask, what is your background? Zhou Manqing asked with a wry smile. In the internet age, everyone can easily see the figures of those legendary tycoons, which always makes people feel that these tycoons are very close to everyone, but in reality, they are impossible to encounter in a lifetime. Just like Zhou Manqing now, although she has also known some wealthy people before, today is the first time she has come face to face with someone as wealthy as Lin Chen. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. I understand what you mean. You can rest assured, I am just an ordinary person with a little money. And the industries I am prepared to enter mostly fall under the consumer industry, with relatively low entry barriers. Even with so much money, he can still be called an ordinary person, which left Zhou Manqing speechless. However, she also understood the logic in Lin Chen's words. Whether it's live streaming, gaming, or the automotive industry, as long as there is money, one can participate. And, looking at the other party, it's obvious that he is not short of money. Lin Chen continued, if you are willing, I will offer you an annual salary of 500,000, with performance bonuses on top, and an annual increase of no less than 10%. Lin Chen threw out another bombshell. On Zhou Manqing's resume, the expected salary was only 300,000 yuan per year, but he had just added a lot more. Zhou Manqing fell silent and began to think seriously. Seeing this, Lin Chen did not urge him. He had already said enough. If the other party still refused, then he would have no way. However, even if he couldn't become a brother-in-law, he wouldn't lose out by getting a sister-in-law for free. After a moment, Zhou Manqing finally made a decision and said with a bitter smile, Mr. Lin, I also want to refuse, but I can't find any reason. I will have to rely on you in the future. Lin Chen smiled and extended his right hand. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Zhou Manqing no longer hesitated and reached out her fair, delicate hand to shake Lin Chen's. All right, since everything is settled, you can start working today. You will be responsible for recruiting talents for me. Lin Chen directly took out the contract he had just signed with Kaiyuan Finance. Now that he had someone to run errands, he could leave the company registration to Zhou Manqing. The two discussed the specific matters and quickly finalized everything. I will arrange the office space as soon as possible. You just need to focus on recruiting people. As soon as the company account is opened, I will transfer some money in. Lin Chen said. Zhou Manqing nodded. Mr. Lin, rest assured, I will select suitable talents as soon as possible and inform you for interviews. You can handle these small matters yourself. To be honest, I don't plan to personally get involved in the company's affairs. I will only provide the money, and you will be fully responsible for the rest. Lin Chen shook his head. Helpless with his stubborn approach, Zhou Manqing could only agree. After sitting here for more than 2 hours, Lin Chen was ready to leave as soon as everything was settled. Just as he was about to call Mu Wenjun to settle the bill, Zhou Manqing stopped him. Mr. Lin, since it's our first meeting, let me treat you. Lin Chen didn't refuse. All right, I'll leave first. He estimated that Zhou Manqing and Mu Wenjun still had things to discuss, so he left without disturbing them. Ding! Critical hit triggered. 78 yuan consumption rebate from Zhou Manqing. Sincerity index 70.88%. Reverse critical hit 7,088 times. Received 552,864 yuan. Please check carefully. He was about to spend a lot of money, so this small amount of over 50,000 yuan was naturally not on Lin Chen's mind. However, every little bit counts, and Zhou Manqing's sincerity index was not low. After Lin Chen left, Mu Wenjun immediately came over and curiously asked, Sister, what were you talking about just now? Zhou Manqing's shocked expression had just calmed down. What else could we talk about? Of course, it was about the interview. He will be my boss from now on. Mu Wenjun was somewhat surprised. Chengu is so amazing, he can even be the boss of his sister. She was very clear about her own sister. Since Zhou Manqing had agreed, Lin Chen's company must have a bright future. Zhou Manqing asked, how did you two meet? Mu Wenjun said, Sister, last time I scratched Chen Ji's car, he not only didn't blame me, but also didn't let me pay. Zhou Manqing finally understood what was going on and blamed her. Wenjun, how many times have I told you? Just focus on your studies and don't worry about money. You just won't listen. Mu Wenjun sweetly smiled, Sister, I'm an adult now, and many of my classmates have already started making money. I also want to do some part-time work during this summer vacation. Zhou Manqing sighed and felt a little sorry for her. Their sister and brother-in-law had an accident when Mu Wenjun was very young, and they had relied on each other for so many years. She had been very sensible since she was young. Although Zhou Manqing used to work in a state-owned enterprise and had a good salary, Mu Wenjun had been studying music since she was young, and the expenses were high. Some time ago after resigning, this girl has been thinking about making money on her own. Zhou Manqing's acceptance of Lin Chen's invitation was partly due to economic pressure. Alright, since you want to work part-time, then do it well. But after school starts, you have to study in Hang City honestly for me. Thank you, Auntie. Remember, stay away from that Mr. Lin in the future. Why, Auntie? Brother Chen is a good person. Humph. Men with money, not all of them are good. Lin Chen didn't know Zhou Manqing's evaluation of him behind his back. After leaving Starbucks, he went straight back to Bisui Bay. It was already noon, and Bai Lei and the others hadn't returned yet. He called Xia Beitu, and they were planning to continue looking at houses in the afternoon, so they didn't plan to come back. For lunch, he could only make do by himself. In the afternoon, the weather outside was too hot, and Lin Chen was too lazy to go out alone, so he just lay flat in the villa. After playing games for a while, he fell asleep until 4 or 5 o'clock. Seeing that the two girls hadn't returned yet, Lin Chen planned to go out and have some fun by himself. Before leaving, he sent a message to Cheng Kor, "I'll come to your place for dinner tonight." As soon as the message was sent, Cheng Kor replied with a smiley face. Lin Chen looked at the message, smiled, and put away his phone. Cheng Kor was the first woman to counterattack him, and tonight, he should counterattack her as well. To prevent Xia Beitu from worrying, Lin Chen sent her another message, "I won't be back at the villa tonight, don't wait for me." Soon, Bai Lei replied, "Ah, Brother Chen, where are you going tonight?" "Lin Chen, I'm going to dig a well tonight." Bai Lei, dig a well? Confused, before he could explain to her, his phone rang again. He picked it up and saw that it was his mother calling. "Mom, what's wrong? Is there something going on at home?" "Lin's mother, Binzi, your cousin is getting married next week. If you can take time off, try to come back." "Okay, I got it." Lin Chen agreed without hesitation, chatted about family matters for a few more minutes, and then hung up the phone. Lin Chen was an only child, but he had a lot of cousins, and both his father and mother were rural people who valued family relationships. Whenever there was something going on at home, as long as Lin Chen was free, he had to rush back. He hadn't told his family about resigning yet, and he had only transferred 50,000 yuan to them before. When he went back in a few days, he could help improve the family's conditions. Lin Chen put his phone in his pocket, started the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and headed towards the happiness community. He put aside everything else for now. His cousin's wedding was next week, but he was going to be the groom tonight. A new well, a new mine, a new drill bit, the deeper he drilled, the more oil he would find. Although he couldn't be considered a new drill bit, he had to give it his all every time he opened up new territory. Lin Chen hummed a little tune as he drove, preparing himself. In the small new well, dig, dig, dig. P.S. The official debut, starting a new book is not easy, everyone remember to add it to your bookshelf, keep reading, and support it. There will be at least 2 updates every day, and if the results are good, there will be more updates. Not long after Lin Chen left, Bai Lei and Zhuosini returned to Bisui Bay. "Oh my god, I'm so tired." As soon as she entered, Zhuosini started to undress. She was already dressed very lightly, and now she directly took off her long skirt, leaving only a few pieces of fabric on her body. Bai Lei exclaimed, "Ah, Sini, why did you take off your clothes?" Zhuosini shrugged and said nonchalantly, "What's there to be afraid of? You said Brother Chen won't be back tonight, and there are only the 2 of us in this house. You should hurry up and take yours off too, let's go swimming." As she spoke, she started to help Bai Lei undress. "Hee, it tickles, Sini, spare me." The 2 girls immediately started to play around, with Bai Lei begging for mercy. Before long, the 2 of them were lying naked in the swimming pool. Zhuosini glanced at Bai Lei's ample bosom and couldn't help but reach out to feel it, enviously saying, "Lei, what have you been eating to get so fat?" Bai Lei couldn't escape her best friend's teasing, her little face looking aggrieved. "Sini, I hope I'm not really fat. What if the uncle doesn't like it?" "Don't worry, he likes you a lot." Zhuosini couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Lei, I'm not saying this to make fun of you, but you're really naive. You're so at ease with Chengu staying out all night without calling him back?" Bai Lei defended herself. "The uncle said he was going to drill a well, there must be something important to do, we shouldn't disturb him." Zhuosini was completely speechless, her silly best friend really had no clue. What drilling a well, it was clearly going to drill a hole. As she thought of this, the image of Cheng Kor's stunningly beautiful face suddenly appeared in her mind. Zhuosini suddenly felt a sense of crisis, and quickly spoke, "Lei, what are you thinking? If you like Chengu, why don't you take him down?" Blushing with her delicate doll-like face, Bai Lei muttered softly, "Sini, what are you talking about? The uncle has never confessed to me." This silly girl was beyond help. Josini dived into the water and quickly surfaced, starting to swim with a standard posture, her slender figure and fair skin even more alluring than a mermaid. Ah, Cinny, how come you swim so well? Didn't the uncle only teach you diving? Lele seemed to have just discovered that Josini could swim, and was suddenly amazed. Lin Chen parked the car in the Happiness residential area, and before getting out, he looked at the oversized safety helmet in the armrest, but decided not to put it in his pocket. Chen Kor had said it wasn't necessary, and he didn't need to make himself uncomfortable. Last time he left, Chen Kor had given him a key, so when he got upstairs, Lin Chen didn't knock on the door, but directly used the key to open it. After entering, as Lin Chen changed his shoes, he called out, "Kor, what are you busy with?" "Abin, just sit for a while, I still have a few dishes to make." Chen Kor's voice came from the kitchen, along with the sound of chopping. Lin Chen was surprised that Chen Kor could cook, as the two girls in the villa could only make soy milk. Lin Chen became interested and went straight into the kitchen, where he saw Chen Kor chopping vegetables, and he hugged her from behind. "What's for dinner?" "I only want to eat you." Looking at her profile, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited. Chen Kor stiffened, feeling Lin Chen's heat, her pretty face blushing. "Don't mess around, let me finish cooking first, there's time tonight." Lin Chen chuckled, "Kor is right, we still have physical work to do tonight, we should eat well." With that, he let go of Chen Kor. Lin Chen had never cooked before, and had no intention of helping in the kitchen. He just glanced at the kitchen and then went to the sofa in the living room to wait for dinner. However, he wasn't idle. To enrich his experience, and to revisit a classic, Lin Chen found a fan-made movie of water margin on his phone and cast it to the smart TV in the living room. Sharpening the knife won't delay the cutting of wood. "Abin, dinner's ready." An hour later, with Chen Kor's call, Lin Chen reluctantly turned off the TV. The table was filled with delicious dishes carefully prepared by Chen Kor, making one's mouth water. This woman could handle the bedroom and the kitchen. Lin Chen was quite satisfied. "Kor, why did you make so many dishes? The two of us can't finish them all." Chen Kor smiled lightly. "This is your first time eating at my place, and I don't know what flavors you like, so I made a little more." "Okay, next time, don't bother so much." Lin Chen was about to pull her to sit down, but Chen Kor said, "Wait a moment." She turned and went to the bedroom. Soon, she came back holding a bottle of red wine. "I see you like to drink. I specially bought a bottle of red wine today." As soon as drinking was mentioned, Lin Chen thought of the last time he got drunk and quickly waved his hand. "Tonight is important, so I won't drink." Chen Kor nodded with a smile. "Okay, I'll save it for you. You can drink it whenever you want." Ding! Trigger critical hit, 29,888 yuan rebate from Chen Kor, sincerity index 85.12, reverse critical hit 8,512 times. Received 254,406,656 yuan, please check carefully. Beautiful food and earning over 2 billion, tonight is destined to be fruitful. Lin Chen couldn't wait and said, "Let's start eating." It had to be said that Chen Kor had put a lot of thought into it. The table was full of dishes, and Lin Chen couldn't find any fault. After eating for more than half an hour, and being full and satisfied, Lin Chen went to take a shower. Chen Kor tacitly understood and, after tidying up, also went to the bathroom with her pajamas. Unfortunately, the house was too big, and there was more than one bathroom, so the two of them did not save water together. Time passed slowly, and finally it was the golden time of 8 o'clock in the evening. In the bedroom, the two embraced each other affectionately. Ding-ling! An untimely phone ring sounded. Lin Chen was instantly furious. He had already taken off half of his pants and was about to get to the point, and someone had the nerve to call at this time. Without saying a word, he hung up the phone. "Come again." After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen pounced like a hungry tiger. Ding-ling! The phone rang again. Chen Kor took the opportunity to catch her breath and pushed Lin Chen. "You should answer the phone first, in case someone needs you." Lin Chen was reluctant to get up. He had just glanced at the phone and saw that it was from Biao Biao, so he didn't take it seriously. "It's nothing. The kid doesn't know any better." Chen Kor remembered the two beautiful girls they had picked up together that day and deliberately threatened, "You should answer the phone first, in case something serious happens." Something serious? Impossible. Lin Chen was very sure. Because the seeds he had sown were in the wrong place, Biao Biao couldn't possibly cause any serious trouble. However, the phone kept ringing, and it was making him anxious. Damn it, I want to see what's so important that it has to be a phone call at this time. Lin Chen took the phone and saw that this time it was from Xiaobai too, and his heart skipped a beat. Seeing Lin Chen's expression change and his action stop, Chen Kuer said, Arbin, you should answer the phone first. If it's nothing, you can relax. Okay, I'll answer the phone first. Lin Chen stood up and, without avoiding it, answered the phone in front of Chen Kuer. Uncle, Cindy was beaten. Please come quickly. Sob White Lele's crying voice came through the phone, and faintly, there was also the sound of arguing. Lin Chen immediately exploded. Damn it! He hadn't even laid a hand on Biao Biao. Who the hell had the guts to do this? Xiaobai, what the hell happened? Where are you guys now? Lin Chen asked immediately. Hearing White Lele's helpless voice, his heart clenched. White Lele's sobbing voice came through, it's all my fault. I accidentally scratched someone's new car while driving, and the other party wants us to compensate for a new car. Cindy didn't want to, so she hit Cindy. They had to compensate for a new car just because they scratched it. This was bullying. Lin Chen was furious. Okay, tell me where you are. We're at Big Beard Barbecue Stand. Uncle, please come quickly. Got it, take care of yourself first. Lin Chen hung up the phone, turned to look at Chen Kuer, with a hint of apology on his face. Kuer, there's been an unexpected situation, I need to go over there. Chen Kuer had already stood up to help Lin Chen pull up his pants, put away the long spear, and carefully fasten his belt. Do you want me to go with you? Although she didn't know what had happened, she faintly heard the crying of a girl and looked worried. Lin Chen shook his head, forget it, you won't be able to help by going with me. I'll go over and see the situation first. If everything is fine, I'll come back. Chen Kuer helped him tidy up his clothes, smiling and shaking her head, it's okay, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Okay, I understand. Lin Chen nodded, letting Chen Kuer help him tidy up, then hugged her tightly for a moment before letting go. I'm off, see you later. What a mess this day has been. After going downstairs, Lin Chen drove directly to the Big Beard Barbecue Stand, starting to worry about Bai Lele and Zhuosini. If it weren't for Zhuosini being beaten, this girl probably wouldn't have called to bother him. Fortunately, the distance from Happiness to the Big Beard Barbecue Stand was not far. 20 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class stopped at the side of the road near the barbecue stand. As soon as he got out of the car, Lin Chen saw a scene that made him furious. Not far away, Zhuosini stretched out her arms to protect Bai Lele, and in front of them, a woman in her 40s was pointing at Zhuosini and cursing loudly. Two little vixens, born to be mistresses, driving a broken BMW, who do you think you are? Call your master and compensate me for my new car. The thing Wang Li hated most in her life was being a mistress. Her husband, relying on his wealth, flirted with all sorts of women outside every day, ignoring her as if she didn't exist, but she had no way to deal with it. Being over 50, old and fat, she couldn't change her husband, so she could only take it out on others. Whenever she saw those stylishly dressed young girls on the street, she felt inexplicably disgusted. What a coincidence, today she had just bought a new car, and it was scratched by Lele, a novice. Seeing that the other party was driving a BMW Z4 and was accompanied by two young and beautiful girls, Wang Li insisted that they were mistresses and demanded that Lele compensate her for a new car. She was driving a top-of-the-line Land Rover Range Rover, fully paid for at over 2 million, and it was just a scratch. Zhuosini naturally refused. As a result, Wang Li was unreasonable and slapped Zhuosini. Zhuosini took a solid hit, but seeing the other party's wealthy appearance, she didn't dare to fight back. Moreover, since they were the ones who had hit someone else, they were somewhat in the wrong and could only swallow their pride and apologize. As a result, the old woman was unreasonable and insisted that Bai Lele compensate her for a new car. Zhuosini insisted on only repairing the car, not compensating for a new one, and the stalemate continued. Seeing the other party constantly trying to start a fight, Zhuosini was afraid that Bai Lele would get hurt, so she kept protecting her and suffered a lot herself. There were also many onlookers on the side of the road, pointing and gossiping, but no one stepped forward to stop it. Stop! Seeing that the fat woman was about to start again, Lin Chen shouted and immediately stepped forward. Uncle, you finally came! Why, hearing the familiar voice, Bai Lele turned her head and saw Lin Chen rushing over, immediately throwing herself into his arms. Seeing the pitiful look on Bai Lele's face, Lin Chen felt a surge of pity. Alright, don't cry. Brother Chen, I'm sorry. Zhuosini still had a clear slap mark on her face, and her eyes were a little red, but she gritted her teeth and didn't let the tears fall. What are you sorry for? Are you stupid? Standing there and letting someone hit you, don't you know how to fight back? Lin Chen was full of anger, shouting at Zhuosini. The Biao Biao, who had been holding back her tears, couldn't help it anymore. The bean-sized teardrops fell down, but she remained silent. Seeing this, Lin Chen's anger dissipated a bit, and he was about to ask what was going on when the old woman across from them started to rage again. Good, you must be their master. You came at just the right time. Hurry up and compensate me for my new car. Wang Li looked at the young handsome man in front of her, feeling a bit surprised. She thought that these two little beauties were mistresses for a man in his 40s or 50s, but she didn't expect them to be with a young man. Lin Chen frowned. This old woman's words were really harsh. Xiaobai, what's going on? Bai Lei sobbed, Uncle, I just accidentally scratched her car, and I already apologized and promised to fix it. But she insists that we compensate her with a new car. Wan Li persisted, this is a brand new car I just picked up today. I don't want it to be repaired. You must compensate me with a new car today. Seeing Bai Lei looking wronged, Lin Chen couldn't bring himself to get angry. He reached out and patted her head, just compensate her. We're not short of money. Didn't I give you 2 million the other day? Bai Lei looked up and glanced cautiously at Zhuosini. I also intended to compensate, but Sister Sini wouldn't allow it. Seeing Zhuosini, who remained silent and teary-eyed, Lin Chen felt a bit reproachful. You too, why didn't you listen to Xiaobai and just give the money to the other party? Zhuosini wiped her tears and stubbornly said, Chenggu, she wants us to compensate with a new car. Why should we? Lin Chen was also a bit speechless. This old woman was indeed unreasonable, but Biao Biao's insistence on getting money was a bit too serious. However, thinking of the scene he had just witnessed, Zhuosini tightly protected Bai Lei behind her, not allowing her to be harmed in the slightest. Lin Chen couldn't say anything more. He somewhat understood why Bai Lei trusted Zhuosini so much. Lin Chen pulled the Biao Biao over, wiped the tears from her face, and sighed, just compensate. After all, I'm not short of money. Besides, what if someone disfigures you? Isn't your face worth 2 million? Hearing his words, Zhuosini, who had been silently shedding tears, couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. For some reason, hearing Lin Chen say that, she felt that all the grievances she had just suffered were worth it. While crying, Zhuosini shouted, Chenggu, your money is hard-earned. You can't compensate. Hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly fell silent. He had never really liked Biao Biao's character, thinking she was too greedy. But now, she would rather be beaten than let Lin Chen spend money unjustly. Could this kind of woman be considered a bad woman? For some reason, Lin Chen suddenly felt uncomfortable and muttered to himself, damn it, I have to spend money today. If they really had to compensate for a car worth over 2 million, Zhuosini was well aware that she and Bai Lei didn't have the means to do so, and the money would definitely have to come from Lin Chen. That's why she had said those words earlier. Since having this system, Lin Chen had never lacked money, and his subconscious perception of money had also changed. But Zhuosini didn't know this. She thought that Lin Chen's money was hard-earned, so she would rather be beaten than insist on just repairing the car without compensating for a new one. Lin Chen hugged the tearful Zhuosini and gently patted her back, comforting her, all right, stop crying. It's just 2 million. I can earn it back in minutes. Just over 2 million, a critical hit could solve it. Humph. Such big talk. Since you're so rich, then compensate for my new car quickly, Wang Li said, feeling even more displeased seeing the three of them acting so intimate. Lin Chen frowned. When he arrived, he had only focused on comforting Bai Lei and Zhuosini. Now that the two women had stabilized, he finally had the chance to carefully look at the fat woman in front of him. Originally, he was supposed to spend the night with Chen Kur, but his plans were disrupted, and now he was facing this fat woman. Lin Chen was filled with anger as he looked at Wang Li. Are you sure you want me to compensate for a new car? Wang Li spat and began to curse at Lin Chen. You like to find mistresses, so show me your ability and compensate me for a new car. If you don't have the money, don't come out pretending to be wealthy. Lin Chen took a deep breath and nodded, fine. I'll compensate. How much did you spend on this car? As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers were shocked. Just a minor scratch and she wanted compensation for a new car. This logic was unreasonable, especially considering it was a luxury car worth over 2 million. But from the tone of the young man in front of them, it seemed like he really intended to compensate for a new car, which was unbelievable. Wang Li sneered, this is what you said. I bought this car today for a total of 2.8 million. If you don't believe me, go to the 4S store and inquire about the price. She didn't believe that Lin Chen would actually compensate her for 2.8 million. Even if the other party was wealthy, over 2 million was not a small amount, unless the money was obtained through illicit means. The reason she was being so difficult was to take advantage of her righteousness and teach a lesson to the two beautiful girls who she didn't like. Although Lin Chen's money didn't come from illicit means, it was obtained from the system, and he didn't even have to bend down to pick it up. It's just 2.8 million. I'll transfer it to you now. Give me your bank account or payment code. Wang Li looked disdainful and didn't believe that the young man would compensate her 2.8 million. She immediately opened her phone's payment code. Come on, let's see how long you can keep pretending. Lin Chen didn't waste any time and also took out his phone to scan the other party's payment code. Humph. You're quite good at pretending. Wang Li muttered under her breath. She had already decided that no matter how much the other party compensated her, even if it was just a few thousand or tens of thousands, she would insist on being compensated for a new car. She wanted to make him pay for keeping a mistress and make him lose face. The sound of coins dropping filled the air. Wang Li opened her phone, ready to continue mocking the other party, but the next moment, when she saw the payment information, she was completely dumbfounded. Alipay received 2,800,000 yuan. 5 zeros, a total of 2.8 million. How about that? Have you received it? Lin Chen put away his phone and waved at the hesitant Bai Lei and Zhuosini, looking at the fat woman in front of him with a half-smile. Wang Li looked a bit flustered. The fact that the other party had compensated 2.8 million right away meant that she had kicked an iron plate today. However, she still insisted stubbornly, humph. I'll let them off today. Wait. Lin Chen saw the other party turning to leave and immediately spoke up. I've already compensated the money. Shouldn't we settle other matters? The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Compensating over 2 million without batting an eye, he must be really wealthy. Wang Li's heart was pounding. Her previous arrogance had disappeared, and she said with a sullen face, the car is yours. What else do you want to settle? Lin Chen put away his smile, shook his head, and said seriously, let's not talk about the car for now. How do we settle the matter of you cursing and hitting someone just now? Dream on if you want me to apologize to these two mistresses. Wang Li screamed. I don't expect an apology. Lin Chen shook his head and then looked at Zhuosini, but for this slap, we need to settle the score. Wang Li immediately stomped her feet, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You still want to hit me? Let's see who dares. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. I am a fair person. I gave you 2.8 million, and now I want to give you a slap. Isn't that normal? Wang Li was furious, her fat body trembling. When she looked at Lin Chen, she suddenly felt a little fear. I can apologize to these two mistresses. Up to now, this woman still called them mistresses, which made Lin Chen even more furious. Apologies won't work. Why do we need the police? Cindy, don't be polite. She hit you just now hit her back. Zhuosini had been unable to speak up, but now, seeing Lin Chen spend over 2 million just to get back at her, she was deeply moved. Wang Li saw Zhuosini eager to try and pointed at her, cursing, you dare to touch me and see what happens. Lin Chen snorted, humph. I advise you to be honest. Otherwise, you just extorted 2.8 million from me. Such a large sum is enough for you to eat free prison meals for several years. Hearing this, Wang Li panicked. The 2.8 million she had just received had become a hot potato. I'll return the money to you. I don't want the money. Just fix my car. Lin Chen shook his head. I don't want the money. I just want to give you a slap. 285 for a slap, worth it? For the sake of his pride, Lin Chen thought it was. Unfortunately, he wasn't short of money. Cindy, go ahead. If she dares to resist, we'll call the police directly. Lin Chen's last words completely crushed the last hope in Wang Li's heart. Zhuosini gritted her teeth, stepped forward, raised her right hand high, and struck hard. Wang Li's lips trembled with anger, but she stood still, not daring to dodge. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Wang Li's greasy old face quickly swelled up, a clear handprint imprinted on it. A slap worth 2.8 million was indeed powerful. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen finally smiled. Cindy, feeling better now? Wu Chen Ji. Zhuosini, full of grievances, burst into tears and threw herself into Lin Chen's arms. Alright, stop crying. If you're not satisfied, we'll continue. While comforting her, Lin Chen patted her back lightly. Continue? Wang Li, despite the pain in her face, was too scared to move, her old face turning green. At this moment, she wished she could slap herself a few times. Why did she let herself be so foolish as to make the other party compensate for a new car? Scared out of her wits, Wang Li breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Zhuo Xinyi's next words. Chen Ji, I'm no longer angry. Let's go. Lin Chen shook his head. No, you're no longer angry, but I am. With that, he ignored the two of them and walked to the side of the road, picking up a half brick. Seeing this, Wang Li was once again scared stiff, screaming and backing away. What are you going to do? Without even looking at her, Lin Chen walked directly to the new Land Rover he had just bought and smashed the brick in his hand. Bang! Even the onlookers on the side of the road were startled. As it turned out, a luxury car worth over 2 million. Couldn't withstand a hard brick. After smashing the right side window glass, Lin Chen, still unsatisfied, found a few more bricks and continued to smash. After smashing all the remaining car windows, Lin Chen's anger finally subsided. He hadn't expected that smashing a luxury car, a plot straight out of a novel, would be so damn satisfying. Come on, you two, come and have some fun. Lin Chen invited Zhuo Xinyi and Bai Lei to join in the fun. Bai Lei, who had long been scared silly, only reacted when he heard the greeting, Uncle, we've bought this car, why do you want to smash it? Lin Chen sneered, this car has been used by others, I'm afraid of catching a skin disease. On the side, Wang Li, hearing him indirectly insulting others, turned green with anger. But she didn't dare to speak up again, fearing being caught and beaten again. Moreover, Lin Chen had spent 2.8 million in cash, so the car now belonged to him, and if he wanted to smash it, he could. Bai Lei didn't dare to act, and couldn't persuade him. Zhuo Xinyi, who understood Lin Chen's character better, also didn't hold back, directly picked up a stone from the roadside and started smashing the Land Rover. The clattering and banging sounds in Wang Li's ears felt like slaps on her face, making her want to find a hole to hide in. After more than 10 minutes, seeing the Land Rover Range Rover completely smashed, Lin Chen finally stopped, not bothering to look at Wang Li the whole time. Alright, I've let off steam, let's go. Lin Chen checked the condition of the BMW, it was just a minor scratch, not a big problem. On the way back, Bai Lei dared not drive anymore, so Zhuo Xinyi had to drive herself, while Lin Chen drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, escorting the two. When they arrived at the Baishui Bay, it was already past 10 o'clock, and Lin Chen's anger had long dissipated. But after such a commotion, he felt embarrassed to go to Chen Kuer's place, so he could only sulk and feel unhappy. In the lobby on the first floor, seeing Lin Chen's unfriendly expression, Bai Lei and Zhuo Xinyi exchanged a glance, feeling uneasy. The atmosphere was a bit heavy, and finally Bai Lei couldn't help but speak up, Uncle, I'm sorry, it's all my fault tonight, my driving skills are not good, I shouldn't have driven. Zhuo Xinyi hurriedly explained, Brother Chen, I asked Lei to drive, if anyone should be blamed, it should be me. The two had discussed driving out for fun in the future, but Bai Lei, as a novice driver, was not confident enough to drive, so she used the BMW to practice, resulting in today's incident. Although Lin Chen didn't know the whole story, he didn't blame the two, alright, as long as everyone is okay. The two women breathed a sigh of relief, and Bai Lei thought that Lin Chen was upset because of the 2.8 million, so she spoke again, Uncle, as long as you're not angry, I'll give you all the money in my account. Lin Chen was no longer angry, but when she mentioned money, he suddenly became angry. Do you two look down on me? Am I short of money? Just because of this little thing, I have to take care of it myself, what about in the future? Seeing Lin Chen getting angry again, the two women quickly shut up. Seeing this, Lin Chen could only shake his head helplessly. Alright, you two go wash up and sleep. Back in the bedroom, he began to think, should he take these two girls out to broaden their horizons, otherwise, he would have to deal with such trivial matters in the future. The incident tonight was ultimately due to the lack of confidence of the two women and their insufficient understanding of Lin Chen's financial strength. Otherwise, how could they easily let an old woman bully them? Just as he was thinking, there was a commotion at the door. Brother Chen, are you asleep? Zhuo Xinyi lowered her voice, as if she were sneaking around, squatting quietly at the door. Is she trying to sneak a kiss again? Lin Chen guessed, and called out, come in, the door's not locked. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Xinyi walked in, holding a small gift box. Brother Chen, thank you for today. Lin Chen could hear the sincerity in her voice, and also noticed that Zhuo Xinyi's attitude seemed to have changed a bit. What's wrong, are you planning to thank me with a kiss? Lin Chen joked with a smile. Juosini blushed and quickly took out the gift box in her hand. Shengu, this is the gift I bought for you today. Do you like it? What gift? Lin Chen asked curiously. Juosini said, I noticed that you never wear anything on your hands, so I bought you a watch. But I don't have much money, so I can't afford something too expensive. As she spoke, she opened the small gift box, revealing a delicate men's watch inside. Lin Chen used to be poor and couldn't afford a watch. He could only play with a pendant in his free time. He was completely clueless about watches and had no idea about the value of this watch. What brand is this? Juosini asked cautiously. It's Patek Philippe. I don't know if you like it. Although he couldn't afford it before, Lin Chen had heard of Patek Philippe, so it shouldn't be cheap. Ding! Trigger critical hit, receiving a rebate of 268,800 yuan from Juosini, sincerity index 79.88, reverse critical hit 7,988 times. Received amount of 2,147,174,400 yuan, please check carefully. Damn! Lin Chen suddenly sat up from the bed, startling Juosini. Chengu, what's wrong? Don't you like it? Juosini asked nervously. This watch had used up all her savings. If Lin Chen didn't like it, she wouldn't have money to buy another gift. Lin Chen didn't answer her question and counted the amount of the critical hit again to confirm that he hadn't read it wrong. Over 21 billion yuan. It doubled his savings directly. More importantly, Juosini's sincerity index had also reached 79.88%, almost breaking through 80, catching up with the little white rabbit. Lin Chen suddenly became excited. Sini, didn't you say you wanted to learn more about technology? How about I give you some guidance tonight? He couldn't go to Chen Kor's place tonight, but Juosini, who had an off-the-charts sincerity index, wasn't bad either. Regardless of who the bride was, they were both the groom. Juosini was overjoyed to finally fulfill her wish. Chengu, please enlighten me. After the car crash incident tonight, Lin Chen once again saw the true nature of Juosini and felt that she still had many good qualities. Especially with her sincerity index almost reaching 80%, he instantly changed his previous opinion of her. As for Juosini, witnessing Lin Chen spending 2.8 million yuan just to get back at her, her heart was completely won over. This time, it wasn't just about the money, she was genuinely touched by Lin Chen. In the quiet of the night, the two young men and women, with restless hearts, naturally had to do something to promote social development. Chengu, I want it. Juosini took the initiative and began to undress. On the second floor, Bai Lei couldn't sleep and tossed and turned in her room. Wang Li's words echoed in her ears like a thorn, piercing her heart. She had a lot on her mind and wanted to chat with her best friend, but she couldn't find Juosini in her room. After waiting for a while, she still didn't see her. Sister Sini must have gone to find Chengu, right? Bai Lei thought and hurriedly ran up to the third floor. If she didn't call Juosini down to talk about her feelings, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to sleep all night. Knock knock knock, the sound of knocking on the door rang out. Uncle, have you seen Sister Sini? Damn! Lin Chen, who was galloping, was startled. Juosini was also scared and almost stalled. Chengu, what should we do? The door isn't locked. Lin Chen remained calm in the face of danger and patted his steed, comforting her. It's okay, little white won't come in. Could it be that uncle wasn't in the room either? If only she had checked downstairs first. Outside the door, Bai Lei was somewhat suspicious and called out again, Uncle, are you there? Lin Chen pretended to be calm, pretending to look like he had just woken up. Bai, I was already asleep, I didn't see Xine, do you have something to say coming in? Juosini's heart was in her throat. In this situation, Chengu still let Bai Lei in. Could it be that he wanted a threesome? Bai Lei was startled by Lin Chen's voice and quickly shook her head. Uncle, then I won't disturb your sleep. After speaking, she quickly ran downstairs. It was late at night, and she dared not enter Lin Chen's room. That would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Hearing the footsteps outside leaving, the two in the room breathed a sigh of relief. Continue. Lin Chen was a meticulous person, how could he stop halfway? Ding ling ling, the phone suddenly rang, startling the two. Juosini reached out and took a look, with a mournful face. Chengu, it's a voice call from Lei. It's just a voice call, what's there to be afraid of, you quickly answer. Lin Chen said, also subconsciously slowing down his pace, trying not to make a sound. Juosini had no choice but to answer the phone. Sini sister, where are you? Why didn't I see you? Bai Lei's puzzled voice came through. Josini hesitated. I'm in the bathroom, Lele, what's the matter? Lele said, then I'll wait for you to come out before I say. Josini turned to look at Lin Chen. Lele, if you have something to say, I might have to wait a while before coming out. Okay. Lele didn't think much and continued, Cinny sister, do you remember what that woman said today? She said we are the third party. I don't want to be the third party. Josini took a deep breath, holding back all the words in her throat. Lele, what are you thinking? We are not the third party. But Cinny sister, you also like uncle, what's the deal with us living together with him? Lele was conflicted. Josini fell silent for a moment before speaking. Lele, then I will move out in the future. Lele hurriedly explained, Cinny sister, that's not what I meant, you must not misunderstand, uncle also likes you, if you move out, he will definitely be unhappy. Josini said, Lele, you're overthinking, Chenga likes you. He likes more than just me. Cinny sister, what should I do? Lele had never encountered a relationship problem before and was deeply confused at the moment. She could sense that Lin Chen liked her. But she could also sense that Lin Chen's attitude towards Josini was different from that of an ordinary person. Especially after Wang Li's words tonight, it stabbed her even more. This problem had no answer in the end, and Josini comforted a few more words over the phone before the two ended the call. 20 minutes later. Josini lay on the bed weakly, turning her head to ask, Chengu, did you hear what Lele said? What should we do? What should we do? Lin Chen had just taken a shower and came out feeling refreshed. Josini said, Lele said she doesn't want to be the third party. Lin Chen smiled faintly, this is simple, she can be the fourth or fifth, whichever number she likes, we can arrange it. Josini. The next day. Lele woke up and found herself in Josini's room. She had fallen asleep at some point last night. She looked in her own room, but no one was there. Her head buzzing, she went downstairs. Lele, you're up, hurry up and eat, I'll go call Chengu. Downstairs, Josini had set up breakfast on the table. Cinny sister, why are you up so early? By the way, where did I go last night? Lele said groggily. The panic on Josini's face disappeared in an instant. I was in my room yesterday, you slept like a log, didn't notice anything. Lele stuck out her tongue, feeling a little embarrassed, maybe I was just too tired last night. Two people were talking, and Lin Chen also took the initiative to go downstairs. Chengu, you came just in time, hurry up and eat, Josini quickly changed the subject. Breakfast was still buns, dim sum, and fried dough sticks, and the tycoon was just like an ordinary person. Placing the food on the table, Lin Chen asked, by the way, how did you two find the house yesterday? Lele felt a little guilty, uncle, we did find a few houses, but we don't know if they meet your requirements. Tell me about it. Lin Chen asked while eating a meat bun, holding one in his hand and another in his mouth, as if afraid of being snatched away. Lele immediately recounted yesterday's findings. They had no clue at first and inquired at each office building, only visiting two places, neither of which was quite suitable. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, are you too stupid? Don't you know there's a profession called a real estate agent? Isn't it more expensive to use an agent? Lele retorted, earning a disdainful look from Lin Chen. How could they be friends with a tycoon with such a small-minded attitude? Lin Chen finished his bun in one breath and then took out his phone, transferring 2 million to each of them. The sound of coins dropping filled the air as the two women checked their phones. Uncle, why did you transfer so much money to us? Lele immediately widened her eyes. Lin Chen said impatiently, so you won't be broke next time you scratch someone's car and can't afford to pay for it, and end up getting beaten. Lele immediately shut her mouth. Josini suppressed a smile, feeling that Lin Chen's attitude towards her had changed after seeing the 2 million in her account. It was worth taking that slap yesterday. Seeing Lele still enjoying her drink with a straw, Lin Chen also felt relieved. He had been concerned after accidentally hearing Lele's inner thoughts last night. Giving up either little white rabbit or bitch was impossible, and as for a solution, that would have to wait for another day. I've been single for over 20 years, can I enjoy myself? Lin Chen thought to himself. When he was poor, he could only dream, but now that he had money, he wanted to spend it. With more and more money in his account, he needed to think about how to spend it. Lin Chen calculated that so far, he had only bought 2 houses and 2 cars. The large flat that cost over 9 million was bought for Chung Kor and couldn't be counted as his own. The 2 cars were okay, an Audi R8 and a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, both costing over 2 million. He planned to give the Audi R8 to Little White Rabbit, so he would only have the G-Class that beautiful lady by Jia had tried. Although Jiangcheng was considered a big city, compared to several super first-tier cities in China, it was still quite far behind, and the spending level couldn't match up. Take by Shuaibei, for example, a 50 million villa in Jiangcheng was already very good, but in those places like Magic City, it would easily be several times higher. After much thought, Lin Chen decided to go out and have some fun. Forget it, I'll find the house myself. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. You two get ready, and when I'm done with the house, I'll take you out to have some fun. Renting a house couldn't be delayed. After all, Zhou Manqing was still waiting, and opening up the layout was also urgent. When Bai Lei heard they were going out to play, she immediately perked up. Uncle, where are we going to play? Well, let's go to Magic City first and broaden your horizons. Lin Chen thought for a second and made a decision. Yay, that's great. I've been wanting to go to Magic City for a long time. Bai Lei got excited. When are we going? Lin Chen tapped her on the head. What's with the excitement? I'll try to get the company's affairs sorted out today, and you two can book your flights and hotels. We should go as soon as possible, maybe even tomorrow. White Lei smiled mischievously, rubbed her little head, and flattered, Uncle, you can handle the company's affairs in just one day. You are really capable. Lin Chen smiled without saying a word, watching as Juosini, who was getting up to tidy the table, walked in a somewhat unnatural manner. In his heart, he thought, capable? Ask Biao Biao about that. After breakfast, White Lei and Juosini planned to have the little BMW repaired, and Lin Chen asked them to take the Audi R8 to get a paint job. After the two girls left, he began to consider the company's affairs. In the past, he would have had to run errands for things like finding a house, but now with Zhou Manqing as a good helper, Lin Chen didn't plan to be polite. He took out his phone directly and found the other party's number, then dialed it. The phone was answered just as it rang. Get lost. Stop bothering me. Zhou Manqing's angry scolding came through the phone, and then it was hung up. Lin Chen looked puzzled. Is this woman crazy? He didn't give up and called again, but the other party had already turned off their phone. Now, Lin Chen could only look puzzled. Could this woman have mistaken me for someone else? Lin Chen thought seriously, and that was the only possibility. After all, he hadn't offended the other party, so there was no reason for them to hold a grudge. It seemed that Zhou Manqing must have encountered some trouble, otherwise, Auntie wouldn't have cursed. This woman was related to whether he could slack off, and Lin Chen didn't dare to delay. He took out his phone and called his niece, Mu Wenjun. This time, the phone rang for a while before it was answered. Mu Wenjun's sweet voice came through. Ah, Brother Chen, I was busy just now. Do you have something to tell me? Lin Chen said, Wenjun, what's wrong with your aunt? I just called her, and she cursed at me, and when I called again, her phone was turned off. Inside Starbucks, Mu Wenjun was stunned, then anxiously said, Brother Chen, wait a moment, I'll call Auntie and ask. She hung up in a hurry and then dialed Zhou Manqing's number. Sure enough, just as Lin Chen had said, her aunt's phone was turned off. Mu Wenjun hurriedly called Lin Chen again. Brother Chen, Auntie's phone is really turned off. Could something have happened? Wenjun, don't worry for now. Lin Chen heard that Mu Wenjun's voice on the phone was a bit off, so he hurriedly comforted her. Are you at work now? I'll come to find you, and we'll go see what's wrong with your aunt together. Okay, Brother Chen, I'll wait for you at the coffee shop. Mu Wenjun had never encountered this kind of situation before and was filled with worry. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen immediately drove to the Starbucks where Mu Wenjun worked part-time. Just over 20 minutes later, as the car arrived in front of Starbucks, he saw Mu Wenjun waiting on the side of the road. Wenjun, get in the car quickly. The car didn't even turn off, and Lin Chen rolled down the window to call out. Brother Chen. Mu Wenjun called out and quickly got into the passenger seat. Lin Chen first clarified their place of residence and then set off according to the navigation. Wenjun, has your aunt encountered any trouble these past few days? Mu Wenjun looked anxious and shook her head. Auntie never tells me about her affairs. I really don't know what's going on. Don't worry, we'll be there soon, and maybe your aunt just had a fight with her family. Lin Chen comforted her as he drove. Mu Wenjun's eyes dimmed, and she shook her head. I've been living with my aunt since I was little, and we don't have much family. Lin Chen didn't know anything about Mu Wenjun's family situation, and judging by Zhou Manqing's age, she should have been married, but according to Mu Wenjun, could it be that her aunt was still single? Wenjun, maybe your aunt had a fight with her boyfriend. Lin Chen tentatively asked. Mu Wenjun shook her head again. No, my aunt has never had a boyfriend. Damn. This is important information. Lin Chen took notes in his mind. Along the way, he was trying to fish for information, and Mu Wenjun was completely unaware, but she told Lin Chen a lot about Zhou Mancheng. Soon, the car arrived at an old residential area. Wenjun, do you live in a place like this? After getting off the car, Lin Chen looked at the old-style buildings in the residential area and was a little surprised. It seems that their economic conditions are really not that good. Yes, I have been living here with my aunt since I was a child. Mu Wenjun said as she hurriedly took Lin Chen upstairs. The place she lived in was a 7-story low-rise building without an elevator. The two of them ran all the way to the 4th floor, and Mu Wenjun shouted loudly as she took out the key to open the door. Auntie, Auntie! Are you home? The door slammed open. At this moment, there was a thud, followed by a cry. Zhou Mancheng's painful voice came, Wenjun, come and help me. It's my aunt. Mu Wenjun's face changed, and she hurriedly rushed in the direction of the voice. Lin Chen followed to prevent any accidents. But soon, he was completely dumbfounded and stood there blankly. In the midst of the chaos, she quickly pushed open the bathroom door, and Zhou Mancheng was lying naked on the floor, with a bar of soap not far from her feet. It seems that soap really is slippery. At the bathroom door, Lin Chen stood motionless, using his 5.0 vision to see the scene in front of him clearly. The floor is so smooth. The air is so fresh. Understandable, ah! Get out! When Mu Wenjun crouched down, Zhou Mancheng immediately noticed Lin Chen standing at the door and screamed. In a panic, she quickly covered her face with embarrassment. With only 2 hands, she couldn't cover everything else. Oh! Oh! Lin Chen quickly responded as if waking from a dream, then turned and closed the bathroom door, standing obediently in place. When Zhou Mancheng heard the door close, she put her hands down, but when she saw Lin Chen still standing there, she widened her eyes. You, get out! Close the door! Lin Chen slapped his forehead, finally realizing that his mind had really been messed up by Zhou Mancheng just now. The door slammed shut again. When Zhou Mancheng saw Lin Chen leave, her excited mood calmed down, and she glared fiercely at her niece, gritting her teeth. Wenjun, why did you bring a stranger home? This niece is really causing trouble. Thinking of the embarrassing scene just now, Mu Wenjun could only say with a grievance, Auntie, Shingo called you this morning, said you scolded him, and then turned off your phone. Later, I couldn't reach you, and Shingo was worried that something had happened, so we came to see. Who knew this would happen? Zhou Mancheng was speechless, recalling the phone call she had received earlier, and only then did she realize it was from Lin Chen. Even if you are worried about me, you can't let him into the bathroom. How can I face anyone in the future? Mu Wenjun lowered her head and looked at her emotionally charged aunt, muttering softly, it was all an accident, Shengu didn't mean it. Not on purpose? Zhou Mancheng thought of Lin Chen closing the bathroom door just now and trembled with anger. Seeing her aunt looking angry, Mu Wenjun quickly changed the subject, Auntie, why did you suddenly fall? It's all your fault. I was taking a shower just now, and when I heard a noise at the door, I thought a thief had come in. I accidentally stepped on the soap. Zhou Mancheng sat up with the help of others, rubbed her buttocks, and took a deep breath. Lin Chen stood at the bathroom door, listening to the quarrel inside, feeling a little regretful in his heart. It really is, when young, I didn't know how good my aunt was, and mistook Wenjun for a treasure. 10 minutes later, Zhou Mancheng, dressed neatly, walked out with the support of Mu Wenjun. She was wearing a silk dress, her short hair was still wet, and her delicate face had a blush, less of the aloofness of a mature woman, and more of the charm of a young wife. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he hurried over, how are you feeling? Are you okay? Should we go to the hospital? Seeing his concerned look, Zhou Mancheng had nowhere to vent her anger and could only remain silent with a sullen face. After all, she was to blame for hanging up that call. Mu Wenjun spoke up in time, Shenji, don't worry, my aunt just twisted her leg, she didn't hurt her bones, she just needs some rest. Lin Chen also breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, okay, do you have any medicinal oil at home? If not, I'll go buy some downstairs. No need, we have some at home, Shenji, you can just sit here. Mu Wenjun helped her aunt to the sofa, and Lin Chen wanted to help, but seeing Zhou Mancheng's black face, he could only awkwardly stand aside. While she went to the room to find the medicine, Lin Chen sincerely apologized to Zhou Mancheng. I'm sorry, I haven't seen much of the world, my mind went blank just now, so I didn't react in time. As soon as she heard the words haven't seen much of the world, Zhou Mancheng blushed immediately. But seeing Lin Chen's clear gaze and serious expression, it seemed that he was not that kind of person, so she could only swallow her anger. By the way, what was the matter with the phone call I made to you earlier? I was fine, but I got scolded by you, and worried when June. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. First, a sincere apology, then a pitiful complaint, that was the main tactic. Zhou Manqing fell for it, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed. Ahem, I mistook the person, I thought it was a sales call. Lin Chen's mind raced, a sales call couldn't make her, a knowledgeable and capable woman, curse. There must be more to this. Just then, Mu Wenjun ran over with a bottle of medicinal oil, and, stretch out your leg, I'll help you apply the medicine. Zhou Manqing wrinkled her brow as she smelled the medicine. I'm fine, just need to rest for a while, you should hurry to work. Mu Wenjun pulled her aunt's fair leg. No, you must rest properly now, don't move around until you're healed, I'll take care of you at home. As she pulled, the long skirt was lifted. Zhou Manqing quickly pressed it down, then looked at Lin Chen, who seemed unfazed, and could only pretend to remain calm. Mr. Lin, don't worry about the company, I've already found a few suitable candidates in the past 2 days. And I've contacted 2 more this afternoon. If you have time, we can interview them together. Lin Chen looked concerned. Ms. Zhou, with your condition, why are you still interviewing? The company's matters can wait, your health is more important. Chen Ji, thank you for my aunt. Mu Wenjun was almost moved to tears by Lin Chen's caring words. Zhou Manqing also felt a little touched, the resentment in her heart had dissipated completely. It seemed that Mr. Lin was indeed a good person. However, Zhou Manqing still shook her head, feeling guilty for not working despite the high salary. Mr. Lin, my injury is really nothing. Mu Wenjun suddenly spoke up, Aunt, you turned off your phone, and said it was nothing, what's really going on? Lin Chen was also curious, and as Mu Wenjun asked, he immediately looked at Zhou Manqing. Zhou Manqing's breath hitched, as if she had thought of something unpleasant, and a hint of anger appeared on her face. She didn't want to say these things in front of others, but she was touched by Lin Chen's sincere performance just now, so she took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. I met a scumbag outside just now, and I poured a drink on him, accidentally getting my own clothes dirty, so I planned to come back and change clothes. As a result, that scumbag kept pestering me, calling me all the time. I thought the call from Mr. Lin just now was also from him, so I cursed and turned off my phone. Then I came back to take a shower, and you all saw the rest. We did see it, but it wasn't satisfying. Lin Chen noticed Zhou Manqing's unfriendly gaze on him and immediately cleared his throat. Actually, I was absent-minded at the time, thinking about other things and didn't see anything. Zhou Manqing secretly cursed in her heart, humph. It's supposed to be in front of everyone, and you didn't see anything. I don't believe you. Whenever Zhou Manqing mentioned that scumbag, her emotions became somewhat agitated, and her chest trembled, almost making Lin Chen dizzy. Mu Wenjun looked curious. Auntie, who did you meet? Since that scumbag had Auntie's phone number, he must be an acquaintance. Zhou Manqing's face darkened, and she gritted her teeth, humph. Who else could it be? A former colleague of mine, a despicable person who found a girlfriend in her 60s, relying on a few bucks and wanting to support his old mother. He doesn't even consider whether he has the ability, a gust of wind at level 8. Mu Wenjun looked puzzled. What is a gust of wind at level 8? Ahem. Zhou Manqing cleared her throat, realizing she had said too much and could only pretend to be angry. Why are you asking so many questions? Just properly apply your medicine. Lin Chen was initially stunned, but then he read a gust of wind at level 8 backward and quickly understood. Wow, Auntie is really clever. Mu Wenjun worried again. Auntie, what are you going to do? You can't keep your phone off all the time. Zhou Manqing's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of distress. Feeling a bit annoyed, I'll just change all my contact information. If I can't handle it, I can't hide. The persistent pestering and disgusting behavior of the other party had really worn her out. But if she really had to change her contact information, her previous network would be completely cut off, which was a huge blow for her as a human resources professional. Fortunately, Zhou Manqing had a new job now, and her salary was almost double what it used to be. As long as she worked hard, there would be opportunities for a comeback. Lin Chen interjected, dragging this on isn't a solution. Is there anything I can help with? It's just a freeloader, and he could definitely outclass the other party in terms of economic strength and practical skills. Zhou Manqing shook her head. Forget it, thinking about that scumbag makes me sick. Anyway, I plan to start anew. Lin Chen nodded and objectively analyzed. Actually, in my opinion, the root of this matter is because you are single now. If Miss Zhou were married, the other party probably wouldn't be so persistent. Although his words made some sense, whether there were other intentions, only Lin Chen himself knew. Zhuo Wenjun paused in his actions and also spoke up. Shengu is right, auntie, you really should find a boyfriend. Zhou Manqing was already 30 years old, and the best years for a woman had been wasted, which made her feel guilty, always thinking that she had dragged down her aunt. Mu Wenjun had also often advised her, but Zhou Manqing had always been busy with work and never considered the matter of finding a partner. Zhou Manqing frowned. What you said is too simple. I can't just go out and marry someone. Nowadays, there are scumbags everywhere. I'd rather be single for the rest of my life than fall into a pit. Listening to her calling herself old mother repeatedly, Lin Chen finally discovered another side of this mature woman that was not known to others. Moreover, it seems that being a nephew-in-law is not easy. Mu Wenjun has always been very obedient, but this time he retorted, Aunt, you are just avoiding reality. I think Shengu is a good person. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Manqing and Lin Chen were both stunned. Seeing the two of them looking at her, Mu Wenjun blushed and continued, I think you two are quite suitable for each other. The air in the living room instantly froze. Lin Chen was overjoyed in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. This niece is really suitable for playing the role of a matchmaker. Zhou Manqing felt her face burning and reached out to grab Mu Wenjun's ear. You little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Quickly help me to the room. She seemed to sense Lin Chen's burning gaze, her breathing becoming somewhat rapid, and she just wanted to leave the scene quickly. Aunt, please let go, it hurts. Mu Wenjun could only stand up with the grievance and help her aunt back to the bedroom. After entering the room, Zhou Manqing locked the door and glared fiercely at Mu Wenjun. What were you doing just now, saying such things in front of others? Mu Wenjun pouted, feeling wronged. Aunt, I was just speaking the truth. Shengu is so good, and also very outstanding. You two are really suitable for each other. You still dare to say? Zhou Manqing angrily slapped her niece's buttocks. I'm already 30 years old, an old woman, and Lin Chen is so young, where should I put my old face? What's wrong with being a few years older? Aunt, you are not bad looking, Shengu will definitely like you. Mu Wenjun rubbed her buttocks. She had long wanted to play matchmaker for her aunt, but she couldn't find a suitable candidate at school. Lin Chen now seemed like a good choice, and Mu Wenjun didn't want to miss the opportunity. Zhou Manqing, seeing her niece becoming more and more enthusiastic, felt even more embarrassed. Since you think Lin Chen is so good, then let him be your boyfriend, don't involve me. Mu Wenjun blushed and said shyly, I do want that, but Shengu sees you more often, so you two are more suitable. Just as Kong Rong yielded the larger pair, now the aunt and Wenjun yield the boyfriend. The virtue of mutual concession is fully reflected in the two of them. If Lin Chen knew about this scene, he would probably be happy to eat 2 more bowls of rice. Zhou Manqing didn't notice her niece's unusual behavior. She looked down at her clothes, seemed to think of something, and felt both embarrassed and annoyed. Stop talking nonsense, I'm not suitable for him. Mu Wenjun sighed, Aunt, I'm about to go to college, don't treat me like a child. Besides, since I was young, our teachers have taught us that when faced with multiple choice questions, it's better to make a wrong choice than to leave it blank. How would you know if you don't try? Which teacher taught you that? I'll go find him and settle the score tomorrow. Zhou Manqing couldn't bear it anymore. The two of them argued louder and louder, unaware that Lin Chen, in the living room, had somehow come to the bedroom door and heard their conversation clearly. Multiple choice questions? Interesting, I love multiple choice questions the most. Lin Chen's mouth curved into a strange smile. He had originally planned to take his leave, but now, hearing the conversation inside, he didn't rush to leave. Half an hour later, the belated aunt and Mu Wenjun walked out of the bedroom. Zhou Manqing seemed much better, she could walk normally without assistance. Oh, I forgot to offer you something to drink, Shengu, what would you like? Mu Wenjun had been busy applying medicine to her aunt earlier, and now she felt a bit rude. Lin Chen said, no need to trouble yourself, I'm not thirsty. Mu Wenjun saw that the water dispenser was empty, so she took a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator and handed it to him. Shengu, I really troubled you today, have some water first. Lin Chen smiled and took it, lingering without leaving. Ding! Triggered a critical hit, receiving a 2 yuan rebate from Mu Wenjun's Sincere Index, Sincerity Index 93, 21%, Reverse Crit 9,321 times. Received amount 18,642 yuan, please check carefully. Lin Chen didn't care about more than 10,000 yuan at all, but the 93.21% Sincerity Index made him somewhat speechless. This high Sincerity Index is the highest he has seen so far. Lin Chen suddenly felt a little hopeful in his heart, and he didn't know if there would be any special surprises from the system after the sincerity index reached 100%. After having a meal at his aunt's place at noon, Lin Chen lazed around for the afternoon. Although there was no substantial development, the three of them also became more familiar with each other. Human nature is always changeable, often only after becoming familiar can one see through the essence. In the afternoon, Lin Chen chatted about trivial matters. Finally, he discovered that Mu Wenjun, who seemed obedient and well-behaved on the surface, had a rebellious heart, or rather, a spirit of adventure. And Zhou Manqing, who seemed decisive and capable in her actions, had an exceptionally fragile heart. After chatting about a bunch of trivial matters, Lin Chen finally mentioned the company's affairs before leaving, directly appointing Zhou Manqing as the company's vice president, fully responsible for the leasing of office space. As for himself, of course, he would be the absentee boss. After leaving Mu Wenjun's house, Lin Chen had planned to spend a good night with Cheng Cure, but she was temporarily not in Jiangcheng. Helplessly, he could only transfer another 2 million to Cheng Cure to compensate for her spiritual emptiness with money. Fortunately, there were still 2 beautiful girls at home, and Lin Chen himself did not feel lonely. June 28, Wednesday. Because he was going to the Magic City today, Lin Chen finally didn't oversleep and got up at 7 o'clock. The early bird catches the worm. Last night, Biao Biao was excitedly entangled by Bai Lei all night, and in the morning, he took the opportunity to secretly drink some anmuxi when she wasn't paying attention. "Uncle, let's finish breakfast quickly and leave, or we won't make it to the plane." Urged by Bai Lei, Lin Chen only took 10 minutes to finish breakfast. The three of them drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Class to the airport, preparing to catch the flight to the Magic City at 9 o'clock. The airport was crowded with people, all of them hurried passers-by. Bai Lei and Zhuosini each pulled a small suitcase, while Lin Chen, like a gentleman, had his hands empty. This group of 3 people attracted quite a few curious glances. They arrived just in time, and as soon as they arrived at the airport, they started queuing to check in. Bai Lei had booked the tickets in advance, so they could just swipe their ID cards. Ding! Triggered a crit, 2,760 yuan rebate from Bai Lei, sincerity index 85.66, reverse crit 8,566 times. Received amount 23,642,160 yuan, please check carefully. This was Lin Chen's first time flying, and he had no idea about the price of the ticket. He didn't see the information on the electronic ticket until he boarded the plane, and then he realized that this girl had bought an economy class ticket. A dignified tycoon like himself, still flying economy class when going out, if everyone found out, they would laugh their teeth off. "Xiao Bai, why did you book an economy class ticket, looking down on someone?" Although the 3 seats were in a row, they didn't all sit together. Lin Chen and Bai Lei sat in one row, and Zhuosini sat behind them. Bai Lei stuck out her tongue and said cutely, "Uncle, we can all get to the Magic City anyway, and the business class is several times more expensive." Damn it! For the sake of saving a few thousand yuan, she made him lose several billion. Lin Chen's heart moved, and he quickly asked, "Did you also book the hotel? How much did you spend?" Bai Lei nodded her head, "Uncle, I found a budget hotel online, booked 2 rooms, and it's only over 800 a day." Damn it! I was really careless. I almost missed out on several billion again. Lin Chen's face darkened. "After we land, cancel that hotel and book a 5-star one again. Remember, be sure to book a presidential suite." "Uncle, we don't need to be so extravagant. The hotel I found has a good environment," Bai Lei timidly retorted. Lin Chen directly gave her a brain burst. What's the waste or not, he was doing this to make money. Besides, with his current status, even if it's not for making money, staying in a 5-star presidential suite is not excessive at all. In the end, Lin Chen still didn't trust Bai Lei's frugality, so he handed the task of booking the hotel to Biao Biao. After all, in terms of spending money, Zhuosini is more qualified than Bai Lei. Moreover, Biao Biao's current sincerity index is not low, and the critical hit multiplier is not much different. All 3 of them were flying for the first time, and they were all a little excited. Bai Lei quickly forgot about the brain burst just now and whispered to Lin Chen, "Uncle, they say that those big stars often fly. Do you think we will meet any?" Lin Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Which big star still flies economy class? If you had booked business class before, there might have been a chance, but now it's impossible. Bai Lei's little face immediately showed a hint of disappointment, muttering to herself while looking around, "It would be great if we could meet a big star." At her age, she, like most ordinary people, has some longing for the mystery of big stars. Lin Chen ignored Bai Leilei's thoughts and, after sitting in his seat, kept secretly sizing up the passengers on the plane, hoping to find some surprises. They say there are many beauties on the plane, but after looking for a while, he was a little disappointed. The opposite sex on this flight was just average in appearance. Just then, a figure suddenly passed by, found the seat number, and sat in the same row as Lin Chen and the others, with the aisle in between. Lin Chen glanced at the person's appearance with the corner of his eye and was instantly enlightened. The person looked to be in their 30s, wearing a yellow camisole, with a figure that was about to burst out, and wearing denim shorts, with fair and plump legs exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. However, she still had a pair of sunglasses on her face, covering her delicate features, which made Lin Chen feel a little regretful. What a ripe peach! The beauty seemed to notice Lin Chen's unabashed gaze, took off her sunglasses, and made eye contact. Lin Chen smiled and nodded at her, but the beauty frowned at his unreserved gaze, put on her sunglasses again, and lay down in her seat. Uncle, a star, a big star. Bai Leilei's excited voice brought Lin Chen back to reality. What big star? Lin Chen turned his head and asked. Bai Leilei danced with excitement and pointed secretly at the beauty across the aisle. Uncle, she's Langija, a big star. Lin Chen was stunned, looked at the beauty next door again, and secretly wondered why he had no impression at all. Little Bai, are you mistaken? How could a big star travel in economy class? Bai Leilei affirmed, Uncle, I'm sure I'm not mistaken. She is Langija, and I really like the TV series she starred in. Could it be that this beauty is really a star? No wonder she has such striking looks. Lin Chen became suspicious, but looking at the other party's appearance, traveling in economy class and without any assistance around, she shouldn't be considered a first-line star, right? However, what Bai Leilei said was not entirely wrong. Looking at Langija's figure, she did indeed look like a big star. Lin Chen said, Little Bai, since you've seen a star you like, why don't you go ask for her contact information? Bai Leilei quickly waved her hand, Uncle, she's a big star, I dare not. TSK. What's wrong with a star? They're all just normal people, Lin Chen said with a smile and shook his head. If you like, when we come back, we can start a film and television company, specifically investing in making movies. Then, you can choose whichever celebrity you like, and we'll make her your sister. Lin Chen spoke openly and didn't deliberately lower his voice, loud enough for the beauty next door to hear in the corridor. Lang Yizha felt a bit restless. She hadn't received any work for the past half year, and as a member of the entertainment industry, she was well aware of how important exposure was for a celebrity. She was just a small-time star, and if she didn't have any impressive work for a long time, she would quickly be forgotten. This time, Lang Yizha went to the Magic City to audition for a drama. But these past few days, she had hit a wall in Jiangchang, leaving her feeling uncertain. After all, she was already in her 30s, and there were plenty of younger and more beautiful people in the entertainment industry. To stand out in the entertainment industry, even with great acting skills, it was difficult to succeed without the support of a big shot. Behind the glamour, there was always a price to pay, and Lang Yizha was well aware of these rules of the game, and she didn't reject them. It was just a pity that she had never encountered a real big shot. Hearing the words of the young man next door, talking about starting a film and television company and investing in film and television dramas, Lang Yizha suddenly felt uncomfortable. Nowadays, there were countless internet dramas flooding the market, and with just a few million or even tens of millions, one could invest in film and television dramas. However, Lang Yizha looked down on those shoddily made works. These small-time bosses were not even worth her attention. Sitting in her seat, Bai Lel covered her mouth and exclaimed, Uncle, are you kidding? How can those big celebrities be my sisters? In her mind, big celebrities were always high above, and ordinary people could only look up to them. Lin Chen sneered, what's impossible? As long as the money is there, you can also become a big celebrity. Bai Lel quickly waved her hand, Uncle, I don't want to be a celebrity. Lin Chen was just joking. He liked Bai Lel's innocent and sweet appearance and certainly wouldn't let her enter the entertainment industry. Alright, if you don't want to be a celebrity, then don't. Why don't you go ask for her contact information? Bai Lel hesitated for a long time and didn't muster the courage. Uncle, I dare not. Seeing her looking inexperienced, Lin Chen felt a bit frustrated. Forget it, I'll go ask for you. With that, a confident smile appeared on his face as he greeted the big celebrity next door, Hey, beauty, my friend really likes you. Can you leave a contact? Lang Yizha didn't expect the young man next door to have such thick skin. However, with so many people on the plane, she didn't want to cause any trouble and just coldly replied, "No." "Damn. This is not giving me face." Lin Chen's smile faltered for a moment, then he spoke again, "Beauty, let's exchange contact information. Maybe we'll have the chance to collaborate in the future." This time, Lin Chen ignored the other party, pretending not to hear. "Uncle, forget it." Seeing that Lin Chen still wanted to speak, Bai Lei quickly grabbed his arm. "Damn it! With that attitude, I must personally test you and even direct and act in a romance action film with you." Lin Chen thought to himself, firming up his plan to enter the entertainment industry. But for now, he could only sullenly keep the other party in mind. Seeing him looking unhappy, Bai Lei quickly changed the subject. "Uncle, Hart and I have planned to go to Disneyland first, then Happy Valley, and also take a stroll at the Bund. We don't have much time, and there are too many places to go. Do you have any special places you want to visit?" Lin Chen temporarily put away his frustration, reached out and ruffled Bai Lei's head. "We won't finish visiting this time. We'll come again next time. As long as it's a fun place, we'll visit them all. Over the weekend, my cousin is getting married, and he has agreed to go back directly. This time in the Magic City, he can only stay for 3 days." Bai Lei seemed to want to comfort Lin Chen and said obediently, "Then I will definitely remember to buy a business class ticket next time, and also a 5-star hotel." Lin Chen was amused by her. "Stay in a hotel? When we arrive in the Magic City, let's just find a real estate agent and buy a house here. We'll have a place to stay when we want to visit in the future." Bai Lei started to worry again. "Uncle, the housing prices in the Magic City are too expensive. Isn't it a bit wasteful?" "Wasteful of what? By the way, I heard that the houses in Thompson 1 are good. When we get to the Magic City, we'll ask around. If there's a suitable one, we'll just buy it." Next door, Lin Chen listened to the conversation of the two people next to her and couldn't help but find it amusing. This young man in front of her was really exaggerating. "What kind of place is Thompson 1? The price of a square meter there is tens of thousands, and any random house costs over 100 million. Even for big stars in the entertainment industry, there are not many who can afford it." This young man in front of her was probably just fooling the girl next to him. If he really could afford it, then that would be a miracle. The plane pierced through the clouds and reached the Magic City in less than 2 hours. The three of them left the airport and went straight to the Oriental International Hotel. Josini had already booked a presidential suite in advance. It cost 42,000 yuan per night, and she booked it for 3 days. Ding! Triggered a critical hit, a rebate of 126,000 yuan from Josini, with a sincerity index of 81.23, and a reverse critical hit of 81,223 times. Received 1,023,498,000 yuan, please check carefully. With a one-time critical hit of 1 billion, she now had the money to start a film and television company, and it was enough to invest in several big productions. Wow! This hotel is too luxurious, isn't it? A 5-star hotel naturally had impeccable conditions. Bai Lei and Josini were excitedly running around in the room, and they chose a suite, while Lin Chen chose a room. They had a casual lunch at the hotel at noon, and in the afternoon, the three of them went to Disneyland first. Lin Chen actually took the time to find a real estate agent and asked them to inquire about the houses in Thompson 1. In the evening, he took the two girls to the Bund to see the night view and had a high-end Western meal, which cost over 10,000 yuan. The next day, they went to Happy Valley. Whether it was Disneyland or Happy Valley, they were both crowded with people. Lin Chen accompanied Bai Lei and played almost all the attractions. They didn't spend much money, but he was completely exhausted. By the third day, Lin Chen planned to take a rest, and coincidentally, there was news from the real estate agent. He took the two beautiful girls to see the house in Thompson 1. "Mr. Lin, I'm sure you are aware that the houses in Thompson 1 in the Magic City are famous and hard to come by. We happen to have a villa for sale." The salesperson was a young man in his 20s. When he saw the string of zeros in Lin Chen's account during the verification, he became particularly enthusiastic. "All right, you don't need to say so much, just tell me how much it is." Lin Chen was very satisfied with this house after just one look. "Mr. Lin, this house is a total of 860 square meters, priced at 219,800 yuan per square meter, totaling 189 million yuan. It's not even 200 million, it's not expensive." Lin Chen directly bought it. Inside Thompson 1 in the Magic City, Lin Chen walked out of a room feeling disheartened. Her role in the new drama had been snatched again. If this continued, she might not even be able to afford a plane ticket. After going downstairs, she was about to leave when she saw a salesperson, who was smiling and accompanying a young man, walking towards her. Why does this young man look familiar? Lang Yizha frowned and quickly remembered the encounter on the plane. Could it be that this young man really came to Tangcheniping to show off? Tangcheniping has high-rise apartments and detached villas. After encountering setbacks in the Magic City these days, Lang Yizha's mood was extremely bad. The role she had previously arranged for in a drama went smoothly during the audition, but after waiting at the hotel all day yesterday without any news, she proactively called to inquire, only to be told that the role had already been taken. Early this morning, she came to Tangcheniping to find a friend in the industry, who is also the lead actor in this new drama, to find out what was going on. From her friend, she learned that her role had been snatched by a newcomer, and it was the decision of the investor's boss. After learning all this, Lang Yizha felt extremely disheartened. Yizha, you understand the rules of the entertainment industry. If you come to terms with it, I can help you contact the investor's boss, her friend advised. How could Lang Yizha not understand his meaning? If it were the lead in a big production, she might accept it, but for just a small role, she couldn't accept sacrificing herself. I don't believe I can't find a role on my own. Just as Lang Yizha left her friend's house feeling indignant, she saw Lin Chen walking towards her, accompanied by two beautiful girls. It's this guy who likes to show off. Although this young man in front of her looks good, he uses some low-level means to deceive girls, which makes Lang Yizha feel ashamed. Uncle, it's Lang Yizha. Does she also live here? Bai Lei immediately spotted Lang Yizha and excitedly grabbed Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen was taken aback, only then noticing the beautiful woman walking towards him, who turned out to be the big star he had met on the plane. Lang Yizha was wearing a black dress today, adding a touch of charm to her sexiness, which caught his eye. However, thinking back to being rejected in person on the plane, Lin Chen didn't feel comfortable approaching her again, so he turned to Bai Lei and said, "Little Bai, since she's our neighbor, why don't you go say hello?" Bai Lei was a bit timid, but under Lin Chen's encouraging gaze, she walked up and said, "Sister Yizha, we're going to live here in the future. Why don't you come to our place?" "Hello, I don't live here, I'm just here to see a friend." Lang Yizha smiled and shook her head. She did have some affection for Bai Lei, and naturally didn't want to see her being deceived. She pondered how to expose this guy's bragging. Bai Lei looked a bit disappointed, but still extended an invitation. "Sister Yizha, we plan to live here in the future. Why don't you come to our place?" What a naive girl. The houses here are not something ordinary people can afford. Lang Yizha's heart stirred, and she agreed almost involuntarily. She wanted to see if this young man could come up with an excuse for not being able to afford a house here. Then, she would definitely advise this girl not to be easily deceived. Bai Lei immediately cheered, "Great! Uncle, Sister Yizha agreed to come to our place as a guest." The accompanying salesperson didn't recognize Lang Yizha, and hadn't even heard of her name. Although the formalities had just been completed, Lin Chen had already paid the full amount for the house. However, the other party suddenly expressed a desire to buy another high-rise apartment, just to have a better view of the sea. For Lin Chen, who had plenty of money to spare, it was a waste to leave it unused, and buying more properties might even appreciate in value. Naturally, the salesperson was extremely attentive to such a high-quality customer, but after showing several properties, Lin Chen felt they were too small. There were currently no suitable properties, so the salesperson personally brought them here. Soon, the group arrived at the front of Lin Chen's newly purchased villa, and the accompanying salesperson took out the keys to open the door. Although the house had already been sold, he continued to introduce the benefits of Tangcheniping, just to deepen the impression and secure the deal for the large flat. The villa had a total area of over 800 square meters, with a total of 3 floors, slightly smaller than the Bisui Bay in Jiangcheng, but the price was several times higher. The interior decoration of the villa was naturally luxurious, and Bai Lulu and Juosini, who had not seen the world, were constantly amazed. "Yizha, the house here is simply too beautiful. Why don't you buy a set here, so we can be neighbors?" Bai Lulu gradually opened up, pulling Lang Yizha's arm and talking nonstop, like a pair of good sisters. Lang Yizha shook her head helplessly. "Lei, the houses here are too expensive, I can't afford it." As she spoke, she looked at Lin Chen. After entering the house, Lin Chen didn't pay much attention to the interior decoration of the villa, but instead focused more on Lang Yizha's figure. "It's not bad, it's just under 200 million, not too expensive." Lang Yizha saw the salesperson accompanying them and had no idea that Lin Chen had already secured the deal for this house, and said with a smile, "Since the houses here are not expensive, why don't you just buy one directly?" When she said this, there was a hint of provocation in her tone. Except for Bai Lulu, everyone present, including the salesperson, understood the meaning behind her words. The salesperson looked at Lin Chen strangely and said with a smile, "Hee, Mr. Lin has just paid the full amount, so this villa now belongs to Mr. Lin." Lin Chen was incredulous. "Wait, how could the script be like this? You really bought it?" "Yes, just now, Uncle spent 189 million and bought it directly." "Yiza, you can come to the Magic City in the future and live here with us," Bai Lulu said naively. 189 million? And in full. Lin Chen was shocked. How could someone come up with such a large sum of money at once? How much is this young man really worth? "Mr. Lin, here are the keys to the villa. I won't disturb you anymore. When we have news about the large flat, we will inform you first." The salesperson respectfully handed the keys to Lin Chen. Hearing this, Lin Chen was even more dumbfounded. Does this mean that Lin Chen is still planning to buy another set? Although the large flat might be cheaper, it would still cost at least 100 million, right? She had wanted to expose his pretense earlier, but she hadn't expected him to be genuine. After the salesperson left and there were no outsiders present, Bai Lulu enthusiastically grabbed Lin Chen and said, "Yiza, I really like you. Do you have any new dramas recently?" Still in shock, Lin Chen finally came to her senses upon hearing Bai Lulu's words. "No one has approached me for acting in a long time." "Oh, I see." Bai Lulu was somewhat disappointed and turned to Lin Chen. "Uncle, aren't you preparing to open a film and television company? Can you invite Yiza to act?" Could it be that this guy was telling the truth? Lin Chen remembered what Lin Chen had said on the plane and dared not underestimate him anymore. Even when her gaze fell on Lin Chen, she felt a little more hopeful. "Of course." Lin Chen nodded with a smile, then changed the subject, "But I haven't seen Miss Ling's work before. Without trying, I won't know what type suits you." When she heard about the audition, Bai Lulu immediately asked curiously, "Huh? Uncle, do you still know how to direct? Who is your favorite actor?" Lin Chen said meaningfully, "Not exactly my favorite, but the one I'm most familiar with is Teacher Tsung. I've studied all her works repeatedly." Bai Lele looked puzzled. She had a shallow knowledge and didn't know who Lin Chen was referring to as Teacher Tsung. Kolija also quickly ran through her mind, and among the well-known actors in the country, there was no one with the surname Tsung. However, when she saw the smile on Lin Chen's lips and thought about audition, she quickly realized. "Uncle, let me show you Ija's work, and you'll understand." Bai Lele happened to see a smart TV on the first floor and immediately ran over to turn it on. Kolija had not acted in many works, and the most popular one was a costume drama from the previous 2 years. Lin Chen wasn't in the mood to watch TV, and with a real person right here, wouldn't it be better to audition in person? So he spoke up, "Forget it, the effect of watching TV shows isn't good. We'll go to the movies when we have the chance." Bai Lele retorted, "No, I found the high-definition version, 1080p. Lin Chen glanced at the 3 beautiful women in front of him and thought to himself, 1080p might not be achievable, but 4P is quite close. Kolija couldn't remember how she walked out of the villa. Lin Chen's words and actions all expressed his desire to audition, and how could she not understand? However, after seeing a glimpse of the other parties' financial power, she didn't refuse on the spot, and in the end, she exchanged contact information with both Bai Lele and Lin Chen. After Kolija left, Lin Chen took Bai Lele to have lunch and bought a set of swimsuits, preparing to go out to sea in the afternoon. When they arrived at the bund and contacted the rental company, Lin Chen directly booked a luxurious yacht, which cost 15,000 for an hour. With the blue sea and sky, the 3 of them set off directly. At first, it was full of novelty, but after playing for over an hour, they started to feel tired and changed into their clothes to lie on the deck and enjoy the breeze. Lin Chen personally selected the swimsuit, naturally preferring less fabric, but Bai Lele stubbornly refused and ended up wearing a one-piece swimsuit. Josini followed his suggestion and wore a bikini, but she hadn't developed much, and her chest size hadn't changed much. The sun was a bit strong, and the 2 girls applied sunscreen as soon as they changed clothes. Lin Chen didn't want to do it himself, so he called Bai Lele and Josini over. "Which one of you 2 will come and help me apply sunscreen?" "Shenji, I'll help you," Josini said straightforwardly. Lin Chen then said, "Shabai, you come too, otherwise, if I get tanned and can't find a wife, I'll have to rely on you." Bai Lele looked shy and hesitantly ran over. Enjoying the service of 2 fair and tender hands, Lin Chen quickly saluted the 2. Fortunately, he was wearing loose beach pants, so he didn't feel too uncomfortable. Cindy, help me with my back, and Xiaobai, come to the front, Lin Chen said as he watched the swaying white rabbit. Xiaobai, be serious, apply a little more on the thighs. Ah! Uncle, you! Bai Lei seemed to have seen something terrifying, jumped up as if startled, blushing, and ran far away, refusing to continue no matter how Lin Chen persuaded her. Disappointed, Lin Chen shook his head. Forget it, since you both helped me apply sunscreen, it's time for me to help you. With that, he took the sunscreen from Juosini and prepared to apply it all over Bai Lei's body. Bai Lei screamed repeatedly, and it wasn't until Juosini helped that Lin Chen reluctantly satisfied his craving. When they returned from the sea, it was almost 7 o'clock. The three of them had dinner and then returned to Tang Chenipede. In the evening, they watched a 1080p TV series for a while. Lin Chen was bored and turned to Bai Lei. Xiaobai, how about I take you to Release Life? Okay, uncle. What are we going to release? Bai Lei is curious about everything new. When Lin Chen said that, she immediately became excited. Come, you'll know when we get to my room, Lin Chen continued to entice. As soon as she heard that they were going to the room, Bai Lei became alert. Uncle, didn't you say we were going to release them? Why do we need to go to the room? Lin Chen blinked. We can go somewhere else, as long as you like it, the living room, the kitchen, I'm flexible. Juosini couldn't help but laugh, then whispered in Bai Lei's ear. Bai Lei's face turned red and she felt embarrassed and annoyed. Uncle, you lied to me again. After saying that, she ran away. Seeing this, Lin Chen could only sigh and say, the road ahead is long and winding, I will seek with my will. With Bai Lei fleeing, he could only focus his attention on Biao Biao. Seeing Lin Chen looking at her, Juosini quickly waved her hand. Chenji, it's not possible, I'm really not available today. Unfortunately. Lin Chen said helplessly, isn't your eloquence good? Juosini immediately looked distressed. Chenji, my throat hurts. On Wednesday morning, before coming to the Magic City, Lin Chen exerted too much force, and her throat had been hurting ever since. Damn it! There's really no solution this time. Lin Chen was completely speechless. Just then, his phone suddenly made a sound, indicating a new message. Lin Chen looked at his phone and saw that it was sent by Lang Yizha. There was only a hotel name and a room number, no other words. Lin Chen instantly understood. It seemed that sleep had come to deliver a pillow. Cindy, I'm going out for a while. I have an appointment tonight, there's something important I need to do, you don't need to wait for me. Okay, Chenji, Juosini pouted. She didn't know who he was meeting, but it definitely wasn't something serious. The Marriott Hotel, although not the most expensive in the Magic City, is still a 5-star hotel, and the lowest price for one night is over 1,000. After sending the message, Lang Yizha lay weakly on the bed. After leaving Tang Chenipede this morning, she called everyone she knew, but still didn't get a definite answer. At this rate, she might not even be able to afford a 5-star hotel. Extremely disappointed, Lang Yizha suddenly thought of Lin Chen. According to the financial power he had shown, it was possible that he could really invest in a film and television company. Lang Yizha had no choice but to smile bitterly and resign herself. Even if I can't make a film, it's not bad to know a truly wealthy person. After thinking this, she went to the bathroom to prepare. Half an hour later, Lin Chen looked at the message on his phone and found Lang Yizha's room. Knock knock knock. He had just knocked when the door opened. Seeing Lang Yizha in a thin gauze, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Lang Yizha forced a smile. Mr. Lin, you said you wanted to audition today, so I'm disturbing you so late. I understand. Lin Chen immediately nodded. Don't worry, I'm not short of money. I'm preparing to invest in a film and television company now. As long as you perform well, opportunities will definitely come. Lang Yizha closed the door and took a deep breath. So, Mr. Lin, how do you want to audition? Lin Chen chuckled, hands on hips. Come on, first bring out my Italian cannon. The next day, Lin Chen left the Marriott Hotel in high spirits. Thinking back to the wonderful night before, a smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. Who would have thought that Lang Yizha, in her 30s, had been in the entertainment industry for so many years, and last night was actually her first time. No wonder she still hasn't made a name for herself. Lang Yizha belonged to the plump type. Although her appearance wasn't so stunning, when it came to auditioning, she was indeed powerful enough. Naturally, Lin Chen was very satisfied with the audition results. After finishing the matter, Lang Yizha just mentioned her current situation and did not make any requests. Lin Chen did not make any promises either, just left his phone number and asked her to wait in Zhengcheng. However, just before leaving, seeing her exhausted state, Lin Chen gave her a nutrition fee of 500,000, which could be considered as a relief for her urgent needs. After leaving the Marriott Hotel, Lin Chen hailed a taxi and went straight to the airport. Bai Lele and Juicini hadn't had enough fun, and they had just bought a new house. The three of them had already discussed that Lin Chen would return to Jiangqing alone first, while the two women would temporarily stay in Modu. When they came, there were 3 people, but now only Lin Chen was left. Fortunately, he was a bit tired from the activities last night. After getting on the plane and taking a nap, he woke up and found himself in Jiangcheng. After coming out of Jiangcheng Airport, Lin Chen did not return to his villa in Bishui Bay, but drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Class directly towards his hometown. Although his cousin's wedding was tomorrow, he wanted to return a day early to see if he could help with anything. Jushan County is just a small county town with a population of less than 500,000, located more than 300 kilometers from Jiangqing City, in a remote and economically underdeveloped area. When Lin Chen drove to Jushan County, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. His cousin who was getting married tomorrow was named Lin Rui, the son of his uncle Lin Guoqiang. He was almost 30 years old and was considered a late marriage. Originally, Lin Guoqiang's family were rural people, but after Lin Rui graduated from university and passed the civil service exam, he now works in the tax bureau in the county. Although his salary is not high, being a legitimate civil servant gives face to the Lin family. Lin Chen remembered that every time they gathered for the new year, his uncle's family would boast about their son's status and often use it to advise him to work hard. He remembered his uncle often saying, "If you need anything, ask your brother Rui for help." In the past, Lin Chen would have felt uncomfortable hearing these words, not out of jealousy, but because he couldn't stand his uncle's high and mighty attitude. But now, thinking of his own net worth of tens of billions, he didn't feel anything. It's just a civil servant, what's so great about it? To make it convenient for Lin Rui to go to work, his uncle's family scraped together and bought a house in the county, and even borrowed 30,000 yuan from Lin Chen's family, which they still hadn't repaid. Now that he was getting married again, it would probably take a few more years to pay off the debt. However, Lin Chen didn't care about the measly 30,000 yuan at all. Since there was a house in the county and his uncle was a person who cared about appearances, Lin Rui's wedding naturally had to be held in the county. Although the relatives in their hometown were all rural people, for Lin Rui's wedding, the Lin family would also arrive in the county a day early to see if there was anything they could help with. However, according to his uncle's stingy behavior, they would only arrange these relatives in cheap small hotels. Lin Chen didn't want to suffer, so he directly booked a room at the best hotel in the county and planned to bring his parents over later. After booking the room, he drove directly to his uncle's house, ready to show his face and avoid any gossip behind his back. The residential area where Lin Rui lived was called Xingshan Lijing, with a housing price of over 3,000 yuan per square meter, which was considered good in Jushan County. Although it was Lin Chen's first time there, he couldn't help but remember the number of his uncle's house, which he often mentioned, and he easily found the place. Ding dong! He's here, he's here! Standing outside the door, Lin Chen heard bursts of laughter coming from inside the room. Hey, the guest is back! The one who opened the door was his uncle Lin Guoqiang, and Lin Chen quickly called out, "Uncle, congratulations!" Lin Guoqiang smiled so much that he couldn't close his mouth, but he complained, "Hey, I told your dad, it's not a big deal, no need to notify you to come back, it's not good to delay work." "It's okay, it's such a big deal for Rui Ji's wedding, how can I not come back?" "Alright, don't stand at the door, come in quickly, your parents are here too." As soon as he entered, Lin Chen found not only his parents here, but also several uncles and aunts. The whole Lin family was more crowded than during the New Year. None of his cousins were there. Lin Chen hurriedly greeted everyone one by one, looked around, and found that his cousin was not there either. He curiously asked, "Uncle, where is my Ruigu? Why didn't I see him? And where is Yun Jie?" Lin Guoqiang has a son and a daughter. Lin Yun is the eldest, already 32 this year, and her child is already in elementary school. He's at the hotel for the rehearsal, and there are some things not ready yet. Your sister Yun also went to buy some things with people. Looking at all the elders in the room, Lin Chen couldn't sit still either, and immediately spoke, "Uncle, see if there's anything missing at home, I can run errands or something." Lin Guoqiang smiled and said, "There's nothing missing, so many people outside are helping, you came back from Jiangcheng, just rest well." Lin Chen nodded with a smile, "Okay, then uncle, arrange some tasks for me tomorrow. We've already discussed it, tomorrow you'll go with us to welcome the bride." Lin Guoqiang smiled and said, "Your Ruega said there are many bridesmaids this time, and I'll introduce you to someone. You're not young anymore, hurry up and find a partner, don't be like your Ruega getting married so late, making me worry." Although Lin Guoqiang complained, there was no hiding the joy on his face. On the side, Lin's father and mother heard what the eldest brother said, and their smiles were somewhat forced. Lin Chen's several cousins were all married, he was the youngest, and now Lin Rui was also married, leaving only Lin Chen. Moreover, Lin Chen's family conditions were the worst, plus he didn't finish his studies, and his job was just average. In front of his own family, he always felt inferior. Uncle, don't worry, I have plenty of girlfriends. Lin Chen spoke the truth, and everyone thought he was joking and didn't take it seriously. With so many relatives and elders present, the conversation turned to Lin Chen, making him feel uneasy. When he was a child, the elders asked about his grades, and when he grew up, they asked about his salary. On the surface, they all looked concerned and gave earnest advice, regardless of whether you wanted to listen or not. After chatting for a while, seeing that his parents wanted to stay here, Lin Chen couldn't sit still and had to make an excuse to leave first. He had not left the neighborhood for long when Lin Rui hurried back, and his face didn't look good. Xiao Rui, why did you come back? Didn't you see Binzi downstairs? Lin Guoqiang didn't notice his son's abnormal expression and still had a smile on his face. Lin Rui couldn't care less about idle talk and said directly, Dad, it's not good. The car fleet I contacted earlier had a problem. The leading Mercedes had a traffic accident today and can't come tomorrow. Lin Guoqiang was stunned and quickly said, what should we do? Can we get another car? No. Xiaoya told me that it must be a Mercedes S-Class, otherwise the wedding won't go on. Lin Rui was so anxious that his face turned red and his neck thickened. His own son was almost 30, and now that he was finally getting married, how could he possibly delay the wedding because of a car? Lin Guoqiang's face changed. Xiao Rui, contact the wedding company again and see if there are any other cars available. Lin Rui smiled bitterly and shook his head. Dad, I've already called, the wedding company only has one Mercedes S-Class. Then talk to Xiaoya and see if you can change to another car? And Tian Guifan also became anxious. Mom, the Xiaoya family has always been concerned about face, and the car matter was agreed upon long ago. She simply doesn't agree. Oh no, what do we do now? Tian Guifan was at a loss. Stop making a fuss. Lin Guoqiang angrily scolded, then turned to his son, Xiao Rui, you know so many high-ranking officials, see if you can use your connections to get a car? Lin Rui gave a bitter smile, Dad, you're overestimating me. I'm just an ordinary civil servant, I don't know any leaders. Zhoushan County is just an ordinary small county town, and the economy is relatively backward. Although there are many luxury cars, the Mercedes-Benz S-Class, which costs over $1 million, is not common. As an ordinary civil servant, not even at the department level, it's simply impossible for him to borrow a car. What do we do then? If it doesn't work, I'll personally go and talk to the in-laws. Lin Guoqiang said. Lin Rui shook his head, disheartened, it's no use. If there's no way, let's just call off the wedding tomorrow. You brat, what nonsense are you talking? Lin Guoqiang glared at him fiercely. Xiao Rui, don't worry, let's all discuss it together. Maybe there's another way, second uncle Lin Guofu comforted, and others also began to persuade. But only Lin Rui knew in his heart that with this whole family, tomorrow's wedding might really not happen. Those who can afford a Mercedes-Benz S-Class are almost the richest in the county, and the Lin family can't reach that level. After leaving the residential area, Lin Chen went to the bank first. Considering that he would also return to his hometown after his cousin's wedding tomorrow, he planned to withdraw some cash first. After all, the money he transferred to his parents, they probably wouldn't want to spend it. Hello, help me withdraw 10,000 yuan. The girl at the counter looked pretty good, and Lin Chen took a few more glances. There are fewer and fewer places that need cash now, and the bank's business is getting quieter. Wang Han has been working at the construction bank for 2 years and is already a bit tired. Seeing someone coming to withdraw money, she took the other person's bank card. Please enter your password. When she saw the string of zeros in the other person's account, Wang Han was stunned on the spot. The money she had handled in the past 2 years probably didn't add up to much. Please help me withdraw 10,000 yuan. Lin Chen shouted again when he saw the other person was dazed. Oh, just wait a moment. Wang Han finally came to her senses and quickly counted out the money, handing it over. Thank you. Lin Chen took the 10,000 yuan and the bank card, and left without looking back. Behind the glass window, Wang Han firmly remembered this young richest man in Zhoushan County. After leaving the bank, Lin Chen went to the department store to buy some things for his parents. Lin Chen. As soon as he entered, he heard someone calling his name. Looking around, a somewhat familiar woman was looking at him with surprise. Lin Chen, it's really you, did you forget even your old classmate? Su Panpan walked over and playfully punched him. Lin Chen immediately remembered and joked, hey, it's Su the beauty, I can't forget anyone, how about it, are you married now, do I still have a chance? Ah, you're still so smooth-tongued. But I just got married, so you don't have a chance now. Su Panpan's appearance is average, but her personality is carefree. In high school, she was Lin Chen's deskmate for 2 years, and the two were quite familiar. Lin Chen looked regretful, that's a shame, my last name isn't Chow. Look at you. Su Panpan rolled her eyes. How could a married woman not understand such a dirty joke? Come on, let's go to my place. She has a beverage shop in this mall, although it's not big, she's still a boss. Since there's nothing urgent, and she's met an old classmate, Lin Chen followed her. The two of them chatted about their school days from different parts of the country. By the way, you're in Jiangcheng, right? Have you met our class monitor? She's your goddess, isn't she? Suddenly, while chatting, Su Panpan mentioned Lu Xiaoyu. Lin Chen's smile froze, and he said with a wry smile, I did meet her once, but she's already married. By the way, you seem to be from the same town as her, you must know, right? Su Panpan sneered, how could I not know? I even gave a betrothal gift at her wedding, but her marriage seems like it never happened. What do you mean? Lin Chen was puzzled. Su Panpan continued, you don't know that Lu Xiaoyu's family had some trouble and owed a lot of debt, so she only got married to settle it. But on the day of the wedding, her husband had an accident, spent a lot of money, and couldn't be saved. But Lu Xiaoyu has never remarried and has been taking care of her in-laws all these years. It turns out there's so much more to this. Lin Chen listened as Su Panpan continued to tell the story, and the figure in his heart became clearer in his mind. He almost couldn't resist calling Lu Xiaoyu immediately, but when he thought of her younger sister-in-law, he could only suppress his thoughts. Jiangcheng, a fast food restaurant on the roadside, slowly closed its doors. Lu Xiaoyu picked up 2 large bags from the ground and smiled, Shannan, let's go. We'll go to Hangqing tomorrow, and I'll open another store there. The business will definitely be good. Wang Jianan looked at her smile and suddenly spoke, sister-in-law, I'm sorry. Lu Xiaoyu's body stiffened, then she smiled and said, it's okay, what are you apologizing to me for? Wang Jianan shook her head, sister-in-law, our family has been a burden on you for the past 2 years. My brother has been gone for 2 years, and you don't have to keep waiting for him. Lu Xiaoyu said, silly girl, what burden? If it weren't for your brother, my father would have had no money for treatment. Besides, we are all family, and this is what I should do. No! You've done enough, and you don't owe our family anything anymore. Wang Jianan's tone was somewhat low. Lu Xiaoyu walked up to her and hugged her, Shannan, don't overthink it. Just focus on your studies, and when you graduate, I can bask in your glory too. Wang Jianan said, it was my fault before. From today, I won't call you sister-in-law anymore, I'll call you Sister Xiaoyu, okay? Lu Xiaoyu suddenly felt like crying. After holding back tears for a long time, they finally fell, okay, call me whatever you want. Zhoushan County, department store. Lin Chen had been sitting for 2 hours. When he said goodbye to Su Panpan, it was almost dark, and he didn't even think about buying something for his parents. Coming out of the mall, he took out his phone and looked at it, feeling somewhat puzzled. It's already past 7, could it be that Uncle's family still hasn't arranged dinner tonight? Lin Chen didn't know that at this moment, everyone at Uncle's house was wearing a worried look. Tomorrow was his cousin's wedding day, and according to tradition, Uncle would definitely host a dinner tonight, but his phone was silent. Lin Chen called his dad with a puzzled look, Dad, what's going on? Where are we having dinner tonight? Languishing sigh came from the phone, Binzi, don't worry about dinner for now, come over and talk to your brother Rui. Lin Chen was puzzled, Dad, what's going on? Lin's father found a quiet corner and lowered his voice, hurry over, Rui said there's a problem with the wedding car, and this wedding tomorrow might not happen after all. The wedding car had a problem, it's not like the bride had a problem, how could the wedding not happen? Lin Chen was confused, but he didn't dare to delay and went straight to Uncle's house. Xianshan Lijing, room 302. Lin Guoqiang kept making phone calls, cursing under his breath every time he hung up. He almost went through the entire contact list on his phone, but still couldn't find a Mercedes S-Class car. The groom, Lin Rui, had decided to give up completely. Dad, forget it, don't call anymore. What do you mean don't call? Are you saying the wedding might not happen tomorrow? Lin Guoqiang was filled with anger, speaking sharply to everyone. Lin Rui's mood wasn't any better. What's the use of yelling at me? The situation is what it is, let's figure it out tomorrow. Xiao Rui is right, we'll still go to pick up the bride tomorrow. Maybe if we give more red envelopes, Xiaoya will agree to get in the car, Tian Guifan also spoke up. Lin Guoqiang felt that he had lost face in front of his relatives, but now he had no choice but to glare fiercely at his son. You, as a government official, can't even borrow a car. If Xiaoya doesn't get in the car tomorrow, where will our Lin family's face go? Dad, I'm just an ordinary civil servant, what kind of government official am I? Lin Rui defended himself, immediately angering Lin Guoqiang even more. Because of the wedding car issue, the Lin family's relatives were still hungry, but no one cared. Instead, they kept persuading and trying to come up with ideas. However, everyone was from ordinary families and never had contact with wealthy people, so in the end, they couldn't help much. Lin Guosheng couldn't help but advise his nephew, who looked dejected, Xiao Rui, don't worry, Binzi is coming soon, maybe he has a solution. Although Lin Chen sold cars, Lin Guosheng never thought his son could help. He was just trying to comfort Lin Rui. Uncle, don't worry, I'm fine, Lin Rui smiled bitterly and shook his head, knowing what the other was thinking. Lin Guoqiang coldly snorted, humph. Binzi may sell cars, but he's just an employee. Can we really expect him to afford a Mercedes S-Class car? Lin Guoxiang was speechless. Dad, Uncle is just trying to help, why say that? Lin Rui quickly spoke up. Lin Guoqiang also knew that what he had just said was a bit harsh. Being reminded by his son, he couldn't bear it and left. 20 minutes later, when Lin Chen arrived at his uncle's house, he found the door open and everyone looking troubled. Rui, my dad said there's a problem with the wedding car, what's going on? Lin Rui smiled bitterly, the car I booked had an accident today, so we can't use it to pick up the bride tomorrow. What's the big deal? We can just get another car, right? Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing this, Lin Guoqiang coldly said, it's easy for you to say. They specifically asked for a Mercedes S-Class, do you have one? Lin Chen felt uncomfortable with his uncle's tone, but he didn't want to argue with him. He shook his head and said honestly, I really don't have a Mercedes S-Class. If you don't have a car, what's the use of you? Lin Guoqiang was like an ant on a hot pan, scolding anyone he could find. Lin Chen ignored his uncle's bad mood and turned to his cousin, Rui, it's just a car, isn't there another way? Lin Rui could only smile bitterly and remain silent. Seeing this, Lin Chen also fell silent. This was really too much of a coincidence. After all, they had to pick up the bride tomorrow morning, and even if they went to buy a car now, it would be too late. Seeing his cousin looking dejected, he could only offer words of comfort, Rui, I'm really sorry. I thought I could manage to give you a ride in the Mercedes-Benz G-Class I'm driving this time, but they insisted on riding in the S-Class. There's nothing I can do about it. Bin, what did you just say? Lin Rui suddenly became excited, opening his mouth wide in disbelief. Lin Chen shrugged, yeah, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class I'm driving this time, while not exactly a luxury car, is still decent. But now they insist on riding in the S-Class, so there's nothing I can do. In his mind, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class was only a little over 2 million, and compared to those sports cars that easily cost tens of millions, it couldn't really be considered a true luxury car. Who cares about the G-Class, don't confuse things. They want a ride in the S-Class, which costs over $1 million. Lin Guoqiang had no concept of luxury cars and only knew that the S-Class cost over $1 million, never having heard of the G-Class. Lin Rui suddenly became excited, Dad, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class costs over 2 million, even more than the S-Class. Hearing his son's words, Lin Guoqiang was stunned, his head feeling a bit muddled, what did you say? Lin Rui ignored him, turning to Lin Chen, Bin, how did you end up driving the Mercedes-Benz G-Class? Did you borrow it from someone? Seeing his urgent expression, everyone also snapped out of it. Apparently, what Lin Chen had just mentioned, the G-Class, was of a higher class than the S-Class. The choice of car was crucial to whether Lin Rui could successfully marry his bride tomorrow, and for a moment, everyone's attention turned to Lin Chen. Seeing everyone staring at him, Lin Chen awkwardly touched his nose and said, yes, I borrowed the car from a leader. A car costing over 2 million, Lin Guoqiang knew he could never afford it in his lifetime, and his breathing became rapid. Bin, are you not joking? Did you really borrow a G-Class? Lin Chen nodded, the car is parked downstairs. Rui, go and see if it's okay. Lin Rui exclaimed, what's there to see? If it's really a G-Class, Xiaoya will definitely agree. You kid, stop talking nonsense. Go and see first, what if the G-Class that been mentioned isn't the over 2 million G-Class? Lin Chen still wasn't at ease, immediately pulling his son downstairs to confirm. Seeing this, everyone was curious about the over 2 million luxury car, so they all went downstairs to take a look. It really is a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Chen immediately saw the car parked there and his eyes lit up. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class costing over 2 million was naturally better than the S-Class. Lin Chen called the woman to explain the situation, and she readily agreed. With the matter of the wedding car resolved, Lin Chen finally felt relieved and realized he was famished. He quickly called all the relatives to go to the hotel together and arranged for 3 full tables. Then, we really have to thank you for today's matter.